Good morning, everybody. My name is Zachary Hall, otherwise known as the Arkansas Storm Tracker. I'm joined by meteorologist Blaze Thomas here on the Arkansas Weather Network. We had a long night last night, and unfortunately, we're starting the day off with a bang. It's not even 10:30, and we already have a significant thunderstorm moving into northwest Arkansas. Blaze, possibly some large hail. I had a report from Siloam Springs from Emily Tucker of hail, not quite golf ball size, but larger than quarters, I think. So sizable. And I think that there's some even larger hail now moving into the Springdale, Bethel Heights, Lowell, Cave Springs, Tawnytown area, just north of 412.
Yeah, like Zach, like you were saying, it was a busy night last night, but here we are again, and we did think the severe weather was a possibility today, and we're seeing that, especially in northwest Arkansas. I know there's people going to be tuning in from across the state. Right now, this is the only activity we have right now is in northwest Arkansas. We've had some energy start to swing in, and that has created these thunderstorms. And according to radar, it doesn't mean it's making it to the ground, guys, but we're seeing occasionally could be producing 2-inch hail with this. So I went ahead and upgraded now the severe thunderstorm warning to a considerable damage threat.
Okay.
So, which makes sense.
Yeah, that judging by how big the hail was in Springdale, the background music's still on apparently. Place. Sorry, guys, we're muting it.
Gotcha.
That we don't usually do that. It was just a mistake. Is it good, Blaze?
Yeah, we're good.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, sorry, guys. A lot of times that music just plays while we're not live. But if you missed what we were saying because the noise, this storm is moving north of 412. It's going to pass through Tawnytown, Cave Springs, Lowell, Bethel Heights, Springdale, the Highway 71, and I-49 corridor as well between Rogers and Johnson. So if you have plans to travel here soon on 49 north or south, please understand that damaging hail could be produced out of this storm. I think this is going to miss largely a large chunk of high-full. Gentry indicators in the warning, but Blaze, I think the worst of this, unless that storm to the south moves up, I think the worst of this is moving more towards Springdale and maybe up to just south of Rogers and Lowell, where Frankie is.
Yeah, we're going to get a confirmed report here pretty quick about the size of this hail, but yes, I agree with you, Zach. And I also see a little bit of an uptick in the storm just south of it here towards Lincoln, moving towards Prairie Grove, Greenland. It's showing some hail. These storms, what they're doing is, guys, they're more of elevated, and so they're not surface based, but they do have some very large hail with this. What does that mean exactly? Well, likely there wouldn't be a tornado threat with any of this activity right now because it is ahead of the warm front. But it can produce some very large hail and could be some damaging winds. And so that's what we're seeing. But again, there's no signs of rotation, no tornadic activity with any of these thunderstorms. Special weather statement just got issued, but it's out towards Oklahoma, but it is for the storms moving into Siloam Springs. So multiple areas that we're watching, but I think the strongest storm we've got is Cave Springs, Elm Springs, and Tawnytown.
We're getting a lot of hail reports from northwest Arkansas, specifically the Springdale area, but I think I'm seeing the dime size reports. Somebody said a marble. I think the worst of this hail is just north of Tawnytown, right here. Headed for Elm Springs. Unfortunately, if you live in Elm Springs or near Elm Springs, there's a pretty good chance you're going to get some sizable hail from this. Maybe even Springdale. But it's going to be close. This looks like the worst of it, Blaze. There's some stuff north of Bella Vista. There's some hail possible there south of Prairie Grove. Guys, if you don't mind, if you're watching this and you live in northwest Arkansas, send the report. You can send it to my Facebook, Zachary Hall, Arkansas Storm Tracker, the Arkansas Weather Network Facebook. You can send it to Blaze. James isn't with us right now. But go ahead and send us any reports you have. Leave us comments. But we really appreciate any reports you have. But we really want everyone to be inside and not driving. Blaze, that probably wouldn't be the most fun activity to drive through.
No, and I know that like there's cameras all up 49, and so I'm gonna try to pull up some iDrive Arkansas cameras, see if we're seeing this. If you're on Interstate 49 between Oak Grove up towards Lowell, right around the Mercy Hospital area, that whole stretch right there, you don't need to be traveling. I got a feeling there's a lot of people on the interstate right now, Zach. Traveling.
Do we have?
And
We should have an iDrive camera, Blaze. I know Frankie's not with us.
yeah,
If you can pull that up, that'd be cool. If not, don't worry about it.
no, I'm gonna work on that right now.
I feel like the storm isn't moving very fast. Guys, this is the only storm in Arkansas right now. I'll zoom out statewide. This is the only cluster of storms. Now, we do have some activity down in southeast Oklahoma, North Texas, that is going to move into Arkansas over the next few hours. But if you live in Arkansas, this is the only thing we have here in northwest Arkansas, and it's a hailstorm, a cluster of hailstorms with the largest hail on the Benton and Washington County line, just west of Springdale, northwest of Tawnytown. The worst of it, too, is right in here. Let's see if we can get a new update here. New scan. Somebody said max dime-size hail in Cave Springs. They look like they're kind of on the northern periphery of that hail core. Yes, Carly, we can for sure. If you give us just a minute, we'll. Is there still music going on? People are still commenting about music.
No.
Okay.
Must be delayed because no, we're good.
Oh my gosh, there are so many people on 49 right now. Lord.
Yeah, that's not good. Oh my.
Guys, if you're listening
and
to
that's
us,
why.
Go ahead, Blaze.
Yeah. Well, and that's why we're stressing. If you're on 49, you need to get off of it right now. I mean, there's no. I don't know any other way of saying that. I mean, there's large hail heading towards that. I mean, literally, this shot right here is going to tell us here in just a second.
Yeah.
I've got it full screen. I'm pulling it down here now so that it
Okay.
doesn't block our radar, but we can kind of see what's going on here.
Okay. Guys, what that is, Blaze just pulled up an iDrive Arkansas camera in northwest Arkansas on I-49 where we think the larger hail will fall. And unfortunately, a lot of people driving through that. Hopefully it's not too large. We're getting some nickel size reports, marble size reports. Leah White said they've got hail at my store in Tawnytown, I'm being told, which is Arby's on Sunset Avenue, which is right there off 412. I think that's right in here, just west of 71. I think I don't remember. Kayla Coates says I'm driving in Springdale on 71B. We okay? Please understand that you could be driving in a large hail, Kayla. Hail on Sunset towards Tawnytown.
Yeah, I'm looking at a new scan, Zach. Still continuing to show, according to radar, over 2-inch hail with this. I mean, this is between Cave Springs and Elm Springs. That area right there is probably getting some very large hail, but it is fixing to cross on Interstate 49. So,
yeah, we just got another marble size hail report from Elm Springs. I just got a photo from Bailey Bennett on the Tawnytown Springdale line. Very large hail. I just got another picture from someone in the Martin community. This is a very large hail as well near Siloam. Blaze, can I send this to you and pull it up?
yeah.
So these two photos are both from this storm. Very large hail.
Yes, it is. I'm pulling that up right now.
So this photo that you're about to show, I'm not 100% sure which one you're about to show. It looks like the hail core might have went down just a hair. Still large. Brooke, we did have tornadoes last night, yes. We had a strong tornado in Stone County and another tornado in Jackson and Craighead County.
This is the one I'm showing first.
Go ahead,
Zach.
That is from Brittany Jackson in the Martin community, which is near Siloam. So fairly large hail there, folks. That's what you could be dealing with out of this storm. Pat said comments are covering your screen. Pat, you need to turn your phone to the side, turn it landscape, and it should fix that. That's not us doing that. Blaze, do you have that other one too?
Yep, I'm pulling that up right now.
And then this one that you're about to show, I think is from Bailey Bennett.
All right. share the screen. There we go. All right.
This is
Let's
from
take that
Bailey
full as
Bennett.
well.
Really appreciate Bailey and Emily letting us show these photos. This is on the Tawnytown Springdale line. So the storm that we're actively tracking, this is a very, very recent photo. So large hail, guys. Thank you, Blaze, for showing that.
You're welcome. So again, we want to stress that if you are on Interstate 49, please, please, please be getting off the interstate. Because there's fixing to be some very large hail moving through that area right now. Continuing to watch that iDrive Arkansas camera. Let's look at that. It's definitely, Zach, looking a lot darker on that shot. You can tell that there's still some visibility out there right now, but I can tell that heavy rain is starting to kick up. I bet you here in just a few moments, we're going to lose all visibility on this shot.
Yeah, folks, that's southbound on 49 there at the bend. That's just between Lowell and Bethel Heights, isn't it, Blaze? I think it is.
Yeah.
So kind of wonder what it's going to look like.
Someone's asking about, is there going to be a tornado threat with this? These storms are ahead and north of the warm front. So there is no tornado threat with any of this. This is strictly just elevated thunderstorms that have a little bit of instability that they've tapped into, and that's what we've got. So no tornado threat with this. There's no concern with that. Now, if you're south of the warm front, we'll have to watch later this afternoon into the evening. But for right now, these storms do not have a tornado threat.
Blaze, if you can drive and hang on for me for a second, I'm going to continue these reports.
Yep, I got you. All right, considerable tag on the severe thunderstorm warning continues for this area. So again, if you're in Cave Springs, I think the worst of this is going to go just to your south. But Silent Grove up towards Lowell, Accident, Bethel Heights, Springdale, this is some large hail. We can see that reflectivity showing a very strong signature right around the Silent Grove area, passing over Interstate 49 right now. So I fully anticipate we will see visibility cut pretty quick, especially on our iDrive Arkansas camera right now. So if you're in this area, this is not a tornado warning. This is just a severe thunderstorm warning, but it is a considerable tag. What does that mean? It's a little bit higher threat than a typical severe thunderstorm warning. We do think this could be producing up to 2-inch size hail. I will say newest radar scan does look like it's weakening a little bit, so that's good news, but we're still getting numerous reports coming in about hail. So, and I think we're going to continue. Lots of hail in Lowell now. Where's this at? Somebody checking in. This is right now just to the north of Tawnytown. And we're talking, this is Benton County, Benton and northern Washington County right now. Northwest Arkansas only. That is the only area that we're seeing development across the state. No other areas are showing any signs of storms right now. I think that will change. And I think, Zach, you would agree with me over the next couple hours. But right now, the focus is Northwest Arkansas.
Yeah, this is, for now, seems to be our biggest concern for the entire state. We don't have anything else for all of Arkansas. This is passing over. I'm kind of surprised we're not able to see really a whole lot on the iDrive camera, but I suppose the hill might be small enough, which is a good thing. We do have a strong thunderstorm that's not severe, but could be producing hail that's headed for the Fayetteville, Greenland, West Fork region off 49 and, of course, Old 71. But by far the strongest storm of the bunch is the storm that is moving through between Springdale and the Bethel Heights, Lowell. This storm has a history of producing very large hail. Some of the reports that we've received, we've showed here on stream. Blaze, I think it's fair to say some of that might have been close to golf ball size. The one in Siloam is pretty big. So not saying it's all golf ball size hail, and I don't think it's producing golf ball size hail now, but it has a history of producing so it could pulse up quick. I certainly wouldn't test it, wouldn't be driving into it because it might hurt a little bit on the car. Stay inside, let it pass. I don't think the winds with this are incredibly strong. The tornado risk is extremely low. These are hailers, as we like to call in the weather world. Just good old-fashioned April hailers in Arkansas. We're usually good for a couple of these a year. We've had a couple bad hailstorms already, and this looks like another one for Northwest Arkansas.
Yeah, and this is an early heads up to anybody that is in northern Madison County, Carroll County specifically. If you're in Berryville, Eureka Springs, Rural, Alpena, you really need to be watching this storm close. I am seeing signs that it may be weakening a little bit, but just looking at the environment overall, we're starting to see some surface-based cape, Zach, in
Hmm.
this area. So that's something we're going to have to watch very closely.
Yeah, I did notice this morning it looked like north central Arkansas might have a little bit more unstable air, so I'll be interested to see what this looks like as this moves east into north central Arkansas. But there was more than enough instability to work with here in northwest Arkansas. We are watching a cluster of storms here in northeast Texas, southeast Oklahoma. That will probably be problems for us later. Okay, it's 10:42. These are the only storms in the entire state as a whole here in northwest Arkansas. Guys, if you live in Arkansas, I'm going to pull off this for just a second, Blaze, and show everybody the North. Don't get me wrong, the Arkansas Weather Network mobile app is great, but I'm going to show everybody the severe weather risk for today. You'll notice that the entire state of Arkansas is highlighted in a medium risk for severe weather, a level 3 of 5. Outside of northeast Arkansas, I think the highest severe weather risk is probably along and south of I-40 today when it comes to damaging winds, perhaps some tornado warnings, and large hail. We're already observing large hail now, so that part of the forecast is verifying, and I think we'll have more large hail reports before the day is over. But as of 10:43 a.m., the only storms to deal with are in northwest Arkansas. That won't last long as we have activity in Oklahoma that will impact Arkansas soon, but really concerned about the severe weather going on now in northwest Arkansas with large hail possible near Bethel Heights, Lowell, 49, and southeast Cave Springs.
Yeah, there's one camera here I'm trying to find right here. Somebody commented, said you could really see the hail. Visibility, as you guys can see on Interstate 49, is being cut significantly right now. But traffic, I mean, surprisingly, Zach, traffic's flowing pretty well right now.
Yeah, that's good to hear. I was really worried that it was going to get nasty as far as travel goes with, some larger hail. We are getting so many hail reports from northwest Arkansas. I'm getting hail reports all over the place. Gentry, Siloam, Springdale, Farmington.
Well, and I know you were talking about this earlier, but really starting to see an uptick in the Prairie Grove storm. Like,
yeah, we get hail reports.
That hail core is growing.
That's
right
going to hit.
there.
That's on 49 now, folks. They're between West Fork and Greenland. We've all driven 49 to Fayetteville to go watch the Hogs play and what have you. That's exactly where that is. They're just south of Fayetteville. So not a fun storm to be driving 60 plus miles per hour into.
No.
Haley Joe Simpson said getting P to marble size hail in Fayetteville. University lost power, says Emma Rose Gupton. It's a nasty storm moving through northwest Arkansas, guys. Lots of lightning.
I assume they're referring to the U of A.
I would imagine so, yeah. I would imagine so. Some of the photos from Elm Springs looks like marble size hail. That's a pretty good comparison for a large chunk of northwest Arkansas, or excuse me, of the Springdale, Elm Springs, Johnson area.
That one's kind of in the middle of it. I'm just trying to find something that. Okay, look at that shot.
Wow. Pull that full screen. Where's this at?
There is no visibility. That is just. I mean, I think this is right around the Fayetteville area.
Okay. Northbound 49. Looking northbound.
Let me
is.
double.
It is. I think that's in Fayetteville. I believe that's just northwest of Fayetteville, in between Johnson and Fayetteville, looking back to the northeast.
Technology Way, mile marker 63.1.
Yeah, it's tough to pull. I don't have exit numbers, of course, on our graphic, but I think that's where that is.
It's west of Fayetteville.
Yeah. Wow. Blaze, we can pull up radar. It looks like hail is moving into Fayetteville now. I don't necessarily know how large. We can pull the radar back up
Looks
and
like
show you.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
No, you're
We've
good.
got tornado watches fixing to be coming out very shortly.
There's no tornado in northwest Arkansas right now, guys. This is just hail. Speaking of hail, it looks like large hail possibly is moving into Fayetteville now. McNair, the 180, 49 interchange there, Shiloh Drive. This is moving into the greater part of Fayetteville. This will likely impact the university, of course. So I want everybody to be aware of that. Looks like they just issued a new tornado watch, judging by the comments.
Yeah.
Blaze, I'm going to have to get
I
that
know
posted on my stuff here in just a second.
Okay. I know it includes Logan. I think it was Logan and Johnson. I saw it. Just came across here.
Frankie said that he just had some pretty serious wind in Lowell. Or maybe that wasn't where he said he was. I'm sorry. No, near Harbor High School in Springdale. And I just got another photo of fairly large hail in Lowell as well. So, guys, I really would take this serious if you live in northwest Arkansas in any of these areas. Fayetteville, Greenland, Lowell, Springdale, south of Rogers, or towards Beaver Lake. This is headed for Beaver Lake now. If you're, for some reason, if you're out at Beaver enjoying yourself today, very large hail is possible with this storm. I'm getting, a ton of reports of this. Hail that could damage vehicles.
Speaking of that, Zach, seeing an uptick in the Greenland storm, Fayetteville. I expect we're going to see severe thunderstorm warning coming for Fayetteville and Greenland.
Blaze, I just got a photo of extremely large hail.
All right. Send it to me and I'll put it up.
I think it's in Gentry. I'm going to confirm. But this is,
Okay.
I mean, we're talking big time hail, brother. Not, I mean, wow. All right, I'm going to send it to the group chat.
Gentry? Yeah.
Yeah, this
Look
is
at that. There's no visibility right now.
Yeah.
Wow. If you're on Interstate 49, whoa, that is large. Whoa. You were not kidding.
No, that's huge.
All right, let's put this up here. We're gonna take it full. Wow.
So this is from Ashlyn Fox in Springdale. That's just, she said she was in Springdale, folks. That's just an example of what we're dealing with here, guys. Big time hail out of northwest Arkansas. The kind of hail that will damage roofs, vehicles, windows, and could hurt you if it hits you in the head. So really want anyone, if you're under severe thunderstorm warning or dealing with this storm, to stay inside until it passes. Thank you for pulling that up, Blaze. That's from Ashlyn Fox in Springdale.
That is some large hail, Zach. You weren't kidding.
Just off of Wagon Wheel Road, close to Cave Springs.
Wow.
Standstill traffic in West Fork, I'm getting reports of as well.
Wow. I mean, both these hail cores that are attached to these storms are very intense, but I think we're seeing a really big uptick just to the north of Fayetteville. I think you're going to continue to see more reports coming in just to the north of Fayetteville. We're seeing that reflectivity really getting higher right there, which would indicate large hail.
Just got a report of baseball-sized hail in Highfill from Heath Uckland.
Wow.
I'll send that here.
You have a photo of it?
I do, yep.
Sweet.
Extremely large hail. Probably the biggest I've seen so far.
Whoa.
Blaze, I'm going to have to let you drive and talk for a second while I fulfill this stuff. I'm getting bombarded with reports right now.
Yeah, give me. I'm pulling this picture of the hail up right now.
Go ahead.
Let's see. All right, this is the new photo that Zach just got. And where'd you say this was again?
Highfill, Arkansas.
Wow. That is some seriously large hail. And that's why we're thinking, guys, like, if you're on Interstate 49, I know we've repeated this multiple times, but we want you to understand this right here will bust windshields. Like, this is the kind of stuff that you do not mess around with. This is intense hail, and it's moving. Okay, there's our new severe thunderstorm warning that does now include Elkins, Fayetteville, Greenland. We're going to go over that right now. Zach, I'll drive for a little bit. That
Go
way
ahead.
you can work on that stuff. So we've got new severe thunderstorm warning that's just been issued now for Greenland, Fayetteville. We were noticing this thunderstorm was getting a little bit on the stronger side. This is moving towards Goshen, Elkins, Greenland. Really seeing two hail cores specifically, one to the north of Fayetteville right there, and then there's one that's just to the south of Fayetteville. So technically it might be a little bit on the, I guess, the city of Fayetteville. You might be seeing heavy rain, maybe no hail right now, but I think you probably saw hail, and I think you could see some more on the back side of this. So again, both these hail cores really starting to pick up a little bit. I'm going to go ahead and turn off lightning. That way it's a little bit easier to see, but you can really kind of zone in the area. Lowell, there's an area right there, and then we've got this area here, like I said, north of Fayetteville, and then south of Fayetteville. Those are the three areas that we're highlighting where we think the best chance of damaging hail would be in this area. Now, I do want to let you know that the considerable tag continues for the severe thunderstorm warning to the north of Fayetteville. For the storm in Fayetteville and north of Greenland, this is just a regular severe thunderstorm warning. So they're only, let me look at the wording on this to verify, but I believe they're only thinking, yeah, they're only saying 1-inch hail with this. Newest radar scans does indicate there could be some higher amounts than just 1 inch. I honestly think, Zach, we're looking close to 2 inches just to the north of Greenland, according to what we're seeing on radar. Again, guys, does not mean it's making it to the ground, but it's certainly something we've got to continue to watch.
Yeah, no, yeah, no, definitely. Blaze, I'm going to send you a photo. I want you to post it on your Facebook, okay? I'm going to text it to you.
Okay.
Give me just a second. This is from Heath Eklund as well. So a different photo from what I posted. I just sent it to your phone. Baseball size hail out of the storm. Guys, just to kind of reset for you, the reason why we're live is because we have severe thunderstorms down northwest Arkansas. We're watching the activity in eastern Oklahoma, but everything else in Arkansas is quiet for now. The storms that have went through northwest Arkansas has produced extremely large hail at times, baseball-size hail. We showed a photo of that a moment ago. Really want everyone to... Today's one of those days where we could have more of these through the day. I'm hopeful that this is the worst of the hail today. Blaze, that is in Highfield, Arkansas, from Heath Eklund. I'll send you the name. Hopefully that this is the worst that we have all day. I feel like that might be kind of foolish to hope because we'll have more storms, but these storms are a little bit of an anomaly. They're kind of by themselves. They're organized. They're isolated for the most part away from other storms, and they have been able to really tap into the atmosphere today and produce large hail. If you're just now joining us, we have numerous reports. I have hundreds of reports in my inbox right now of hail up to baseball size, golf ball, and larger from northwest Arkansas. This is going to continue to move off to the east into parts of northern Madison County, southwestern Carroll County. That includes Huntsville, a large chunk of 412. We've all driven 412, like you're going to go to Branson, the McDonald's, Walmart, they're all 412. It's kind of headed in that direction, out of Springdale, out of Goshen, and then up to possibly eventually Berryville. So really want everyone to be aware of that if you are in that area. If you're driving 412 today, this has a history of producing extremely large hail. This is the only show in town, though, Blaze, for now. I think that's short-lived, as we do have storms now moving out of Oklahoma, North Texas, that will impact western Arkansas here over the next couple of hours, and then the rest of the state. I know that a lot of people are wondering, what about fill in the blank here in Little Rock or Batesville or El Dorado? Guys, a large chunk of the state should observe some thunderstorms today. I think it's possible the north half of the state might be a little bit more sparse in coverage than the south half, but severe weather will be possible with any storm today. It's one of those days where anything could kind of pulse up and create some strong wind gusts, some large hail, and we can't rule out tornadoes either, unfortunately. Good, Blaze?
Yeah, I just got it posted. Thanks for sending that to me.
Yeah, no problem.
That was some, you weren't kidding. That is some very large hail. And again, we continue to see radar indication that this continues to be there. And I think this radar does a really good job at identifying where that larger hail would be. You see the purple colors, guys. that indicates to us very heavy rain and some small hail. You start seeing those little darker indications, the black indications just to the south of Baldwin. That would tell us right there that there's hail with this, and I think some of this could be large. So we're continuing to watch things. Looks like continuing the storm warning, and they are it to be considerable tag for the Springdale area. But I think just looking at radar overall, I think it should start calming down in Springdale over the next little while. There's one more storm to the south of it, or just to the west of it near Tawnytown. But I think the strongest hail core we've got is near Lowell, and then one more that's heading towards Goshen, Wyman, that's just to the east of Shady Grove, and Fayetteville, South Fayetteville. This one to me probably looks the most impressive hail core we've got. Wouldn't you agree? East of Baldwin.
Yeah, Baldwin Community, Harris. That's east out of Fayetteville, headed over to Tuttle. Eventually Wesley, part of Madison County. Blaze, do we have tornado watches? Did they issue some?
We do. Yeah.
Let me zoom out real quick.
Okay,
We had somebody's commenting about this. Guys, if you give me just a second, I can pull this up.
It's for a large chunk. Well, actually,
Guys, so
yeah.
if you live in a red county,
large.
if you live in a red county, you are under a tornado watch until, well, to be honest with you, I'm not sure what time. Blaze, do you know what time that ends?
Let's see. We should just be able to click it and it'll tell us.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Give me just a second.
No, you're good.
Just
You're
getting
good.
a photo to post on social media real quick at the tornado watch. Tornado watch until 7 o'clock. So, folks, if you live in a red county, you are under a tornado watch until 7 p.m. We have no tornadoes at this time, but we are tracking storms northwest Arkansas, but this goes all the way east to the Mississippi River, Fort Smith, Little Rock, Conway, Texarkana, Monticello, Arkadelphia, Hot Springs, Mena, a large chunk of Arkansas under a tornado watch until 7 p.m. Blaze, I'm going to take that off so it doesn't scare everybody with the red everywhere.
Yeah.
And go back to the northwest Arkansas storms. Blaze, once again, if
Zach,
you can...
I'm seeing a massive uptick in the storm just to the southeast of Fayetteville. My radar doesn't mean it's making it to the ground here, guys, but my radar is estimating over 3-inch hail with this. 3.75 just to the southeast of Fayetteville. Correction, updated, now showing 4 inches. 4-inch hail. I'm hoping that this is an
malfunction.
incorrect reading here, but this storm may have just went through a massive intensification over the last couple minutes. And if that's the case, guys, anybody, I cannot stress this enough right now. Anybody that is, let's see, what road is this? This is 412. Heading towards the 412 area. You need to be watching this very closely. Huntsville, heads up. Goshen, this is headed right for you. Is your radar showing 4?
Mine?
Yeah. What's radar scope showing?
Let me check. Let me check. I'm getting 1.5 inches.
Okay.
So hopefully that's not right, what yours is showing.
That's probably just a bad radar read. I hope.
I'm trying to get the tornado watch posted. There's so many counties.
That is lighting up though, just to the southeast of Fayetteville. So let's see if we get another scan. If there is going to be extremely large hail, it's going to be between Baldwin and Harris right here.
Yeah, between Baldwin and Harris, probably soon to be just north of Tuttle, I would imagine, with this moving off to the east-northeast. Goshen's going to be close. Wouldn't be surprised if we get some big hail in Goshen, too.
Definitely been a little bit of an uptick here, it looks like.
Yes.
Just waiting to see on a new scan. Yeah, this is crazy. I don't... Hopefully this is just a malfunction, guys, because if it's not, this thing is putting down some massive amount of hail.
But I'm gonna answer
nope.
some...
There's the...
Oh, yeah, no, it's legit.
Look at that.
Yeah, no, this is the largest hail. It just passed over East Huntsville Road, the Baldwin community near South Harvey Dow Road. This is moving off toward Jasper Lacey Road, Summer Rain Road, Hobby Road. So if you know any of those areas south of the Wyman community, large to very large hail is possible here really soon. Blaze, I'm going to take this moment for just a second. We're getting so many questions, man. I think people are freaking out because of the tornado watch.
Go for it.
Guys, just so everyone's aware, there is no storms ongoing in Arkansas right now outside of Northwest Arkansas, which is what we're here covering. We've had some big-time hail in Northwest Arkansas. Many of you are probably here because hopefully you're using the Arkansas Weather Network mobile app. It's completely free, by the way. And you've got a tornado watch on your phone until 7 p.m. Large chunk of Arkansas. Storms are likely to fill into western Arkansas here over the next couple of hours. You'll notice some storms in southeast Oklahoma. That's going to impact parts of western Arkansas first, and then eventually southwest Arkansas, central, south central, eastern, and so on through the evening. We should clear out completely late tonight. This is not going to be an all-night fun party with everybody. So basically, that's what we're dealing with as of 11 a.m. The reason why we're live is because of what's going on in Northwest Arkansas. We came live because there was some very large hail. And Blaze, unfortunately, I think we have some large hail ongoing now near Beaver Lake, north of Beaver Lake, east of Beaver Lake, headed for eastern Benton County, and extremely large hail possible north of Elkins, near the Baldwin, Harris, eastern Wyman community, maybe even Tuttle and Goshen.
Zach, I'm starting to wonder if this storm is becoming surface-based.
I don't know.
And if that's the case, because I'm just looking at mesoanalysis, there is a pocket of instability right around Elkins to Goshen to Wesley. And I will say that, there's a little bit of wind shear up there. So if this storm was to become surface-based, now the front itself is, it's north of the front, but still, there's a little bit of surface-based instability there. I don't know if it's tapping into it, but I will say this thing has surged up in the last few radar scans. We went from 1 inch to 4 inches in about 3 to 4 radar scans. So I'm still pulling, Zach, 4.5 on.
Let me check, see if I have any reports here from east of Fayetteville.
This storm.
My phone is blowing up right now, which I'm thankful for. Just the amount of hail, though, the amount of hail that we have in Northwest Arkansas, the hail reports is what I'm trying to get at, it's just insane. Really, really large hail that just came out of this.
They've upgraded the warning now to considerable tag, which makes sense, especially with the increase in the hail size. Anyone in Goshen, I can't stress this enough. If you're in Goshen, just south of Goshen, you're probably fixing to have some hail damage. There's large hail occurring. And Huntsville, get your vehicle parked in the garage right now.
Good point, Blaze.
There is no hesitation. Get it in the garage.
You have time if you live in Huntsville. If you live on 412 near Huntsville, you have time to get that car in the garage if you have the ability to do so. Damaging hail, possibly very large, possible with this storm near Elkins, moving off to the east-northeast. Goshen, I think you're out of time. These storms aren't moving real slow, though. You need to hurry. But if you're watching and you're in Huntsville, you've got a chance. You've got some time to get that car. Blaze, it looks to me, I'm going to zoom out for 1 second. Yeah. Brother, it looks like to me this storm has just kind of morphed into one cell. And that's what it looks like.
I'm hoping this thing doesn't start getting a little bit of a turn here.
This thing, the south side is taken over. You can see, guys, the black returns here, what Blaze was just circling. Large to extremely large hail, very likely here just north of Elkins, between Elkins and Goshen. Headed to the northeast.
I mean, there's surface-based instability. The question is it tapping into it? I'm telling you right now, this thing, guys, has dropped the hail. I don't mean in terms of just the storm is falling apart. I'm talking this actually had large hail, and it has dropped that hail rapidly because radar is now estimating 2.5 inches, which tells me automatically that there's been large hail that's been dropped. So I'm telling you, Goshen, like Zach said, you're out of time. Goshen to Wesley, very, very large hail. Spring Valley, you may start to see some hail as well. We'll just have to watch this storm. If it does become surface based, I am seeing some STP parameters Zach, kind of
Yeah.
highlighting this storm. But again, question is, does it become surface based? Is it surface based? That's hard to know right now.
Yeah, to me, this for the time being, this is a hailer. This is a
Yeah.
full-on hailer. I don't think we have any immediate concerns for a tornado or anything like that. Some strong wind gusts are possible with this, but by far and large, the biggest concern is large hail, possibly extremely large hail. We have, if you're just now joining us, the reason why we're live is because we've had a significant hailstorm pass through northwest Arkansas, Springdale, Tawnytown, Rogers, Highfill, I mean, all over the place. Siloam Springs, hail up to baseball size. So we really want everyone to take this serious. Driving into a storm like this could be extremely dangerous, unfortunately. So we want everyone to take it serious, stay inside. Like Blaze mentioned a few moments ago, if you live in Huntsville or north of Huntsville, you have some time to get your car covered. If you don't have a garage, I'm sorry, we're not trying to taunt you or, be that way, but if you have an opportunity to get your vehicle covered, I would do so pretty quick. Goshen and Elkins, of course, they're north of Elkins, is out of time. I'm waiting on a new scan, Blaze. I feel like it's been sitting in the same spot forever. But this is moving in between the Wyman and Tuttle community south of Goshen. Well, actually through Goshen, probably.
Every severe thunderstorm warning we have right now in the state is a considerable tag warning. So that's wild. It's not even 12 o'clock, and we've got 3 considerable tags.
So, Blaze, can you pull off the iDrive camera in the bottom left corner?
Yeah, I got you.
Excuse me. Guys, up next on this, the Wesley community, Crossroads, and Buckeye. You're next on the large hail list. Unfortunately, not a list you want to make on a day like today. Nice little Tuesday morning. The worst of the hail is now passing over Goshen Tuttle Road, Richland View Road, Old Mill Road, Swope Road, Danner Road, Round Mountain Community Road, Hummingbird Road, Duncan Road, Dunaway Road, Candleglow Road, High Road, and Two Wells Road. That's numerous local road references for those who live in this area. If you're in the Crossroads community, Buckeye, Wesley, Drakes Creek, Hartwell, or Roxton, and then soon to be Huntsville, you have the potential for some large to possibly very large hail. I would not be surprised, Blaze, if this is much larger than golf ball, given what we went through this morning. So, not telling you baseball-sized hail is confirmed coming on the way, but we've had reports of that this morning. So, take it serious, guys. Blaze, I guess we have another warning too out there. I missed. I didn't even see this.
Yeah, they just issued that one. I think we're seeing some inflow coming in right around Elkins. Little tail there developing.
I wonder what the... Yeah, not a whole lot. Looks like there may be a little something, but... Yeah, we'll see if that storm
If
tries
the storms
to get its act together.
That's the thing, guys. If these storms stay elevated, they will not have a tornado threat. There will not be a tornado threat at all with this. But if this storm does become surface-based, there is some wind shear out there, and there's a little bit of an environment. But I think the better chance of tornadoes, it's not high, but I think if you're going to see a tornado, it's probably going to be more towards southern Arkansas, where you're south of the warm front. But, there's a little bit of instability here.
Blaze, I'm going to send you a photo from Elkins, from Piper Satterfield, of the hail falling from this storm. I think Elkins was really on the southern periphery of this. So I'm going to send this to you. Seeing this tells me that if Elkins was on the southern end and was getting this size hail, Blaze, I would imagine we're much larger there just north of there in the core. Because if I remember right, I don't have let me lapse 15 minutes here. Yeah.
All right, there we go. I'm pulling it.
That's from Piper Satterfield in Elkins, Arkansas, which is, of course, near this storm. And like I said, unless she lives much further north of Elkins and not actually in the Elkins city limits or something like that, maybe north of the Harris community, it's possible that the hail is even larger toward the Baldwin community up to the north, moving into Crossroads now. Yeah, Blaze, this hail core is really heating up here in Crossroads. If you want to go back to radar,
Yep. Pull it up right now.
Right here. Yeah. Crossroads. So, one second. I'm sorry, guys. I don't know how to click, apparently. Tuesday morning. The worst of it is right here over Crossroads, stretching back to the west. Right there. I really wish I could get that off there. Move that up there. But the worst of this, like I said, is in Crossroads. This is in Madison County now. It's crossing over the Washington County line and into Madison County. Huntsville, you're next. Hartwell, Harmony, Old Alabama community, Roxton, and North. 412, you're included. Is this 45 that goes out of Huntsville? No, it's not. That's not Huntsville, or 45. I don't remember what highway this is, Blaze. That runs
I've got it,
southwest
hang
out of
on.
Huntsville. I'm drawing a blank.
23. Highway 23. Does that?
Thank you. Well, I think 23 goes south, doesn't it? I don't remember. I don't have a label on the map here, but large hail possible, folks. Highway 74, says Zoe Samuels. That's what it is. Thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry, drawing a blank. But yeah, so if you're just now joining us, the reason why we're live, my name is Zachary Hall, otherwise known as the Arkansas Storm Tracker. I'm joined by meteorologist Blaze Thomas here on the Arkansas Weather Network. We have a hailstorm going through Washington, Madison. It went through Benton County as well. Pretty nasty storm, folks, with hail up to baseball size at times. So a life-threatening situation at times, unfortunately. So we're really worried about our friends in Huntsville. Anyone in and around Huntsville, we want to be inside, not driving around. Driving into this would just not be a pleasant experience at 11:15 on a Tuesday morning. So I really want everyone to take that serious if you live in and around Huntsville.
I know that there may be people tuning in. Looking east, this is an early heads up to anybody in Harrison because this complex is moving towards your direction. Green Forest, early heads up to you guys. Berryville, these areas. I mean, Huntsville, it's right on the doorstep. I think it's going to get... I wonder, is there a camera? There's not a camera in Huntsville. I'm looking at it right now, but there is a camera on Beaver Lake, but it looks like... it's not going to... I guess our next camera that we would see things, honestly, Zach, would be either the Omaha camera I drive or Edward Junction.
It's going to be a minute, I think, until we have a good look. I believe
Yeah.
large hail from Goshen, from Shannon Toher. I think that's how you say your name. I'm sorry if I mispronounced that. I will send that to you, Blaze. We'll show it on air.
Okay.
This is the exact storm we're tracking. Give me just a second. Let me know when you have that pulled up. We'll talk about it.
All right. Let's see here. Got it.
So
I'm
this
bringing
is
it on right now.
This is large hail in Goshen from Shannon Toher. Shannon, we appreciate you sending this to us, but just for reference purposes, this is what went through Goshen. This is the exact storm that we're tracking live right now. It's moved through Goshen now, headed for Huntsville. But fairly large hail there, Blaze. It's tough to say an exact size, but of course, severe size hail would damage vehicles and possibly roofs and whatnot too. So we've seen larger, but kind of a situational thing. It's been a rough few days as far as hail in Arkansas.
Whoops. Hang on. Let's take that full. There we go. You're continuing to see what looks like an inflow notch, Zach. I think there's inflow coming into this.
Yeah, it kind of has a, when you look at it from a broad view, it has a classic supercellular-ish look. I'm not convinced that this storm is in the process of trying to produce a tornado or anything like that. But I will say, interesting morphosis here over the last 10 minutes or so, because earlier I thought that this storm looked like it was completely taking over, but now the Berryville side It's almost like it's trying to. Let me sweep it and see. Well, no, it's not really shedding anything. I don't think I don't know. I think it's just a little cluster here. There is a severe thunderstorm warning. We haven't talked about it a whole lot up to Green Forest and Berryville and parts of Carroll County. And guys, no disrespect to that storm, but the south storm in Madison County approaching Huntsville is by far and large the biggest story of the two with large hail. This storm near Huntsville has produced a lot of large hail this morning, unfortunately, for parts of Washington County. And then, of course, the storm to the north produced quite a bit there in Benton County, too. But this storm is moving into Huntsville. It should be there, well, I guess we can do the track here, Blaze, anytime, right? Yeah, I mean, we're talking in the next 5-10 minutes max.
Yeah.
So Huntsville, you're up next. I would imagine we're probably going to, I got a lot of nice people that follow from Huntsville. So I would imagine that we're going to get plenty of reports from Huntsville here over the next 10 minutes.
I just saw something, just a comment about tennis ball sized hail.
Oh, yeah.
Just came in. NWS is talking about this storm. We should get an update here momentarily about this. So
I am just blown away by the hail reports. I knew that these storms would probably produce some hail, but I did not think that we would do this big, this early. My Lord. This is, we're making up. Go ahead.
They are advising that low-level shear has increased.
Okay.
On the storm we're watching.
Okay. Folks, we'll have to keep a close eye on this one as it moves towards Huntsville. We don't have any tornado warnings right now. We're watching this. If you're going to try to rotate a little bit, we can switch over the Fort Smith radar, Blaze, and look. There's a little something back here on the back side. I don't know what it looks like on our different radar. Certainly looks the part, doesn't it? Looks like it might be trying to rotate a little bit.
I'm starting to wonder if that warm front is moving a little bit more north than what some of the models had previously showed. Because earlier today it was showing 50s for dew points, and now I've got 63 in Springdale, 62 in Fayetteville.
I do wonder, looking at the mesoanalysis real quick, let me look at this. Blaze, I don't know, man. I mean, I guess I suppose that the northern periphery of that could reach up. What's the winds look like on this? The surface winds? I don't know. Winds to the observation site to the south, southeast is out of the southeast. The wind profile is. It's not markedly strong. Of course, to the north there in southwest Missouri, winds are out of the northeast. So kind of an odd situation here. Moving into Madison County, we don't think the tornado threat is just extremely high, but we're not discounting it whatsoever. Blaze, I don't think, is this area under a tornado watch?
No, these are all severe thunderstorm watches.
Okay, all right.
Hey, they just updated this, and they're going with the tornado possible tag now.
Okay. Folks, just a heads up, okay? Let's go ahead and treat this. No tornado warning, of course, but the National Weather Service is issuing a tornado possible tag on the storm. Basically, what that is the National Weather Service's way of saying, like, hey, this is a really strong storm. It's producing large hail, strong winds. We don't think there's a tornado ongoing, but there could be soon. But, like, the rotation's not strong enough to spark the tornado warning. I hope that makes sense. I feel like I'm just rambling, Blaze. I'm tired.
Well, and something that, I know we were mentioning earlier that there would likely be no tornado threat with this storm, but that's because the warm front was supposed to stay more towards the south, but I think it's starting to surge a little bit to the north, and there's some interaction taking place here, and I think that's what's creating and increasing that low-level shear. I will say, guys, now that we're talking about this, the significant tornado parameter, it's not high, but it is highlighting on this storm. And so that would mean that if this storm continued to be surface-based, if it wanted to tap into this type of environment, I wouldn't be surprised to see this thing start to rotate a little bit more. I hope not, but, I think, like Zach was saying, if you're in Huntsville, you need to go ahead and just maybe get to your safe place, just as a safety precaution. No tornado warning, but it is a severe thunderstorm warning with tornado possible tag to it. So, like Zach was saying, it's, rotation's not, but I'm gonna tell you that hail core really strengthened the whole thing. The whole part of this is strengthening. Does Weather Watchers have a camera at Huntsville? Do you
Blaze, I'm gonna hop off for 1 second. I have got to open my doors. It is so hot in this room. Give me just a second.
Okay.
I'm gonna mute myself.
You're good. All right. So again, if you're just joining us and you're in the Huntsville area, you're not under a tornado warning, but you are under a severe thunderstorm warning with tornado possible tag. The confidence is a little bit on the lower side, and that's why they're not issuing a tornado warning right now. But I think if we continue to see this thing tighten up, we will see a tornado warning. We're continuing to watch a few other areas here, but really, to us, this is developing into what we would consider as a supercell. That's what this looks like. This is exactly what we tracked yesterday. We were tracking supercells, and so it's kind of following in line with that. I think if you're let's see. Let me zoom in up here. But if you're like west of West Liberty, these areas, I think this part of the storm, and let me highlight it here, is really starting to fall apart. And I think the majority of this is where it's really just transitioning into this one thunderstorm right here. And this thunderstorm is strong to severe. It does have a considerable tag attached to it, and it also has a tornado possible tag too. So again, the warm front, and there's a new severe thunderstorm warning, it's shifting the storm a little bit to the southeast now, which is a little interesting that this might be shifting track just a little bit, because most of these storms have been going to the northeast, and this one is going to the southeast, which does indicate that this would be moving with a southeast turn like this. This would indicate that there could be some inflow moving into the storm. We look at that on significant tornado parameter. The southeast side of this is where the area is being highlighted. So we're going to really need to watch this storm. Again, you're not under a tornado warning. There's no reason to panic at all, but there is large hail moving towards the Huntsville area. But this thunderstorm itself is really getting its act together. We can see that inflow notch. I know if we've got a tornado, we're going to get reports of it. There's no doubt about it. But I don't think this is producing a tornado right now. I don't see enough rotation for that. But if this tightens up any more, it wouldn't surprise us. So someone asking, is that a hook forming? Yes, it is. It's an inflow notch. It's well defined. We're continuing to watch this area very closely. So we've got a lot of people jumping in here asking about, and I know if there's people in Newton County, this is kind of an early heads up to you guys. This would be Jasper over towards Western Grove. Keep an eye on this storm. Like I said, this thing is tracking. Originally, it was tracking more towards the northeast, the east, and now it's shifting. And the new polygon actually pushes this to the southeast. So we know there's some shear taking place. We know there's some shifting of direction. And I mean, while the rotation is broad here, it's certainly something we're going to continue to have to watch. Again, want to reiterate that all of these, except for one, severe thunderstorm warnings, is considerable tag. So it is a higher level than just your regular severe thunderstorm warnings, which is like 60 miles per hour wind gust and 1-inch hail. So not only does this have rotation developing, but I also think that this also has a hail core. And we can see that. Radar is estimating almost 3 inches again. So storm is cycling, no doubt about that. It's got the look of a supercell. We'll just have to continue to watch this very closely to see what this does. Like I said, with a shift of the southeast, it is getting closer to that warm front. And because of that, this could start to tap into that environment. We'll just have to wait and see. I can't say this is going to drop a tornado, and I can't say it's not going to. But I'm telling you, if you're the Huntsville area, you're not under a tornado warning, but you are in a severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible tag. So I would recommend go ahead, get to your safe place just to be safe. This is precautionary action, but please keep an eye on this. Zach, are you back?
Yeah, I had to bring a fan in here, okay. Man. I'll have to just turn the fan on when I mute my mic and stuff. Man, I just got a report from somebody that said that they're on the outskirts of the hail core and they were already getting some nickel quarter-size hail. So I would imagine, unless we have just a rapid change here any moment, that Huntsville, the Harmony community, anyone along 412, Dodson Street, Harris Street, South Parrott Drive, West Main that goes through town. If you live in Huntsville, there's a pretty good likelihood you're going to get damaging hail here any moment. It's 11:27 right now. This is moving into the western side of town. The worst of the hail as of right now, I don't have any names to populate on that, is here just west of Huntsville on, I think that's 74, Highway 74, just north of it. So
Yeah.
Anyone in Huntsville, the Harmon community, Highway 412 north out of Huntsville that connects up to 412. And then, of course, like I said, the Harmony community. Blaze, I don't know which one of these little stops is where, if you've ever driven to Branson out of northwest Arkansas on 412, there's like the McDonald's, Taco Bell, Walmart. It's not in the city of Huntsville.
It's just north of Huntsville. Because when I would drive to Fayetteville, I would go through Huntsville.
Angela Hughes says it sounds like baseballs falling on roof.
Wow.
I don't know if she's near Huntsville. If anyone's in Huntsville, let us know.
Yeah, I mean, Zach, just zooming out, just the structure of this storm, this looks pretty classic now.
It does. Yes, it does.
I mean, that is a signature right there. Again, we're not trying to concern you or scare you, but I'm telling you, if you're in Huntsville, you need to be in your safe spot. If you're in Marble, you need to be in your safe spot as well. Kingston, I know somebody was on here from Ponca. Go ahead, keep an eye on this for Ponca. Osage, Compton. The thing is, I know there's schools happening right now. You know, they've got school at Huntsville. They've got school at Kingston and Jasper. And I know school officials are watching this, but man, this is really the only storm we've got right now that is a concern.
Blaze, will you pull me back on? I didn't even know I wasn't on. That's my bad.
Yeah.
Folks, too, in Huntsville, really want anyone in Huntsville, obviously dealing with a strong storm, I would treat this as a really significant situation simply based on the hail. We're watching for rotation, all that jazz. We get that, but like these storms have history of producing really big hail, and you don't want to be outside or driving. I really hope nobody's out driving around right now in this, because it could be dangerous if the hail size is as large here as it has been here over the last hour or so, Blaze. Guys, we're getting a lot of comments too. People asking where they can watch about southern Arkansas storms. What about Little Rock? This, that, and the other. Guys, this is the only thing going on in Arkansas right now. There's nothing else at the moment. We have storms in eastern Oklahoma. We're watching that, but it hasn't made it here yet. We are watching the activity here that's moving close to Polk and Scott County, but it'll be a moment before it's there, and once it's there, we will be sure to cover it for you. But there's a very dangerous storm moving through Huntsville now in Madison County. I am waiting on reports. I just got a report from Atlanta Rogers in Huntsville off of 412. And Blaze, to be honest with you, this hail isn't very large. This looks like quarter size. But I do wonder if it's an older photo. I would be really surprised if it's only quarter size on this.
Yeah.
Santana Holt says that she's out on 412 in Huntsville and she's getting pea-sized hail. So would be really, really surprised if that is the case. Like as far as the whole hail core, but I suppose we'll see, Blaze. We're gonna know quick.
The thing that's really kind of catching my attention, Zach, is the fact that this, which really, guys, just want to let you know that they actually canceled every severe thunderstorm warning except for this one. This is the only one.
This is it,
But
brother.
this storm was tracking to the northeast, and now it is tracking to the southeast. Remember what happened, what was it, yesterday, where a storm was in Missouri going to the north, and then it shifted and started dropping south fast. We're kind of seeing that taking place. This is shifting to the southeast. So originally, Harrison was probably on alert from this storm, and this is starting to shift directions, which tells us that there's probably some wind shear with this, and we can see that. The National Weather Service is watching the storm very closely. They are advising, the latest update is that the low-level rotation remains weak, but it is persistent. So they are continuing to see rotation with this, but it's weak, so not enough to issue a tornado warning. But they did advise that the structure of this storm looks very solid, and we can see that. I mean, this is classic, literally classic right now.
Here is Huntsville hail. Sending it now.
Okay.
From Kylie Dent. This is, excuse me, right next to Huntsville and Wesley. From Kylie Dent, like I said a few moments ago. That's quite a bit larger than pea size. People, there you go. That's from Kylie Dent. Really appreciate Kylie showing that with us. Really appreciate Kylie sharing that with us. Like I said, that's in Huntsville. That's where we're tracking this storm. We've got numerous hail reports now coming out of Huntsville. Somebody, I'm sorry I missed who commented in the comments. I see the comments here on the left. She said that it looks like snow is covering the ground in Huntsville.
Wow.
Joshua Webb says, where do you send pictures and videos? You can send it to my Facebook, Zachary Hall, Arkansas Storm Tracker, the Arkansas Weather Network Facebook. You can send it to Blaze. You can send it in our mobile app, photos specifically. Tag me on Twitter. A lot of places. I've got a TikTok. But yeah, the worst of the hail right now is falling on Missouri Street, East Main, Holly Street, Dogwood Drive, Acorn Street, north out of town up to the Harmony Community, Pump Station Avenue that goes back up to here. Edith, Dogwood, Missouri, Missouri Place, Hargis Street, Polk Street, Hawkins Avenue, Kane Avenue, and Phillips Avenue. Cedar Heights, Acorn Street. How's that for local, Blaze? Gotta love having that ability, being able to get down to street level with our followers and let them know exactly where the largest hail is falling in this.
All right. Continuing severe thunderstorm warning. Continuing with it being considerable tag. I mean, this is right over Huntsville right now. So, man, this is intense. This storm is very intense, and so this is a heads up to anybody in Jasper. I'm actually texting the principal at Jasper, just kind of giving him a quick overview of what we got going on. So,
oh yeah, that's next. Jasper, Western Grove, northern Newton County. Yeah, this is. I would imagine. I mean, I suppose that this storm could shrivel up on us a little bit, but I would imagine this storm is going to have a healthy life, Blaze, and probably here for a while. We might be tracking this one for a minute.
Yeah, I think so. And again, don't want to, and I know there's people jumping in from other parts of the state. I'm telling you guys, we have multiple ways of looking at things. I will say the Polk County storm did become just south of it. There is a severe thunderstorm warning now. So we'll watch that. There's also
weather statements, Blaze.
There's also a little bit of an interesting look there, just to the west of Mena. But overall, I think the strongest and most concerning storm we have is 100% in Madison County right now.
Yeah.
Heading towards Ponca, Compton, Jasper. Seriously, Jasper, and like I said, I'm in touch with the principal right now there. This is a storm that you don't want to mess around with. There is no tornado warning on it, but there's still a tornado possible tag, which means at any moment it could drop a tornado. So it'd be a good idea to just go ahead and,
be careful.
Take your precautions. Hey, I'm seeing a little bit of an uptick in the rotation there, Zach.
It's turned right. It's
right
not
there.
Strong, but there's something there. I mean, this is, definitely. We'll have to co-locate here on radar. Kind of an odd spot for that to be. It looks to me like the storm may be just trying to go through a cycle process. It went through a cycle where I felt like it wasn't producing as large hail a few moments ago before it got to Huntsville, to where now I do think it's producing either a lot of hail or very large hail. So, this is a really dangerous storm. I feel like we've said that at length. Blaze is referencing Jasper, which is downstream here in Newton County. I can do a track. Blaze, how fast is this thing moving? Can you let me know?
Yeah. Also, National Weather Service going ahead to issue a special weather statement for the Polk County storm.
Okay.
So, let's see. It's moving at, hold on a second.
Okay.
Want to make sure my calculations are right. Moving at about 30 miles per hour.
So that puts this storm lots of places there on the map, guys. All the way down to Wayton, Parthenon, Diamond Cave, Irby, Mount Sherman, all around 12:21 to 12:26 p.m. Loy community at 11:49. Everybody's heard of Boxley, where all the elk are. That's around 12:07. Ponca's 12:09. The Shiloh community 12:13, and Compton, one of the coldest spots in Arkansas, Compton, Arkansas. That'll be around 12:16. So northern Newton County, you're next for this unfortunate event of a storm that has just been a thorn in our side now for about an hour and a half. And it's moving off to the east into northern Madison County, could be producing very large hail. We have numerous reports of it. So we're still getting reports of large hail from northwest Arkansas up to baseball size. And moving through Huntsville now, likely producing, if not just a bunch of hail. I just got a photo from Northview Street in Huntsville, and it looks like a sleet storm, Blaze. It's white.
Wow.
There's just an enormous amount of hail from Tyler Foal. Tyler, I think that's how you say your last name. I'm sorry, Tyler, if I'm mispronouncing that, but Tyler Foal from Northview Street. Just an enormous amount of hail. And I just got another report from Josh Zuber from the Huntsville Elementary. There is a ton of hail. A full-on hailstorm, unfortunately, for our friends there at Huntsville Elementary.
Man, this thing is continuing to track. Continuing to track to the southeast here. Again, just looking at the storm, man, Zach, this just looks very classic.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does.
I have no doubt in my mind. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Just from my experience, though, when you have this dog leg appendage on the backside of the storm, to me, I feel like that is more indicative and more related to storms that are mostly just producing very large hail. The backwards dog leg look to it. We see this in the plains a lot. Of course, that can change. I'm not saying that this storm will never not produce a tornado, but right now, I'm not convinced that this is an immediate tornado producer, thankfully.
Right.
But we're going to keep an eye on that rotation. If the rotation goes up, we said last night we had a couple storms that weren't doing much, and they went from 0 to 100 real quick. So we're not discounting it at all. But at the moment, they're just south of Huntsville. I think the biggest concern with this storm in totality is big hail. I'm going to zoom in a little bit on that, Blaze, too, right here.
Yeah, in areas like, again, want to stress this, Jasper, Ponca, Compton, Osage, these are areas that you need to be watching the storm very closely. This thing is producing some very large hail. And so if you're in Ponca, Jasper, Compton, your time's limited, but go ahead and get that vehicle parked in the garage right now. Do whatever you can to protect your vehicle. You don't have much time. If you're in Kingston, I think you're out of time. I just think you're out. But if you're in Ponca, Compton, Jasper, you got a little bit of time to get that vehicle parked in the garage. I think if you're in Huntsville, the worst of this is actually just to your east now. So I think things will start to calm down in Huntsville, or at least that's the way things are looking right now. The concern I have is that, as this storm continues to track more to the southeast, which originally it was moving to the northeast, the closer you get, or the more south you go, the more south you go, the more likely chance this could tap into some more warm, humid air, which in return could make this thing become stronger. So that's why I think we could continue to see this thing uptick. Zach, I think we're probably going to be tracking this thing all the way to the Mississippi.
We might as well just park up some reservations here in the weather studio today, because I would imagine we're going to be here for a while. I'm going to go down to and look at our storms that are approaching western Arkansas too. A lot of friends and family asking about this activity. Hopefully, Lord willing, these storms don't produce the hail that we've had today, because the hail has been horrible in northwest Arkansas, up to baseball size and larger at times. The storm here west of Polk County is not to be messed with. It is very strong. I don't think it does not have a severe thunderstorm warning at this time. We can loop this. This storm is moving off to the east-northeast, and I think, Blaze, I hate to say this, I really do, but I think this is going to impact more so near Waldron in Scott County. Our friends in Scott County got pummeled with hail the other night. And then we have another storm that I think will impact mostly Sebastian County here near Poto. That's moving off to Greenwood, Barling, Pensacola, Fort Smith, my neck of the woods. And then we also have a severe thunderstorm that's headed for southwest Arkansas, parts of Polk County, areas maybe just along and north of DeQueen. And outside of some scattered showers, Blaze, across the rest of the state, that's really it as far as storms go. Our big troublemaker is still ongoing, though, here in Madison County.
Yeah, and again, just want to stress that if you're in Kingston, this storm is going to be very intense, and it's got a lot of hail with it. So, but if you're in Ponca, Jasper, Compton, be watching the storm very closely. I agree with you, Zach. I mean, this is really it. I mean, we've got a couple other storms, but I will say we're starting to see a little bit of hail developing in Carroll County, just to the south of Berryville. But I mean, there's no comparison to that storm, to the Madison County storm.
I'm going to go street level, or excuse me, community level in this. The Purdy community, Wharton community. You said Kingston earlier. We're well familiar with Kingston and Loy. The Dinsmore community as well, there on the Madison and Newton County line. You're up next on this, guys. If you live anywhere in this region, from Wharton up to Purdy, Kingston, Loy, it's your turn, unfortunately. So the large hail has moved through Huntsville, through Harmony, and it's moving off to the east-southeast. This storm has a history of producing extremely large hail, baseball size and larger. And I'm not saying it's doing that now, but I am saying that it has the potential to continue to produce large hail. If not large hail, a lot of hail. Huntsville, which is right here to the west, of course, it looked like a winter storm passed through. There was so much hail. I mean, the ground was covered. So unfortunately, if you live in the Purdy community or Kingston, you should just go ahead and anticipate quite a bit of hail very soon. It's 11:43 a.m. at the time of this.
The National Weather Service in Little Rock is drawing up a warning right now that's going to include Newton County, Boone County. They're working on right now. So.
Okay. Still got that appendage, Blaze. Kind of looks a little better on that. Doesn't have the backward look a little bit more than the last few scans. Michelle McCallie said she just covered her. I thought she said I covered my husband with cardboard. She said I just covered my windshield with cardboard. Good call, Michelle. In Greenwood, is it going to be storming when kids are on the school bus? I guess it could, but we have storms not far. And I think they'll be here within the next hour. So maybe that's the worst of it for the day there in the Greenwood community.
All right, there's a new severe thunderstorm warning, which now includes Jasper, Valley Springs, Western Grove. I know there's probably fixing to be some people jumping in here from Searcy County. Searcy County is not in this warning yet, but this is an early heads up to anybody in northern Searcy County because Zach, I'm thinking this is going to track right towards northern Searcy County. I've got radar estimation now over 3 inches again. So this thing is re-intensifying rapidly. I mean, it wasn't it wasn't like de-intensifying, but to me, it just, I don't think this thing's going to go away anytime soon.
No, I don't either. I think we're stuck with it for a minute. The new warning includes Jasper, Western Grove, a section of Boone County, mainly the far south section of Boone County, south of Harrison and Bellefonte, if that's how you say it. I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing that. Boone County farmers. Bellefonte. Okay, I'm sorry.
Bellefonte. Yeah.
Don't cast me out too bad for mispronouncing stuff, folks. I'm just from western Arkansas. But large hail very likely on Highway 7. Blaze, this thing isn't moving real slow. It's going to be in Jasper here in the next 30 minutes, 45 minutes max. So, really want all of our friends and family in Jasper, northern Newton County, Western Grove, Highway 7. They're west of Jasper. Blaze, I'm going to go down street level or community level. Diamond Cave, Mount Sherman. Everyone's heard of Ponca, Boxley Valley, where all the elk are. Gorgeous, I mentioned that earlier. You're next. The Beechwood community, the George community, Stoverville, Boxley, which runs all the way up to Kingston, Large hail is very possible with this. Blaze, it's kind of weird. It looks like our hail core is getting pinched a little bit. This storm almost looks like it's slanted. The forward flank on the storm looks like it's slanted to the northwest or the southeast.
Yeah, it's very odd. Can I get a screenshot of this real fast?
Yeah, get it.
Yeah, I'm gonna get a quick screenshot, just kind of showing this storm and real fast, everybody. But again, we're continuing to watch the severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect. And another thing, guys, they're continuing with this being considerable, and they think this could be producing 2.5-inch hail, 2.5-inch hail, which, I mean, I agree with that. Honestly, radar was estimating a little bit higher than that. Not sure that that's making it to the ground, but man, this hail core is just, this storm just means business right here, Zach.
Yep. I've got an image of this storm.
Continue. Sorry, what were you saying?
If you give me just a second, I've got an image of this storm that I would like to show.
Okay.
I'm just trying to get it posted real quick. I just don't know how to type today, apparently. I'll send it to the group chat.
Okay.
This storm,
I'll pull that up right now.
this is from Madison County. Just an incredible look at this
Let
storm.
me get it pulled up.
Yeah,
right
this is
now.
from Christiana Taylor.
Okay.
Um,
Whoa.
just an incredible look at that storm as it was moving into the Huntsville-ish area. I think this was just east of Huntsville, possibly. I'm working to confirm that.
I'm pulling it full right now for you.
Go ahead, yeah, go ahead. So, guys, this is what we're working with here. This is not a friendly-looking storm here. It kind of looks to me like, I suppose that there could have been some lowerings involved with this, but of course you can see almost what looks like a shelf appearance blaze on the bottom base of that. But nonetheless, not something that you want to see headed right for you. This is from Christiana Taylor in Madison County. We really appreciate Christiana, Arkansas Weather Network follower, for sharing that with us. This storm has produced all sorts of hail, large hail at times, and it certainly looks the part, Blaze. If I saw that coming to me, I would probably not be too excited.
Well, and that, yeah, no, I'm right there with you. That's intense. I'm going to tell you right now, just looking at what I'm seeing, the hail core is massively intensifying on this storm.
Yeah.
Like massively. Like, guys, I cannot stress this enough. The hail core continues to increase with this storm, which tells me that this storm is continuing to get stronger. Okay, we've got an increase. There may be a little bit more shear developing.
The inflow right here.
Just to the southwest of Marble.
Switch over to velocity real quick and we can see what that looks like.
This thing is...
It's so tough where this thing is, man.
It is, yeah.
There's a little something there. I'm not saying it's strong by any means, but I look at it from our other screen too. Yeah, not something too strong there, but looking healthy. By far and large, guys, I don't want to lose sight of this. Large hail is the utmost concern right now for the time being on this storm. As it moves toward Kingston, the Purdy community, 412, which goes south here. Somebody's going to have to tell me what highway that is because I'm drawing a blank. That runs off of 412 between Marble, Dry Fork, and goes down to Kingston. Blaze, do you know what it is?
I'll tell you here in just a second. I was
Okay.
I was posting something. I believe that's Highway 21, right?
Highway 21. Highway 21 runs south here off of 412 down to the Kingston community. And the largest hail, I would imagine, is likely falling there now. I don't have any community level county roads on that. But a good just point of reference is Highway 21 between Purdy and Kingston. And this is moving toward the Newton County line, Blaze. It's almost there. I think Dinsmore community's up next, then Stoverville, Ponca, and then George.
Yeah, Zach, this may be producing the largest hail we've seen today. Just looking at the newest scan, I mean, it is just extremely well defined, guys. And And it's not hard to see this. Like, anybody can tell where this hail is right here. You see where the purple, and then it moves to the black. The black right there indicates large hail in this area. So again, early heads up, but this is right. I mean, this is moving directly towards Jasper, Western Grove. I went ahead and sent out a notification letting people know, like Searcy County and stuff. Let's see. We got see what we got here. New severe thunderstorm warning. This is a little interesting, Zach. Right here, they've added another little area
In Carroll County, south
so
of
it's
Green
kind of
Forest.
like it's like two areas, kind of. It's very odd.
Maybe an office continuation, possibly, or that's all Tulsa, isn't it?
Well, Little Rock's picking it up too, so
Yeah,
yeah,
true.
that's probably what's going on.
We're getting a new tone
Right
there. I'm
there.
guessing that's what that's for.
Yeah, I think so. So again, this is producing very large hail. We've received numerous reports. Now, looking at the radar scan, radar's only estimating now 1-inch hail, but I think it's because it dropped the hail. Like it got so strong that it just fell out. So, and I think it's storming really bad in Kingston. If we got people in here from Kingston, I think it is really storming there.
Oh yeah, no, definitely. I think the worst of the hail. No, it's gonna be close. I wouldn't even. There's no telling with the radar displacement, to be honest with you. The worst of the hail, though, might be just north of town. It's approaching Dinsmore, near Purdy. But man, we're talking some big hail possible. If not big hail blaze, like we've seen, a lot of hail falling out of this storm. This is moving toward Stoverville, George, and Dinsmore. Go ahead, Blaze.
That's just a continuation of the severe thunderstorm warning right now. That is just to the east of Huntsville.
Guys, we have storms moving into western Arkansas too. They're not severe at this time. They don't look near as organized as what we're dealing with up north. We're keeping a close eye on that. We haven't forgot about our friends near Fort Smith, Greenwood, Mena, D. Queen. But as it stands right now, by far and large. We also have another storm, Blaze. We've got some in northeast Oklahoma.
Yeah.
We'll have to keep an eye on that. But, this storm in northern Arkansas is in a league of its own when it comes to severity. Very extremely large hail. Of course, plenty of rainfall, thunder, and whatnot, but strong winds possible. I don't think right now this storm is tornadic. There's no imminent tornado threat, but Jasper, a big heads up to our friends in Jasper. It's a pretty big population center, I feel like, for this part of Newton County.
Yeah, and I'll probably get some reports coming in because, like I said, I'm in communication with the principal at Jasper, and so we'll kind of know what this thing's doing when it moves through there. Plus, we will have visual of this here in just a little bit on the Skycam. Matter of fact, I'm going to look and see if we're getting it. I doubt we're seeing anything right now, but no, I'm not seeing anything on Skycam just yet, but we're starting to kind of get into that area. All right, so again, if you're just joining us, you're wondering what's going on. We've got a considerable severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect. It is affecting the Madison County area right now, moving towards Newton County. This is between the Madison and Newton County line. And so the National Weather Service, let's see, hang on one second. So with them, the way their radar's looking, I'm not sure if they're using Little Rock. No, I think they're using Fort Smith. They're acting like this may be splitting. And they're planning to do a special weather statement for the Boone County storm, but they may upgrade that.
Okay.
So there's fixing to be a new special weather statement coming.
Cannot reiterate enough
yeah.
the hail potential with this, Blaze. Beechwood,
Yes.
Ponca, George, Dinsmore, Compton eventually. Man, it's been a while since I've been up here. We used to do storm coverage, winter storm coverage up in Compton because it was always a guarantee you would get snow. And I know that this is a very rural area, mountainous, cold at times. But this is crossing over the Newton County line now. Blaze, this is your country. You're a part of the woods.
It is, yeah. We'll definitely hopefully get some more reports coming in here in a little bit of what this is doing. So again, very large hail. I'm looking to see if I'm getting a message here. All right, we're getting a report coming in from National Weather Service in Little Rock stating ham radio reports half-inch hail on Arkansas 21 Newton County Road 9525, about 5 miles east of Kingston. That was about 5 minutes ago. So certainly this storm is producing hail. We could see that. I'm not exactly sure where that is in reference to where this storm is located currently. I don't know if maybe that's one of the outer bands of this or if this is in the direct hit of the hail. I would assume, though, and I'm sure you would agree with this, Zach, I would think the hail would be producing larger than this, especially with what radar is showing, than half-inch hail.
I think so. I mean, judging by the reports that I have from Huntsville, easily golf ball plus for most of the reports. There were some smaller reports on outskirts, but I have no reason to think that this isn't producing at least up to golf ball size hail at times. Moving into George, Stoverville, Ponca, Beechwood, eventually Mount Sherman, Compton, Irby, Diamond Cave, and then I don't know if the worst of the hail core is going to go north of Jasper. It's going to be close. I would just assume it's going to, though. You're under a severe thunderstorm warning in Jasper and Western Grove, too. And folks, we're getting a lot of comments from people near Fort Smith, down south to Mena, here in Thunder. Luckily, this activity looks a lot less organized, Blaze. Moving into Fort Smith, Greenwood, Mena, soon to be Southwest Arkansas. Let's pull back over to the Fort Smith radar real quick. Yeah, no, this just looks like thunderstorms to me, brother. No big hail, no tornadoes. So Sebastian, Scott, Polk counties, they're north of DeQueen, Wicks and Grannis and southern Polk. I know it's noisy. I know it might look spooky or sound spooky, but right now we have no concerns as far as significant severe weather for those storms. We'll watch that closely. The biggest concern by far is our friends in northern Newton County where life-threatening hail could be falling if it's up to what we saw earlier, baseball size at times.
Zach,
so, yep.
Looking at the reflectivity here, this is something I'm noticing. We're seeing a little bit right here, and I'm noticing that if we look on velocity, I'm seeing some rotation right there.
Okay.
Let me look at that on Fort Smith velocity here. Yeah, right there. That's picking up a little bit.
I see that. Yeah, I mean that almost looks like it's getting a little bit of help from behind, getting nudged from behind by that band. It's something to watch, folks. We don't have a tornado warning on this, but this storm has rotated at times, not necessarily strong. But we'll keep a close eye on this storm for tornadic potential here in Newton County.
That look of that just let's see what the National Weather Service is saying about this. This would be the Little Rock office now, and I haven't seen anything yet. But yeah, I'm right there with you. I think we're starting to see this. No, you're good. I think we're starting to see this storm upticking a little bit.
You were going to Little Rock is what you were doing?
Well, yeah, I'm looking at chat, see if they've got anything. They're typing something right now.
I'm sorry. Jasper, we really want you to be aware of this downstream.
Yeah.
Really want Jasper to be prepared for this as it moves into town. Areas around Jasper as well. Mount Sherman, Beechwood, Ponca, Jasper, Diamond Cave. Utmost concern, and the George community as well due to large hail. We're tracking rotation on this storm. We do not have a tornado warning, but we're watching it very closely.
The NWS is typing something, but I'm not sure what. I'm not exactly sure what we're gonna get with this. But I'm just looking at what I'm seeing right now. There's definitely some rotation here with this. It definitely showed signs of something, but
some good news, I suppose, if there's any good news with this, is from Skywarn. They referenced half-inch hail at Arkansas 21, Newton County Road 9525. That's about 5 miles east of Kingston, about 5 minutes ago. So half-inch hail sounds a lot better than baseball-size hail like we had earlier. I think the hail core might be strengthened some, especially on that last scan. I would imagine the hail could be larger. Guys, we are waiting to see what the National Weather Service is saying about this storm. We're trying to get some updates.
They're still typing, so they're
While this
probably having a little bit of a discussion of it.
this storm has had some quasi-rotation at times, but I really want to stress that our biggest concern at the top of the list for the moment is the large hail potential here in northern Newton County. We just got a report of quarter-size hail in Marble, Arkansas. Rebecca Howell says, is this hail heading toward northern Boone County? Not this specific storm. There is some storms to your north, but the large hail is mainly in northern Newton County and not headed for northern Boone. Noticing a bit of a downtrend in hail guidance on the Newton County storm going lower to golf ball. So good news there from the National Weather Service in Little Rock. They think that golf balls around the size we're going to be looking at here in northern Newton County headed for Jasper. Blaze, I will say that this storm as a whole, the forward flank, compared to about 30 minutes ago before it went into Huntsville, it doesn't look as large. Obviously doesn't mean that it's not a significant storm, of course, but...
Right. Yeah, they are still considering it is a considerable damage threat, but yeah, it definitely has decreased some on the hail size. Look at it from Little Rock on velocity scan. Very broad, but there's certainly
there's a little something there.
There's something there.
This is moving more of an easterly / southeasterly direction. And I don't think it's straight east. I think it's more of an easterly / southeasterly direction. The Little Rock presentation looks better than Fort Smith. Just saying.
Yeah.
Blaze, I'm going to reset real quick. Guys, a lot of comments from people across the state. This is a great time to reset. My name is Zachary Hall, otherwise known as the Arkansas Storm Tracker. I'm joined by meteorologist Blaze Thomas, and you're watching the Arkansas Weather Network. We're glad you're here. Be sure to download the Arkansas Weather Network mobile app. It's completely free. It will alert you to incoming storms. We're tracking a significant storm in northern Newton County we've been talking about at length. I'm going to draw on the map just a little bit. We're watching this storm up here very closely, moving into northern Newton County, producing large hail. It's produced baseball-sized hail at times in northwest Arkansas. If you live in western Arkansas from Fort Smith down through Mena, Mansfield, Waldron, Hatfield, Cove, all the way down toward DeQueen, it's probably getting noisy outside. There's all sorts of rain and thunder and lightning going on here in western Arkansas. Those storms, in my opinion, are a little bit more disorganized at this time. That doesn't mean that they're not serious and that we're not watching them. But we do feel like the greatest concern for the time being is the storm in northern Newton County. We are going to watch these storms in western Arkansas very closely as they move east into other parts of Arkansas. Switching out of the Fort Smith radar, Blaze, it does look like some of these storms are, getting pretty close to me here in South Sebastian County. Maybe some hail involved, a lot of lightning. Same goes here in Polk County and the storms to the south. They canceled the warning to the south, Blaze. So no severe thunderstorm warnings in western Arkansas. Or wait, I'm sorry, they still have that one. But the greatest concern for the short term is our friends in northern Newton County, soon to be Jasper, for a large hail potential up to golf ball size hail.
Yeah, and still seeing a little bit of broad rotation. I mean, it's very broad, but it's something we've got to continue to watch. But regardless, this is just a very intense, severe storm that we've got, and the alert system just keeps going off, and it's for updates because they're continuing with this being a considerable tag. So I honestly think, Zach, I know the Little Rock said that it was kind of trending down. Newest radar scan might be trending back up just a little bit. I mean, this is going to be between Osage and Ponca, right around the Ponca area. And I mean, you can see that, guys. It is well-defined hail core there, just to the north of Ponca. Yeah, that's we're going to get a new scan here in just 1 second, and you'll see that is surging. I'm picking up 76 dBz now on the storm.
Oh my gosh.
And obviously was picking up 67 to 70. So that tells me that this is, yep, was that a new radar scan? I think it was. Yeah, it is right there. A little bit of an uptick just to the north of Ponca. This thing, I think, is putting down still some very large hail I know things have looked like they're trending down a little bit, but I still think, I mean, Little Rock's continuing with almost 2-inch hail with this.
Yeah.
So, yeah, anybody in Jasper, which I should start getting reports here in Jasper momentarily from some people, and so I'll let you know.
But Blaze, I'm going to zoom out for just a second and answer some questions.
Okay.
Someone said, are you predicting baseball-sized hail in the Mansfield-Waldron area? No, we're not. Those storms are not severe that are moving into that area now. Perhaps some small hail. Maxwell Drisner says, what's Fort Smith going to look like? We have storms near Fort Smith now in South Sebastian County. They're not severe. We could have more through the afternoon and evening. But really, guys, the radar, you're looking at the TAMCO radar. It's starting to fill in as expected here early afternoon. Pretty proud of the forecast so far, Blaze. It seems to be on track.
Yeah.
We are moving into western Arkansas now, a large chunk of the storms. We have the storm in northern Arkansas and Newton County that has produced and could still be producing large hail. We're getting a lot of questions from Washington and Benton County, rightfully so after getting smoked with huge hail earlier, asking if you're done for the day. We cannot guarantee that, especially with more storms developing to your southwest now in eastern Oklahoma, possibly with hail. So, sorry folks, if you live in northwest Arkansas, we don't know yet. We have more storms that could develop through the afternoon and evening. We won't be done until later tonight, unfortunately. And that's most of the questions that I've seen, pressing questions. Emma Raborn says, will this hit Mountain Home? I don't think so. I think it's going to stay south of Mountain Home, but we could have more storms later that could. But the storm that we're most concerned about, Blaze, I think this is going to stay, if anything, in extreme southern Baxter County at best. I don't think it will hit Mountain Home.
Yeah, no, I think I agree with you. Honestly, just looking at the newest track on this, it's basically moving more. I mean, it's still got a southeast track to it, so I would say Searcy County, this is a heads up to you guys. I'm trying to get alert to everybody in Searcy County right now because this is a very intense storm. Still, I think it's producing over 2-inch.
Do you need to go park your car and stuff? Are you good?
I've got it. I've got it parked.
You're good? Okay. Just to say, if you need to take care of it, go do it now before it gets there.
No, we're good.
Yeah, looking downstream, Jasper's next. We've talked about Jasper for 40 minutes now, it seems like. Western Grove, possibly. And then, of course, downstream, the Marshall area, Highway 65, west and northwest out of Marshall is probably our next customer in line, unfortunately, with this nasty storm, large hail potential. Madison Signal. Go ahead.
We're going to have a really good shot at this here in just a few minutes.
Camera?
Off the Marshall camera. Yeah.
Cool. Danielle Bush says, sorry, I'm just now joining. Is Mountainburg supposed to get anything today? It's very possible, yes. A large part of Arkansas has storm chances today. Some of them could be strong. Any hail for Fort Smith, Madison Sigmund says. It's possible, but right now the storms that are near Fort Smith are not severe and are not producing large hail. Paula Hall says, what about Prairie County? We'll have to watch later this evening for storms. Later this afternoon, nothing right now, nothing pressing at the time. Barb J. Cat says, Jordan Hall, who is a storm chaser that we know well, is headed north to Searcy County. Okay. I'll shoot him a text, Barb. Thank you for letting me know.
She's from Searcy County. I know Barb.
I texted Jordan, see what he says. Teresa Dollar says, how bad in Greenwood? It's just thundering in Greenwood now, really just a general thunderstorm. Nothing's too significant. Blaze, I'm going to zoom out real quick. I figured it would fill in when the thunder really started in western Arkansas. Guys, the storms that are moving into western Arkansas from Texarkana north to Fort Smith and eventually back into northwest Arkansas again, most of them are not severe, but they're noisy. I can hear the thunder out my window as well. The greatest concern as of 12:10 p.m. is the severe thunderstorm moving through Newton County, soon to be headed toward Marshall. The Marshall vicinity, Highway 65 up to Western Grove. Jasper, you are running out of time. This storm is headed right for you. Blaze, that is an incredible view on that camera. That looks like some undulatus clouds or something. Some asparagus on that?
Yeah.
Wow.
It's looking right into that storm, and especially as if this continues to track towards the southeast, we're really going to have Hey, oh, I just saw some lightning
Yeah.
off in the distance there on the camera.
Folks, the worst of this storm is moving through Mount Sherman, soon to be Jasper, Diamond Cave, the Flatwoods community, eventually Vender, Carville, Piercetown, and Hasty. Large hail possible, golf ball size plus. There's no current tornado warnings. This is the only warning in the state, I think. Severe warning.
Yeah. I'm seeing a surge of Searcy County people popping in right now.
I bet. This is your people, brother. Good stuff. We're glad you're joining us. So,
Newton County people jumping in here, Searcy County. I mean, Zach, this continues to look impressive. I mean, it's just, I wish this thing would die down, but it just continues. I wonder, we seeing any kind of velocity there? Oh, well. What do you think about that? You think there's?
Yeah, I mean, this thing is.
Yeah.
This thing is, it's rotated at times. I think mostly just a mid-level spin to it. Nothing that's, reaching the ground for now. But yeah, no, this is a monster of a supercell that we've been tracking now for. I don't even know how long we've been live. A couple hours.
Okay, it's really. I will say, Zach, newest radar scan on velocity.
Yeah.
Really starting to pick up a little bit. It's got an inflow notch, and just south of Ponca, seeing and also we're fixing to get a new severe thunderstorm warning for the Polk Scott Montgomery, for 1-inch hail. So.
Yeah, we'll keep a close eye on this one. I will agree, Blaze, that I do think this one looks like it's getting its act together. I feel like maybe there for a moment, I'm not saying it was weakening or anything. It just didn't look as impressive as it did like in Huntsville, but I feel like we've kind of, I don't know. I feel like it's kind of coming back into its own a little bit here. The hail core looks pretty healthy. Headed for Jasper. Could have some rotation here. Southwestern side of the storm.
Yeah.
We did just get a notification from the National Weather Service in Little Rock, folks. I'll go out statewide. The National Weather Service in Little Rock, we have a new severe thunderstorm warning. They are referencing that the storms in western Arkansas are getting their act together. They are becoming more organized. We have a severe thunderstorm now that's moving toward Mena, moving away from Mena, the north side of Mena, northern Polk and southern Scott County toward the 270 and Highway, 71 interchange? Yep, at Y City. Large hail is possible with this, along with strong winds. The storms that are near Greenwood and South Sebastian County are very noisy. Blaze, that's me. If I lose power, I'm sorry. And then southwest Arkansas too. So, but really, really concerned about our friends here in northern Newton County near the Jasper community.
Yeah, that rotation's picking up. If you look at it on velocity, I mean, it's really starting to ramp up.
Yeah, folks, right here. That's the strongest we've seen all day. Right here, just west of Jasper. So very possible that this storm could be attempting to rotate more. I agree, Blaze. That's a good analysis. It looks like we could be in for this storm at least giving it a shot. I'm going to see if I've got any reports on this,
Blaze. We're going to have visual of this. We will have visual of this here in just a few minutes. So, also, just want to let you guys know that the National Weather Service is watching an area of rotation that is in the storm near Mena. And so I think, we've got to watch the storm by Jasper. We're continuing to watch it, but also, we've got to watch the Mena too, which I know we're looking at it from Little Rock. Let's go to Fort Smith and take a look at that real quick on velocity. Yeah, there's a little bit there, just to the north of Shady Grove, Rich Mountain area, Eagleton. Not enough to issue a tornado warning at this time, but there's certainly some rotation there. But I think by far, strongest storm we've got, Zach, is definitely this Newton County storm, and we're continuing to stay on it. So this is an early heads up to anybody in Searcy County, which I know there's a lot of Searcy County people jumping in here. You need to be watching this storm very, very closely. This is probably going to be heading right towards the Marshall area or just north of it. Putting this into track, this storm has been showing signs that it wants to take a southeast track, and it can't make up its mind. But newest radar scan is, really amplifying the winds here, Zach.
Yeah, we've got this storm, severe thunderstorm here for northern Newton, southern Boone County, and then we have another severe thunderstorm down near Mena. We're going to probably get busy here over the next couple of hours with multiple storms. This is headed off to the northeast, 270, Highway 71, 270 interchange of Y-City, just for an immediate concern there. Fort Smith and Greenwood, noisy storms to the south as well. And then we also have storms that are moving off to the east. This storm looks very healthy. Jordan Hall, storm chaser Jordan Hall, is on his way to Searcy County now. He said he would let us know if anything crazy happens. He's really intrigued by this storm and kind of wants to hang close to it for a while, Blaze. But yeah, I'd say that the rotation is certainly there.
Yeah, I think if we get one or two more scans of this tightening up, so areas that really need to be watching this storm, and I would go ahead. I know I've got people watching, or we've got people watching from Jasper. I don't think it's a bad idea to go ahead and just start preparing to get in your safe place. Wouldn't you agree, Zach?
You said for where? I'm sorry, I was looking at some data.
For the Jasper area.
Yeah, no, I mean, there's no tornado warning, but I would not. If you're in Jasper, you need to be in your safe place, away from windows. Put the most walls in between you and the outside. I'm not saying that a tornado is headed for Jasper right now, but folks, the wind associated with this, we've had very large hail with this storm, up to baseball-size hail at times. I don't think it's producing
Zach,
baseball-size hail right now, but what's up?
We're getting a new update now. They are upgrading the severe thunderstorm warning, going back with baseball-size hail.
Never mind. Sorry. Don't listen to Zach. Baseball-size hail is possible with this. I kind of was afraid that the hail core was really growing back up on us, so I was hopeful we could stay that golf ball size. But yeah, Mount Sherman, Jasper, Flatwoods, and Pruitt. The National Weather Service is saying that baseball-size hail is possible, so definitely, Blaze, what you said. If you're in Jasper, you need to be in a safe place, away from windows. Could be a life-threatening situation in regards to hailstones. Nobody driving. If you are driving around in this, it could be very bad.
I don't want to take anything away from the Mena storm, but right now, guys, the National Weather Service is watching that storm. But by far, I mean, that's under 1 inch hail according to radar. By far, the strongest storm we have is no doubt this Newton County storm that is moving towards Searcy County here, and that rotation continues to stay there. I mean, it's not enough to issue a tornado warning, but let's check. I bet that's still got a tornado possible tag to it. It does not, but we're about to see an upgrade. I wonder if they're okay. There we go. So they're going with a full-on destructive tag for this warning. So they have seen a significant uptick. So this is a destructive severe thunderstorm warning, guys. This means business here. This is now producing over 3 inch hail. And so Jasper, I think Jasper's getting absolutely hammered right now. I've got people in Jasper that, I think, let's see. Yeah, there's the new alert coming out for the update here. I'm waiting to see what's going on in Jasper, but Zach, this is not what you want to see if you want these storms to weaken. This is not at all what you want to see.
No, I'm getting photos of this storm prior to Jasper, not in Jasper. But this storm just looks mean. But yeah, guys, looking at the warning, this is a destructive severe thunderstorm warning, like Blaze said. The National Weather Service only issues this when things are bad. And I'm not trying to mince words and try to be dramatic, but hail sizes up to baseball can be pretty daggum destructive. And that's kind of what we're dealing with here near Jasper. Along with strong winds, and when you add in the baseball size hail, wind gust over 40, 50 miles an hour, if that did happen, could really cause some big problems here in Jasper. So want everyone to be sheltered if you live in Jasper or in northern Newton County. We do have storms moving into western Arkansas. A lot of people asking, what about fill in the blank here in western Arkansas? We only have one severe thunderstorm warning in northern Polk, southern Scott County. Guys, the rest of this, Sebastian, Polk, Scott, soon to be Montgomery, Yell County, mostly just noisy storms. Maybe some hail at times, but nothing to the magnitude of what is moving through northern Newton County with baseball-sized hail possible. Katrina Chastain said that she just got a report of a dangerous storm approaching her location in Greenwood from our app, Blaze. And folks, the reason why it's sending you that is because there's a lot of lightning involved. It is a dangerous storm. We want everyone to be inside. Go ahead, Blaze.
They are advising the principal at Jasper I'm in communication with him. He said that it is storming, coming down really good. He's got hail in Jasper. So I'm not sure on a size, but again, just want to reiterate that. And here's the thing: people may be a little bit confused. Is that Searcy County is technically not in a severe thunderstorm warning right now, but I mean, I have no doubt in my mind, Zach, that we're fixing to see a new warning, and it will include Pendle, St. Joe, Gilbert, and potentially Marshall. So
Yes. Blaze, and I just want to reiterate, I'm not trying to get off subject here, but you and your family, if you guys need to do things before this gets here, please hop off and do it. Don't stay on here with me, and it's fine.
well, we're good. I think this is actually going to go to the north of my house, so
Okay.
we should be okay.
Okay. Well, if that changes, you don't even have to tell me. Just get off and go do
But
it.
we're starting to get some good visual on this storm.
Yeah.
From the Marshall camera.
The worst of this is in Jasper, soon to be the Flatwoods community, East Court Street, Cedar Lane, County Road 6010, Cardinal Lane, Highway 7 north of town. Very, very large hail possible in Jasper, Flatwoods, soon to be Piercetown, Bender, Carver, Hasty, and then eventually Flat and Mount Hersey. So moving toward Searcy County,
Yeah.
not far.
Zach, that velocity couplet, tighten it up a little bit more. National Weather Service is advising that this is, they're claiming that this is going to remain elevated, but
Okay.
I mean, this storm is rotating,
Yeah, I do
especially
wonder.
in the mid-level.
I do wonder too. This is a tough spot for us because we're looking out of Little Rock, folks. The Earth is not flat, contrary to what some people believe. The Earth is not flat; it's round, and so the Coriolis effect. We're only getting mid-level samples of the storm. The radar beam goes aloft. It's not a straight line. This storm is pretty good ways from Little Rock, Blaze. So,
Yeah.
looking into this storm, I do wonder if we're getting any bit of contamination. I don't really know, but I think it might be rotating some, Blaze. Maybe more, just maybe mid-level, which is good, rather than surface level. But by far and large, I think the biggest issue is the large hail. We have been dealing with this now forever. This thing just won't go away in Jasper.
No, it will not. We're getting really good visual now coming in on the Skycam. So we'll see. This may go just to the north. It's hard to tell. It's really hard to tell. I know Western Grove, St. Joe, you guys, Gilbert. This is an early heads up to you guys. It's storming bad in Jasper.
I got to report a photo. This is not related to this storm. My power just blinked. I'm just letting you know.
Uh-oh.
Looks like everything's still on in the other side, so I think we're okay. I just got a report, Blaze, of somebody in Springdale that had a tree go through their mobile home. And it split the mobile home in half. Hopefully, from what I've been told, is she's okay, but significant damage to the home. So these storms at times have been destructive. We really want to make sure that people understand that.
Just be advised, the National Weather Service in Little Rock is stating that the storm near Mena is showing less rotation, more of a wind signature now on the last few scans. So that's good news, guys. There was some broad rotation up there, but really almost all the storms we've got so far are really behaving themselves. They're not, I mean, they're strong, and we've got one severe thunderstorm warning, but really it's just this one isolated cell in northern Arkansas. And I could be wrong, Zach, but I'm thinking the HRRR had this. I really think it did.
I don't remember. Blaze, I'm gonna let you carry this for just a minute while I get that report published.
Okay, sounds good. So again, for anyone that's tuning in and you're wondering where this storm is located, if you're in Western Grove to Pendle, St. Joe, even to Silver Hill, you need to be watching this storm very closely. This thing has a history of producing some very large hail. The National Weather Service is advising that it could be producing up to baseball size hail. That is extremely large hail, and that is going to do some major damage. So Highway 7, Jasper, I think the strongest part of this storm just got to Jasper, right? Is literally over Jasper as we speak, and it's moving off towards the east. We're continuing to watch things very, very close here. So if you're in Marshall, you need to be watching this storm very closely. This is an early heads up to you. This could go to the north of Marshall, but we're just going to have to wait and see. With this being more of a supercell, and it's had a tendency to change from northeast to southeast, we'll just have to see. I know that looking at right now does kind of look like it might be dropping to the south just a hair here. So I'm going to go back to the Little Rock radar site here, because that to me kind of tells the full story of where this storm is in velocity. Not as well defined as what we've had. Again, the National Weather Service believes that this is an elevated thunderstorm, and because what that would mean is that, yes, there is some rotation because there's a lot of wind shear out there, but it likely would not be able to produce a tornado, at least right now. I do know that the warm front is surging to the north, and so could this tap into it? We'll have to see. They are going to go ahead and I'm getting choked up here. I need a drink of water real fast. But
you're good.
They are going ahead and removing the destructive tag. They are seeing this storm kind of downtrend a little bit, but that doesn't mean let your guard down, because as we know, this thing is tensed up. It's weakened, tensed up, weakened. So hopefully this is on the downtrend, but I wouldn't be surprised, Zach, if this re-intensifies.
Yeah, no, I think so as well. Just kind of setting things up from a statewide view. We have that storm we've talked about at length there in northern Arkansas. We've got storms near Fort Smith, Greenwood, down to Waldron, Scott County. This is a severe storm that's moving through northern Polk, southeastern Scott County, mainly south of Waldron and northeast of Mena. And this stretches all the way down to the south near Nashville, DeQueen. These are not severe near Gurdon and Prescott, the I-30 corridor. This activity in west central and southwest Arkansas, while it is noisy, most of it, not all of it, but most of it is not severe. The storm in northern Arkansas, we also have to watch that storm northeast Oklahoma. The storm in northern Arkansas and northern Newton County, moving through Jasper toward Western Grove, toward the Searcy County line, is of utmost concern due to very large hail potential. We've been tracking this thing forever now. We're essentially best friends now with this storm, Blaze. This thing just won't go away. And it continues off to the east toward the Highway 65 corridor with large hail possible. It has rotated at times. No tornado warnings. I don't think it's tornadic necessarily imminently. Famous last words, but really concerned about the strong winds and large hail. It's very loud.
That is a live shot, guys.
Wow.
Of that storm.
Blaze, tell the audience where that is, what we're looking at.
This is looking, we consider this a South Mountain, and you have the overlook, the Marshall overlook, and this is on the mountain that's closest to it. And so you can see that this has got a really good shot looking into the storm. Now, I think where the hail core is probably, I can't draw on this, but, and I can't, can I use my cursor? I don't know if you can, no, you can't see that.
No, I can't see it.
Bottom line is, you can see this kind of has a hail core a little bit visible there, but really it's hard to make out that right now. But regardless, this looks pretty scary, and I know people in Marshall may be freaking out by how it looks. And it is a very intense storm. It really is. And so we're going to continue to watch this.
Blaze, I'm just letting you know if I lose power, it's going to be in the next probably 5 or 10 minutes. It's storming pretty bad here at the house. So looking back on radar, someone said our live is stuck. Erica Devine. Folks, leave a comment and let us know if you're having any problems seeing the live stream. Everything looks good on my end.
I'm not getting any reports
Okay.
of like that's the only one, and I just refreshed it and it does look good. So
Okay, cool. Well, this is headed for the Searcy County line, Blaze. This is your neck of the woods. The worst of the hail core, I think, is going to be near Western Grove, Hasty, Carver, Yardell, Mount Hersey, Woolham, and then Pendle. We know about Pendle. That's a snow capital up there, brother.
Yes, it is.
Headed to the east, though. They're south of Western Grove, so we want everyone in northeastern Newton, northwestern Searcy County to be prepared for large hail. People are saying that the live stream is fine, so I don't know what that comment was about.
All right, we've got a lot of questions coming in here from Searcy County. Let me pull up the chat here.
Yeah, do it.
Yeah, there's a lot of people saying it's working fine. So I missed some of those comments, but we're getting everybody's like it's good. I'm getting a lot of questions about Western Grove, Pendle, St. Joe, guys. This storm is heading directly for it. I will say, looking at the newest radar scan, it does look like maybe it's trending down a little bit. I still think it's producing over 1 inch hail here. So we're continuing to watch this very closely. Looking at it from like the overall atmosphere, it does look like there's still surface-based instability that this may be tapping into. All right, there's a new severe thunderstorm warning that now includes Marshall, and we're going to start to get a bunch of Searcy County people in here. now with this new warning, Zach, we're going to get flooded with them. So again, new severe thunderstorm warning that is fixing to be in effect, and it does include Marshall. It does include Leslie. So, I mean, this thing is still producing some large hail. I have no doubt about that. Looks like a very odd radar scan. Do you see that, Zach? Like it's cut.
It's fixed. It's fixed. Yeah.
I still think this thing could be producing some very large hail.
Yeah, definitely.
I mean,
definitely.
And this is moving right towards Searcy County.
Blaze, I'm going to drive for just a second. We're getting an inundation of comments from people elsewhere. I'm guessing because of thunder. Folks, just kind of want to reiterate to everybody, storms are filling in here on the TAMCO radar, southwest, western Arkansas, from Fort Smith all the way down to Arkadelphia. These storms, for the most part, are not severe. The only severe storm we have in that bunch is in northern Polk and southeastern Scott County. We're also watching that activity north of Fort Smith that will head for the I-49 corridor. That's really it, guys. We're watching South Arkansas, too. Looks like a storm's moving into Union County. It is not severe at this time. And then really, this is it. The new warning goes all the way out into Searcy County. Is that Marion County to the north of Searcy, Blaze? Please help me. I'm drawing a blank.
Yeah.
Marion County.
Well, you've got...
Yeah. Marion County there, south of Yellville. This does include the city of Marshall, and then up Highway 65 northwest out of Marshall to Silver Hill, Baker Hollow, Burr Oak, the Blanco community, Duff, Push, St. Joe, of course, Tomahawk, Maumee, Pendle, and the just the entire county line there in general on Newton and Searcy County line.
Somebody was asking, why is this storm not tornado warned? Because they're looking at this and they are seeing rotation. Well, we see the rotation too, but according to the National Weather Service, they said that this is going to be. They said that this is elevated, and so because it's elevated, there's not really a tornado threat. But I do know there's instability in this area. I don't think the warm fronts reach this far, but I do think that this is. I mean, it's strong, and we've got to watch it close. And I mean, Zach, it's rotating. We could see it. But again, it very well, according to them, is going to stay as elevated. But now as it moves southeast, it's getting closer to that warm front. So, it's at some point I wonder if that thinking kind of changes. I don't know. But Western Grove, St. Joe, Gilbert, this is headed right for you. Large hail headed to your direction. This is if you're in Marshall, get that vehicle parked in a safe location, in a garage. Gilbert, hurry, your time running out. St. Joe, same story. This is definitely on the increase here. Zach, it's got inflow right there to the north of Mount Judy.
Yeah, this thing is Mount Judy, Vendor, Piercetown, Carver. This thing has kind of flirted with us for a while now. As far as rotation goes, I still think that right now we're a distance off from it being able to produce a whole lot in regards to a tornado, but there's certainly something there. Mid-level rotation possibly near Mount Judy, Vendor, Piercetown, and Carver.
You said we had a storm chaser going up there.
We do.
Have we heard anything about where he's at right now or what he's seeing?
He is headed for Searcy County. I would imagine, if I had a guess, he's probably headed for Marshall, the 65 corridor. From someone who has storm chased in Searcy County before, I know that it is almost impossible unless you're on 65, so I would imagine that's probably where he is or where he's headed. We got a comment just now from Sheila Simon saying, is there any truth to softball-sized hail coming from Texas toward Texarkana? Blaze, I haven't seen anything down there. Have you? No, I don't have any warning for that at all. No. The only other severe warning we have is in Polk and Scott County.
Right, and just looking at an overview of the radar, we've got one severe thunderstorm warning other than this in northern Arkansas. That's it. We're watching multiple areas, guys, And there's some hail with a lot of this, but most of this remains below severe limits at this time. Really, the strongest storm we have is obviously the Newton moving into Searcy County storm right now. If you're in Snowball, get that vehicle parked in the garage right now. St. Joe, Gilbert. But I mean, you're running out of time at this point. I think the next radar scan, I think it's going to start to storm pretty. We'll see an increase in storm activity near the St. Joe area here in just a couple minutes.
I'm going to pull Jordan's. Live up and see what his view looks like. Someone said they're watching him too. See if we can get any sort of visual on this.
If he's sitting where that camera is,
you've got a great view of it.
We'll basically have the same look. I know it looks really scary, guys. I know it looks concerning for Searcy County people, and that's why we're going to continue to stay on the storm. I do want to advise that the National Weather Service is advising that they are seeing an upscale in some of the storm growth over southwest Arkansas along I-35. But, nothing severe at this time. They're saying that nothing's really organized at this moment. So that's good news. There's some small hail core with some of this. But I still think our strongest storm by far is the Searcy County storm.
Blaze, it looks like the hail cores went down just a little, still likely producing large hail, but
yeah,
it looks like on the last few scans, if we loop this, yeah, I mean, there's a definite downtrend as it approaches the Searcy County line. This thing has done this before, though, to us, and then it recycles.
Yeah, exactly.
So I'm not convinced that it's leaving us forever, but
about the time that it recycles, it'll probably be over Marshall, honestly. Like, terrible timing, But we're just going to continue to watch this storm very closely. We're starting to see maybe something in the very edge of that camera. You see that, Zach?
Yeah, there. Are you talking about on the bottom right?
Yes.
Wow, that's a really interesting look at this thing. So, folks, Blaze, once again, tell everybody where we're looking, where we're from here on this camera view.
We're looking. It's a mountain called South Mountain, and it looks over Marshall. So we're looking right now. You can actually see where there's a school. The elementary school is in that shot, I do believe. And so we're looking almost straight up to this thunderstorm.
Okay.
It's right on it.
That's a really cool view. A really neat appearance on that storm, that camera view.
All right, new severe thunderstorm warning. That is now for the Clarksville area, Lamar, Knoxville, seeing an uptick in that storm.
Severe warning,
and that one's going to be tracked towards Van Buren County if it continues to hold. Why are all these going towards my area?
You pop radar back on, Blaze. I'll show that storm.
Yeah, sorry.
No, it's okay. This is the storm that we're talking about, guys. This is headed for I-40. Severe thunderstorm warning here for this storm near Knoxville and Clarksville. So right here. Large hail possible as it moves off to the east-northeast toward Hector, Dover, a large chunk of Pope County. It's in Johnson County now. Crossing Interstate 40 probably any moment. So if you're traveling I-40 and you're listening to us, a big heads up due to that potential strong storm. The other storm we have, severe warning, is near Mena. It's a severe thunderstorm warning.
They are canceling that, Zach, right now.
They're canceling this storm. It's still strong, but the severe thunderstorm warning is being canceled here from Montgomery, Scott, and Polk County. All sorts of lightning in southwest Arkansas, nothing severe. Blaze, I think these two storms are probably going to be our next, well, not next. This storm has been a problem for a long time, but this is our next problem down here. So,
and that one might be able to tap into a better environment in terms of being that may be riding the boundary. And that kind of concerns me a little bit because, guys, and what I mean by that is, if this Clarksville storm does tap into the boundary and starts riding it, it would have an increased chance on the low-level shear to increase. And what that would mean is there could be a tornado threat with this. There's not right now. It's strictly just a hail threat, but they are seeing an uptick in the overall intensity with this storm. Zach, noticing maybe a little bit of an uptick here on the Searcy County storm just a little bit.
Blaze,
Hail core looks a little bit more defined.
I just sent you a photo of this storm's hail from Kaylee Jackson in Jasper. Let's show that. Big time
Okay.
hail.
Wow.
Yeah, that's some big time hail. We'll show this in just a second, guys. This is just for reference. The storm we're looking at, this is what hail that this storm produced recently. I think she's just east of Jasper, I think. But this is what it looks like. And we really appreciate Kaylee Jackson for allowing us to share this on the Arkansas Weather Network, but that's what it looks like, folks. So big hail would certainly damage roofs, trees, or excuse me, cars, windows. I don't know. Blaze, it looks like the hail core is strengthening again on this storm. So
Yeah, definitely.
don't know if it's still that size, but folks, I mean, that's not that far. Jasper's right over here on your left. So that's moving off to the east, approaching Mount Hersey. Now, Blaze, is that how you say that? Hersey, Mount Hersey?
I typically pronounce it Mount Hershey, but I don't know if that's right.
Oh, okay. I didn't see an H in there. Regardless, the Searcy County line.
Well, there's not, but it sounds better. So
Yeah, it does sound better. Mount Hershey. We'll just say that.
Nobody's
Yeah.
corrected me so far, so I don't know. I
Yeah.
could be totally wrong, but
That is moving, though, toward the Searcy County line there south of Western Grove. This storm, of course, has a long history, a long and storied history of accomplishments of producing massive hail. So we're hopeful that it doesn't do that in northern Searcy County, but I'm afraid that it might be about to do so.
I'll tell you. I mean, it's literally. It seems like both of these storms are tracking, one for Searcy and one for Van Buren County. So this is an early heads up. Looking at the severe thunderstorm warning. Still, I think the strongest storm we've got, and the most impressive storm, has to be this one moving into Searcy County right now. But Clarksville, this storm's getting its act together around Lamar. If you know anybody in
Yes.
Lamar, Knoxville, they need to be watching this storm very closely. Again, the concern with this storm is that it could tap into the boundary that is near that area. So I think that would have a better chance of rotating. See, up here, this is more of an elevated thunderstorm according to the National Weather Service. So the chance of getting a tornado would be a lot lower versus like the Clarksville area and that Clarksville storm. But certainly there is a damaging hail threat with this 100%. So we're continuing to watch this very close. This is a very intense storm. Zach, this is growing on the hail core again, south of Western Grove. This is going to be heading right for Pendle, St. Joe, Gilbert. If you're on the Buffalo River, get off the river. Like
Yeah.
if you are
Yeah,
watching
definitely.
us and you're on that river, get off and shelter in place. You don't have much time. I mean, it's heavy rain right now, and I think the thunder's really going to start to pick up and lightning.
Yeah, this is it's going to head right for Pendle, St. Joe, the Push community, Duff, and Silver Hill. 65 in general. A lot of people travel 65, Blaze, every day, all day and night. So certainly want everyone to be
We've
sheltered
got-
there. Or not necessarily, I'm not necessarily saying sheltered like a tornado warning, but just not driving into
Right.
the storm would be a great idea. And if you're outdoors, like Blaze said, on the
got
Buffalo River.
A sky cam. We've got the sky cam up there. We've also got an iDrive Arkansas camera in Leslie, but I don't think that's going to see this storm. So really, the only way to see it is that chaser, and then our camera up here. So, but this is going to be. I mean, to me, Zach, kind of looks like it's taking more of a southeast track. I think this is headed right for Marshall, if this continues to trend.
Yeah, if it continues to trend southeast, I think it will. It's going to be close. That hail core, I do wonder if it'll go just north of Marshall, but if it's moving southeast. Joe Brown says, show something else. Okay, we can. 1 second, Joe, we'll show you something else. We have one storm that we just talked about a couple minutes ago here that's moving through Johnson and Polk County. It's headed for Dover and Hector. Perhaps some hail involved there. Someone said in Clarksville, no hail where they are, so I'm wondering if mainly to the southeast toward Knoxville and Lamar. And that's really it. We don't really have anything else to show. Some noisy storms in southwest Arkansas, just basically thunder and lightning and rain. So the only
And-
show
and
in
that's the
town
thing, I
really
mean,
are
I
these two
know-
storms. So
Right, and I know we're focused on the Searcy County storm, but it's because it's the strongest storm we have.
yeah,
Um,
it's not close.
Everything else is, yeah, everything else is way below limits. And this thing has had a history of producing baseball-sized hail. So there's always that. I don't think this is producing baseball-sized hail right now. I don't think that, but this is trending up just a little bit.
We've got 2 severe thunderstorm warnings right now, guys. One for far eastern Newton County, one for that same warning is for Searcy County, southern Marion County, and then we have a severe warning for Johnson and Pope County. So these are the only 2 severe thunderstorm warnings we have in the entire state as of 12:45 p.m. Blaze, it's lunchtime. I'm hungry.
Yeah, it is.
I have to get some food here in a little bit. Maybe we can get some food delivered to the weather center here. I wish you were here with me to enjoy that to eat, but for now, I suppose we work on. Really worried though about our friends here in northern Searcy County. We're hopeful that the hail core will continue to go down. I think southern Marion County will miss the worst of this, but it'll be close. But I think northern Searcy County is going to get the worst of this, and it looks like it's happening now, Blaze, here. Yeah. Southwest of Pendle, St. Joe, Woolham, Push Community, and then Duff. Blaze, let me know if you get reports from up there, brother.
Yeah, we're probably fixing, the chat's fixing to light up because we've got a lot of people jumping in here from Searcy County. So, okay, here we go. We got quarter-size hail now and some larger. That's a Searcy County report. Let's see. Yeah, I'm just looking to see if we're getting any reports, any more thing here. So more people jumping in here. I'm in Western Grove. No baseball size hail, just raining. Thank you for that report. Appreciate it. Power lost in St. Joe, so we've got power outages now being reported. I mean, it's a very intense storm here that's moving through Searcy County right now. Again, I know we're focused on that storm, but guys, this is the strongest storm we've got across the whole entire state of Arkansas. Everything else is below, except for this Clarksville storm, but I'm watching this closely too. But I think in terms of a hail threat and even a wind threat, this is certainly the most impressive storm we have on radar. And it's just to the south of Western Grove. So I gave you a heads up, but if you're in Pendle, St. Joe, you're fixing to see some hail. It's fixing to start moving this way. Let's see.
Megan Turner says the sun is coming out in Sebastian County. Is it over or is there more storms coming? Unfortunately, we have storms that are possible through the evening. We can't rule out more storms forming. This is not headed for Mountain Home. No, Laura. Winds picking up in Rea Valley, says Sarah Fish. Brooklyn, Daniel Hawkins says Russellville, question mark. Blaze, I'm going to pull off for just a second. Russellville is getting storms here real soon. The severe thunderstorm warning, though, is to the north in parts of Dover and Hector, so northern sections, well, sort of northern sections of Pope County. Walmart in Clarksville, nothing but rain and a little thunder. Yeah, I think the worst of that's moving to the southeast away from Clarksville. Derek Hoffman says, what about NWA? Nothing in NWA right now as far as severe weather goes. There's some thunder off to the northwest, but the 2 severe storms that we're tracking right now, Pope and Johnson County, Newton, Searcy, Marion counties. That's it for now. Excuse me. There's nothing in Little Rock right now, guys. Nothing close. There's some storms to the southwest of Little Rock, some rain and thunder, but nothing in Little Rock of concern as of 12:49 p.m. Jenny Knox, go ahead, please. Go ahead.
Like we've been saying, we're watching other areas across the state. I know we're focused on Searcy County right now because, again, that's the strongest storm. But we're also watching, like Zach was saying, the severe thunderstorm warning for Johnson and Pope County. But there's areas in southwest Arkansas that we're seeing a lot of development with small hail, but that's it. I don't see anything that concerns me whatsoever with any of those storms right now, except for this one in Searcy County. I will say this. We do have on our app, we have Doppler radar on there, Arkansas Weather Network. So if you want to see exactly what's going on in your area, download our app, Arkansas Weather Network, load up the radar product, and switch to Little Rock. You will be able to see live Doppler of what's going on in your neck of the woods. So, and it's basically the same radar system that we use. And so we're just continuing to watch these storms very closely and track them right now.
Utmost concern for the moment, of course, no shade against Johnson and Pope County. That storm, though, doesn't look as strong as the one that's moving into northern Searcy County. Blaze, I do like our trends on the hail link, hail link. Somebody commented a link thing in the comments. The hail core does not look as strong as it did 15 minutes ago. I'm not saying it's not producing hail, but I feel like this is the first real progress we've made in shrinking that hail core up some as it heads for St. Joe, Push Community, Duff, and Pendle, and eventually Tomahawk as well in northern Searcy County.
Absolutely. I think it's still producing some hail, but it looks a lot weaker. So let's see. We're getting some reports here coming in. Nickel-size hail in Pendle. Yeah.
Brian 2L28275 or 2875 said, why did your app say a dangerous storm was approaching Fort Smith? There was a lot of lightning in that storm. Anytime lightning is involved, a dangerous storm, we want people to know that way if they're swimming at a lake, an outdoor event, our app will always notify you if there's a storm with lightning in it, and it will categorize it as a dangerous storm moving toward their location. That's why.
Kind of think the Pope County storm is like falling apart. Like it's
DS Myers 281 said, is this live? Yes, we are live. 12:52 p.m. on Tuesday. Welcome. Sorry, Blaze, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you're good. We'll have to watch. There's a little bit interesting development here because you've got a storm developing near the Russellville area, but then you've got that stronger severe thunderstorm warning. And so it's just interesting with all this extra development we're seeing right now. So
the storm in Montgomery County, soon to be Yell County, is strong too, folks. There between Mount Ida and Danville. There's no severe warning on it. Right. The storms in the southwest have a lot of lightning too. A new warning?
We got a new severe thunderstorm warning coming for Pike County.
Okay, so down here. I kind of figured there's a lot of lightning involved here. It looks like some hail too.
Yeah.
They're waiting on that warning to populate, guys. We'll cover this with you. We haven't talked about southwest Arkansas a whole lot. Should populate at any time. It's a good time to reset too. We also have storms forming in South Arkansas, moving into Union County, El Dorado, between Crossett and El Dorado. On Highway 82 moving toward Huddig and Strong. There's no severe warning on that. We're watching it closely. We're waiting on a new severe thunderstorm warning to be issued here in southwest Arkansas, mainly, Blaze, I think Blaze said for Pike County. So this storm down here, and this area was smoked with huge hail the other night. Massive hailstones, similar to what we've had today. So I know that everyone in southwest Arkansas and parts of Pike, Clark, Hot Spring County, Montgomery County, want nothing to do with this, but unfortunately we're going to have to deal with it for a little bit. Blaze, why is that warning not coming up?
It's coming. It's just a little delayed. It just popped up. It's going to be for Murfreesboro.
Oh, okay. I'm going to zoom back in here. Wait on it. We'll just wait on it to populate. Anybody in Murfreesboro, Delight, soon to be Amity, a large chunk of this area. There's the warning right there. The warning goes all the way out to Hot Spring County, parts of Montgomery County, Clark, and then of course Pike County, Murfreesboro, Amity. Looking down a little bit closer on a community level, up to Kirby. I've been to Kirby before, it's been a long time. Lake Greason, Daisy, Caney Valley, Majors, the Nuts community, and Rossboro. That does include the Alpine community as well in Clark County. And we also have a small sliver, like I said earlier, of Hot Spring County. This is mainly, Blaze, I think, for hail potential. Large hail and...
Yeah.
I just hate saying that because this area, literally this exact area was just really messed up with hail the other night with a lot of damage to homes and windows on vehicles. So hopefully the hail doesn't get too big there. I don't want to sleep on this storm either, guys. Blaze, it looks like we're kind of going through a strengthening phase here with these storms.
Yeah, we are.
Northern sections of Montgomery County, southeastern Scott, and southwestern Yell County. There's no severe warning on that, but it's noisy. And then we have our severe thunderstorm right now that's moving through northern Searcy County. Blaze, this storm's still holding together. Looks like that hail core's trying to pulse back up in northern Searcy County.
That's exactly what's going on. I mean, it is. I'm looking at it from another radar screen. It is picking back up between Pendle and St. Joe, right on Highway 65. Rotation's picking up too a little bit.
Yeah, they're west of Angola, Snowball, and Blanco. Yeah, we'll have to watch that closely, Blaze. I feel like as the day goes on, I feel like those chances might increase. Yeah. And I originally thought, too, I even said this morning that I thought north central Arkansas might be a little bit safer from severe weather potential due to stable air. What a joke. Sometimes you miss, sometimes you hit it. I missed that this morning. I thought maybe we had a chance for y'all to avoid it, but this is going to be, Blaze, it's tough to say. I guess I'll need to loop it here, but Marshall is going to be close on this. Looks like it might be just north of Marshall, the worst of it, the hail core on 65.
I think you're right. Yeah, but it's sure getting dark. I mean, you see formation out there on that camera, but
We're getting busier on the TAMCO radar. If you're just now joining, my name is Zachary Hall, otherwise known as the Arkansas Storm Tracker. I'm joined by meteorologist Blaze Thomas. Meteorologist James Bryant will likely join us here in a little bit. He had some obligations this morning. But we have 3 severe thunderstorm warnings that we're tracking right now as of almost 1 p.m. on Tuesday, January. It's not January, it's April. My Lord. April 28th. We've got 3 storms, though, that we're tracking. One in southwest Arkansas for Clark, Hot Spring, Montgomery, and Pike County. And then we have a severe thunderstorm warning near Russellville, north of Russellville and Pope County. And then, of course, the storm we just talked about. And northern sections, excuse me, of Searcy County and southern sections of Marion County. So, Kendra Hickey says Dover area getting some thunder and it's shaking the house.
that's pretty. I mean, that's a pretty intense storm near Knoxville that they're talking about. Radar is estimating 1-inch hail. It's went through it kind of decreased a little bit, and then it's kind of re-intensifying as well. The one thing that concerns me a little bit more with that Clarksville storm is the fact that it's isolated. There's one more piece of development just to the northeast of Russellville. But if you look at it from an overall perspective, South Arkansas does have a severe thunderstorm warning, yes. But do you see how much development is around that? But you look at the Russellville area, and it's more isolated in nature, as well as the Searcy County storm. So I think that the biggest thing today, guys, is going to be if storms can isolate themselves, they ride that boundary, they would have the potential to rotate. It's not a high chance, but it's there. And so that's why we're continuing to watch that. But when you get these 2 isolated cells that we're watching in northern Arkansas, especially the Pope County one, I think that Pope County one really needs to be watched.
Yeah.
Especially to see if it tries to do what the Searcy County storm's doing and continuing to be isolated.
I will say, too, I feel like the way things have evolved, I mean, the North Arkansas storm, the Russell storm like you're talking about, like unless things grow upscale pretty quick, I don't really like the trend on how storms are a little bit more quasi-isolated, by themselves.
Right.
Southwest Arkansas storms look a little bit messier, which is a good thing. That doesn't mean they're not strong, but I don't know. We're going to have more storms form too, guys. I don't think this is going to be it that formed tonight as this system continues to work through. You can see there's more storms forming off into North Texas. You can't see it on this radar, but I'm seeing lightning returns and in Oklahoma too. So this isn't going to be the only wave of storms for the entire day, I don't believe. That doesn't mean that every single person watching this in Arkansas is going to get rainfall and significant storms today. But I'm afraid that this is just sort of the early round. I mean, it's not even 1 o'clock. It's just now 1. We also have the storms too, Blaze, down in South Arkansas. We're not sleeping on South Arkansas, folks. There's no severe warnings on this here in Union County, Huttig, Strong, over from El Dorado.
Okay, I'm really seeing a surge in the storm just to the north of London, northeast of Knoxville. That's really starting to get its act together.
This storm really has kind of made its own. Holy cow.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's tensed up.
Yeah, it is certainly tensed back up here. Some hail is certainly possible, but going to be moving into Pope County soon, which includes Dover and Hector. I think the worst of this will stay north of Dardanelle, Pottsville, Atkins, and Russellville. In the middle to north half of Pope County, and of course far southeastern sections of Johnson County in the Knoxville community. But yeah, Blaze,
Zach,
what's up?
Just look just south of Knoxville. Little area right around Piney on velocity scan. It's very broad, but
yeah, it's tough to see.
You'll have to see it
right
from
now.
Fort Smith.
I'm on Fort Smith right now. Right in here.
Okay.
It's just tough to see on this product. That's all.
Yeah.
You can see a little bit better on the velocity product out of Little Rock. There's something there, though. We'll have to keep an eye on that. I'm going to switch back to the Fort Smith radar. We're kind of right in the middle. Good radar response there. I don't want to sleep on Searcy County either, folks. Unfortunately, it looks like large hail is spiked back up here. Highway 65 northwest of Marshall. Silver Hill, the Duff community, Push. Some of the worst hail in this on Shine Eye Road, the Gilbert community, Osborne Road, Peter Cave Road, Able Drive, and
Look at
Abstract
that
Lane.
Skycam shot. It's getting really dark in Marshall right now.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it
Wow.
is. Someone asked, is Mountain View getting hit again? Jordan Turner. Unfortunately, it's possible. This storm is going to be moving off to the east-southeast with time. Hopefully it misses Mountain View, but Stone County's next on this. We're going to be watching it close, Jordan. I know last night was rough with the tornado, but we're watching it close. Concerned about the storm, too, along the I-40 corridor, moving through Johnson and Pope counties, Dover and Hector. Large hail is possible with this. Blaze, I'm going to let you drive for a second. I'm going to do some social media checks on reports.
Sounds good. Again, we do think this storm is getting stronger. Have no doubt about that. Looking at the latest radar scan, we are confident that things are starting to trend up. This is going to be moving towards the Dover area, and everywhere that you see that black area indicates to us there's large hail there. That's a reflectivity increase on that storm. Zach, look at this. This thing is really ramping up again. Wow.
We got a report from, I'm sorry, I've lost the message. Stacy Lowry in Hasty, which is to the west of there. The hail wasn't very large, but there was a lot of it. That seems to be the trend, that if it's not large, there's still a bunch of hail with this storm. This storm particularly. So
this is right on Highway 65.
Yeah,
I mean,
it is.
right on Highway 65. And if
Sure
you are
is.
at the Buffalo River right now, oh my. Look at that shot. Look at that shot. It's moving in right now. You can see it. This is certainly, this is a lot of large hail in Searcy County right now. And I think there's also large hail developing, headed right for Dover, Hector.
yeah.
I think this might miss Russellville, but boy, this thing is, both these storms the last couple of minutes have just really gotten their act together. And don't want to take anything away from this severe thunderstorm warning here, but just looking at it from an intensity level, to us, this looks like standard hail size.
Yeah.
There's nothing here. There might be a couple areas that looks a little bit on the larger side of hail, but I think for the most part, probably some gusty winds with this. And this is a pretty intense storm just to the north of Murfreesboro. But if we had to kind of compare, I would say that this is probably one of our weaker severe storms we've got right now on the map.
It's just more multicellular. Anytime that you have multicellular storms on an isolated storm like that, someone's asking, what does the black shading mean? That's basically our map maxing out on the reflectivity values, which is picking up on rainfall, hail, and if you have large hail, your DBZ return is going to be more dark, that black shading, suggesting there's either a lot of hail or large hail, and we've had both today. We've had a lot of large hail reports, and we've had a lot of swamped hail reports where you just get swamped with hail. It may not be huge, but that storm is there. Blaze, I think it's going to move just north of Marshall.
Yeah, that was a camera refresh that it just did right there. That's. I know. It's almost. It's extremely dark in Marshall right now. I know people are probably panicking and freaking out, but I agree. I think the heaviest hail threat. I think this is going to be moving towards Evening Star, Harriet, Lone Pine. If you're in Cozy Home, get your vehicle in a shelter as fast as possible. Tomahawk, thanks too late now. Maumee. This is very intense. But then this is also really intense here to the north of Russellville. It does look like things may have weakened some with this storm to the north of London. So that's a good sign, but still a lot of lightning. And I think overall with this has got some hail embedded with it, but I think for the most part, this remains right around the severe limits. So that would be 1-inch hail likely with this storm. That's really all I'm seeing. That's real concerning. Whoa, something just happened.
I think James is in here.
That's me.
Oh, okay.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Yeah. Welcome
What's up?
in. Not a whole lot's happened. We're just hanging out.
There's a lot of hail happening, it looks
Oh
like.
my
And
gosh.
what a view. Blaze, I was thinking about this driving in. What a view from your camera that you have there in Marshall.
Yeah, it's definitely looking impressive.
So, guys, we had it seems like the story of the day has been the Northwest Arkansas hail, with some of those hailstones over baseball size. I mean, that is quite a storm. This is the same supercell that went through there earlier. Um, as you kind of take a broader look, guys, there's a lot of rain happening elsewhere in the state. Um, I don't know exactly how the severe weather environment is going to be affected, but it looks like at least a few of these other storms will try to produce severe weather as we go through the afternoon.
Yeah, the
Yes.
strongest storm has been the supercell that we've been tracking in Northwest Arkansas, and now it's right around the Marshall area.
Hey guys, I need to hop off here and make a couple phone calls. I'll be back in just a moment, okay?
Yeah, we got
Okay,
it.
You
sounds
good, James? Are you here for a minute?
I'm here.
Okay. Thank you, Blaze. Thank you, James. I'll be back in a few.
All right. So yeah, James, we were tracking this, and this storm we've gotten a lot of reports of some large hail
Yeah.
with this storm, and a lot of cycling. There has been some broad rotation too, and so I know that this is something we were noticing, and even the National Weather Service is talking about it now. Is that the Pope County storm is getting really close to that warm front, and it's very possible that it could become surface based, and if it does, well, that could be a problem because that would increase its tornado chances.
So our Flash Weather AI product is hitting that all four of these storms are going to produce large hail at some point, including this one that's not severe warned. It's starting to get some hail. And it looks like the Weather Service is talking about now golf ball sized hail falling in the Marshall storm. So
Yep.
we'll go back into that storm. They're going to upgrade the warning. Blaze, it looks like this is falling just north of town. I believe the Buffalo River runs up through here. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah. No, you're right. That's literally where it is. And if people are on the Buffalo River, this is not a good time.
Probably not a good day to get up on the Buffalo River, but obviously many people camp anytime. But there's some very large hail going through there. I'm encouraged, Blaze, that we haven't seen just a ton of rotation yet, but you can't rule out a tornado or two as we go through the afternoon. I don't think the tornado parameters are as high as they were yesterday, but we'll certainly watch these storms as they move through the state the next couple of hours. I don't think this is going to carry on into the nighttime hours either. I think this is pretty much done as we get into the evening and overnight hours.
All right, there's a new update now. The newest track's taking this thing more of a southeast turn. It could impact a part of Marshall. I mean, this is coming right over that camera. Aiden Ray reported that there's two chasers in Marshall right now, sitting at Backbone. So we've got two storm chasers.
Let's bring the Skycam full right quick.
Okay.
Yeah, you see the base of the storm, the base of the supercell there. Wow. Blaze, can you turn that camera as it passes towards the north?
I can. Because of the mounting of the camera, there's an area that gets a little bit blocked, but I can keep it in visual.
Now, would you put in National Weather Service chat that we have a view of the base of this storm on our feed? Maybe they can keep an eye on it. It's going to be very beneficial for them. Guys, look at that. I mean, that is a very, very well-defined supercell, low-hanging cloud there. As we're looking at the base here, I can't make out any rotation, and the radar's not making out any either, but these are really good visuals to have.
Yeah, I'm letting them know right now.
Quite a bit of thunder at my house in Conway. So if you hear something, that's probably what it is.
Yeah, this definitely's got its act together.
There's
Got a lot
probably
of,
Blaze. What direction is this camera looking? Are we looking directly west?
we are, yes.
I think we're looking
Here in
right
just a
into the
second, I'm
info
going to
notch.
shift it. Yeah, here in just a second, I'm going to shift it to the north and northeast, and we should get a really good shot at this. All right, I'm
All
letting
right,
the NWS know right now.
we're watching this several storms now that are producing large hail. The largest hail in the state right now is probably falling north of Marshall, and that's where that camera feed is from. And Blaze, you've got a camera up on that tower. You can see the base of that supercell. Right now, that supercell is not rotating. So at least at this point, we don't have a tornado concern with it, and no active tornado warnings are in the state. Blaze, I am locked out of Splashtop again, so you'll have to drive the radar and reset the streamer. But I'll go ahead and talk about what we're looking regionally while Blaze gets that reset. We have 3 active severe thunderstorm warnings in the state. One of those is in Searcy County with that camera image that you're seeing in your top right corner. We've got another severe thunderstorm warning north of the Russellville area. And that's going to be moving into northern Conway and southern Van Buren County. And then the cluster of storms that's near Arkadelphia, there's some hail in that one as well. And we'll have to kind of see how that evolves. It's a little disorganized right now. But if we see more organization as we go into the afternoon, into actual supercells, you can see hail that can get quite large today. The more disorganized storms stay, the smaller your hail will be. And this storm that's north of Marshall is very, very organized.
All right, I just reset it, so you should be back in.
All right. We love our technology here. We're all in different places. Blaze is in North Arkansas. I'm in Central Arkansas. Zachary Hall is based out of West Arkansas. Please like and subscribe our pages wherever you have found us, and download the Arkansas Weather Network app for alerts and access to our ad-free live stream. Worked very hard on that app, and it's got its shortfalls, but it's a really good weather app for you in the state of Arkansas. Blaze, I'm going to kind of take a tour around the state. Of course, we've got the hail falling north of Marshall. Marshall, I don't think you're going to be seeing any hail. Off towards the southwest, I saw a few comments from Dardanelle, Russellville. Looks like the hail in this storm is just towards the northwest of Dover, approaching Highway 7. Eventually, that's going to go into Hector. Severe thunderstorm warning there is in effect until 1:30. The storm that's out to the west of Hot Springs Village, really, it's really north of Lake Washita, southeast Scott County. It looks like it's getting its act together. And then this big cluster of storms that's down here from Arkadelphia stretching into Grant County, there's probably some hail embedded here on the backside. But this cluster is not really doing much, at least right now. And we will have to see, Blaze, if this can become a little bit more organized as it looks like it's advancing towards the north. This may get into the metro area here within the next hour. There's tons of lightning with these storms today. And the large hail potential is the greatest threat that we are watching. I think the threat for a tornado does exist, but it's kind of dwarfed by the threat for large hail. Just looking around the state to trying to find some rotation. If there is any, it's weak. Right now, it's mainly about the threat for large hail. Blaze, surprise, surprise, the morning model data was completely wrong on how the storms are going to evolve. Not as widespread.
That is so true. Yeah. Just looking at, you might want to look. I don't think it's co-located, at least not right now, but.
Blaze,
the Dover storm.
Let's go back to your Marshall camera. I think the inflow notch, we're about to be inside the inflow notch here. Okay. So we're going to go back to it. You're getting a live look now from Marshall. And this is exactly where, if you had a tornado, this would be about where it is. Thankfully, it's not rotating. The large hail is falling just north of this location, but the very low base supercell is going to pass right over this camera. You can see the bottom there of the cloud base, not really rotating. It's moving, but you need rapid rotation to have tornadogenesis, and that's not what is happening here. So that's a positive sign. And wow, Blaze, is this the best camera shot you've had from this camera since it's been there?
One of the best probably. Yeah, this is really good.
Yeah, you're getting a look at a supercell passing right over Marshall. Now, this tower is to the south of town, correct?
Yes.
Sure, the National Weather Service is taking an interest, just given the structure of this storm. Being able to look at the base at exactly what it's looking like is very, very helpful to them. We'll give it another look around the state, everybody. Right now, we're just going to look at this supercell that is passing right over Marshall. It's a very low cloud base.
There's
Very
a bird flying right by it. You see that?
Yeah.
You know, there might be a little bit of spin there. You see that?
Just a little bit. Just some weak rotation.
There's spin.
And the base of this cloud is not really too far off from where this camera is sitting. Very low cloud bases today. Let's see, a lot of this is what we call scud. It's just kind of low hanging, scary looking clouds. There you have it. There's the base. Kind of looks like the base of the wall cloud, Blaze.
Yeah.
That's what that is right there. I think that's the base. I'm looking at, on a separate screen, the velocity scan. It's a very, very, very weak rotation passing over us right now. Might be what we're looking at right there.
You want me to take the radar back or keep it on?
Yeah, take the radar back and then see if you can position that camera to flip the other way.
All right.
And let's look at it from the east. So we're back on the camera. We just watched the inflow notch of the Marshall supercell pass over the Marshall tower camera. So it was an excellent visual there, provided by the Family Hope radio tower. That's 88.1 FM KCGS. Appreciate them for letting us put a camera up there. It was a very good look. We are going to look at the other storms that are going on around the state right now. We just have 2 other severe thunderstorm warnings and some other storms that are not severe but are producing lots of lightning in and around the Conway and Mayflower areas, out into the southeast part of Yell County, and then down towards the Arkadelphia areas, DeGray Lake, and over towards Malvern and Sheridan. At least right now, the storms that are way down to the south are very disorganized. Now, that doesn't mean they can't be producing hail, and they're producing a lot of lightning, but they're pretty disorganized. So that's at least a good sign. Blaze, what a shot there on your camera. That's just based that supercell looking towards the east. Hey, we want to thank you all for joining us this afternoon. No matter where you are, if you're at work, if you're at home, if you're looking for information, we're looking at our chat room from Facebook and from YouTube. So we're responding to questions. We're trying to answer as many as we have. And as we're looking off towards the west, we do have a few stronger storms in the state, but by far the strongest storms in the state are up in north central Arkansas. One's in Pope County and one's in Searcy County. And that's what this view is of the supercell in Searcy County. That's the view that you're getting from the Marshall camera. The National Weather Service, Blaze, looks like they're about to up the hail size even more.
Yeah. Yep. And they said that this could be areas that's currently doing cleanup from the tornado we saw yesterday. So if you know anybody that is in the Stone County area doing cleanup, I've got a surge here. I must have had a strike close by. But they're doing, if anybody's doing cleanup in that area, this could be large hail. Yeah, there was a strike close by. I hear the thunder now. So
what I'm drawing on here is where the warm front is. So the storm that's up towards Marshall typically is never going to produce a tornado because it's got rain-cooled air up in this zone right here. So you've got the cooler, more stable air, at least at the ground level. It's unstable above the surface, and that's why it's producing hail. But the warmer air that you see is towards the south. So if this storm right here that's in Pope County can continue advancing towards the east, right along the warm front, then it would have the potential to produce a tornado. And that's typically how you can get tornadoes on these types of days. So just we don't have a tornado warning right now, but we do want to speak a little bit to the threat since we are under a tornado watch along and south of the warm front. There's a lot of storms out there right now, guys. South Arkansas seeing some activity move in from Union County. Looks like there's a nice little cell that's heading into Ashley County. But a lot of this stuff continues to just look very disorganized. The most organized cells you're going to see in the state right now are up in north central Arkansas, closer to the warm front. So that is, I think that's encouraging from a severe weather standpoint. You know, hail's been a very big risk today, but you got to have an organized storm to be able to produce lots of hail. I saw a question about the storm forming in Faulkner County. We do have a strong storm here, and it is raining heavily in Conway and just towards the east and spitting out a lot of lightning. We'll watch that one as it advances towards the east. But until we get, some better organization, you're not just going to see, I don't think, prolific hail producers until the storms here in central Arkansas become a little bit more organized. Blaze,
James, I'm seeing
the new warning here up in North Arkansas.
Okay. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning. It's basically an extension of the current warning, and it does to me look like overall reflectivity is increasing. You can see we've still got that camera shot up there, and I will turn it towards Mountain View here in a second. But again, this storm could be moving towards the area, and it does look like it is moving towards the area that was impacted by the tornado yesterday. So if there is active cleanup taking place, if you know people in Big Flat, 56 Mountain View, they need to be watching the storm very closely. Mount Olive, some areas that are going to be impacted by the storm. Now, again, it has had a history of producing large hail. No tornadoes today, not with this storm. But Melbourne, Mount Olive, Calico Rocks, technically not in it, but keep an eye on the storm. But Mountain View, Mount Olive, Melbourne, you guys need to be watching the storm very, very closely. I'm kind of thinking that maybe we're starting to see a little bit of a change here in this Hector storm, Dover storm.
Good or bad?
It kind of looks like it's getting maybe a little bit more. It's tough to see because parts of it looks like stronger, but then parts of it it's falling apart.
Well, Blaze, it's right on the warm front. So the observation in Russellville right now has dew points in the upper 60s. Same at Clinton. Russellville to Clinton is kind of where the warm front is sitting. So it's sitting right on the warm front. And there's not an increase in velocity, so that's encouraging. But the storm, in theory, should be able to strengthen. Winds are out of the southeast at these locations. You've got a little bit of hail. I mean, that is one we're going to watch here over the next hour. I do want to give you a little bit of a view on kind of where the hail might be falling. You see the different hail signatures around the state. There may be hail falling in Pope County and down into parts of Clark County. But the most impressive hail swath that we have seen has been the one that came out of northwest Arkansas and is now just to the north of Marshall. There's a high probability that severe hail has fallen in those locations. And we've had numerous pictures today. It's the best way to send us pictures. Facebook Messenger works. The Arkansas Weather Network app is another way to do it. If you have video, I ask that you send those to us on Facebook Messenger, and you could send those to meteorologist James Bryant, meteorologist Blaze Thomas, or Zachary Hall, Arkansas Storm Tracker, or the Arkansas Weather Network Facebook page. We ask that you like all the pages. We're all separate, but we are one unit. We are broadcasting on all of those pages. I'm going to do a little bit of a reset here, Blaze, and just kind of go with a statewide view and kind of put this in motion. We'll put some storm tracks on these storms. Blaze, I have to wonder, it's 1:25 in the afternoon. These storms are moving quickly to the east. I wonder if there's any chance we see new development off towards the west as we get into the afternoon hours. I think southeast Oklahoma is going to see storms fire up, but some of the newest data actually shows additional supercells firing as we get into the evening hours, which is not how I thought this day was going to go. I thought it was just going to be one singular round, but if this stuff gets in and out of here over the course of the next 2 hours, we're really just going to kind of cook and warm up over the course of the next few hours. Still very warm and humid back to the west. This isn't the front. And what I'm actually going to do here is I'm going to pull up the satellite image, guys. And the disk actually splits Arkansas. But I want y'all to look at this. You've got the big supercells across
That's
Arkansas.
rapid clearing.
Right? So all this is moving. It's not slow moving. It's moving rapidly off towards the east, and it's only 1:30 in the afternoon. You have rapid clearing out here towards the west. And so what you're going to see here, look at the storms back in Oklahoma that are beginning to fire. As this, and look at this right here, Blaze. You see the cumulus field off towards the west of Fort Smith. You're starting to see fire up out here. I think southeast Oklahoma, there's another area where storms could be firing. So this little zone right here, as it moves towards the east this afternoon, guys, you just never know with Arkansas weather. And we try to do our best to communicate it. You think it's going to go one way, and then it just goes a completely different way. It's why it's just so important to stay weather aware. You've just got to stay dialed in. That doesn't mean you have to rearrange your entire life around the weather, but you just need to have a way to get warnings and a way to pay attention. Go ahead, Blaze.
Let me ask you this, just curious on your thoughts. So we've got a lot of storms happening right now. We see the rapid clearing. Do we think the warm front stalls where it's at, or do you think that warm front moves north with the rapid clearing?
Well, I'll tell you, right now, the warm front effectively is analyzed from north of Jonesboro to Clinton to Russellville, and it is surging north south of Fayetteville right now.
Okay.
That's where it is. So that's where the warm front is right now. That's where we have analyzed it.
So very possible we get another round.
Rapid clearing is happening out here in West Arkansas, warming up very quickly. I think there's going to be a potential for more storms later on. In fact, the storms that we have going right now, Blaze, a couple of them, the stuff south of Little Rock appears to be weakening. And while all these storms, I call them strong, we are really. I look at the Pope County storm. It just looks really disorganized.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm just looking at the newest HRRR. Yeah, it shows more redevelopment, and so it's gonna be a long.
Understand. I'll try to drive this point home as long as I'm doing weather and until we just get some breakthrough technology. Models are wrong. So we show you screenshots, we show you models just to try to give you a general idea. Even though the general idea of the forecast that we may have in our heads might be a little bit different, we try to show you the tools that we have just to give you an idea on what's going to occur. So this morning, it looked like one giant complex of storms coming through the state, zapping up all the energy, and that was that. Well, the trend for these models the last several days has been to generate too many storms. We saw that Saturday. We saw that Sunday. We saw it yesterday. There were only a few storms that got going, and it looked like we would have the entire state filled up with storms today. And right now, guys, there's about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's about 6 different clusters that we're watching. And these storms continue to move off to the east. They're still pretty disorganized. Blaze, they're still in an unstable environment, but the shear doesn't look to be strong enough to really sustain these storms. And by shear, let me just translate. The wind field is not strong enough right now to organize these storms into supercells, except closer to the warm front. So I hope that answers some of your questions and kind of explains what we're seeing. I'm going to pull up, Blaze, I'm going to pull up Warren on forecast. I'm going to try to
Okay, and by the way, they just canceled the severe thunderstorm warning north of Russellville. That's canceled.
Okay.
So everything has been canceled except for Searcy County. And I do know there's people tuning in from like 56, Mount Olive. There's large hail heading through that area. I think that this is still producing almost 2-inch size hail, according to the latest radar scan. So it does look like it's decreasing some. But if you're in Mountain View, Timbo, 56, Big Flat, Guyan, St. James, Melbourne, we're kind of talking about the same area that was hit yesterday, James. Like literally, these are the same cities. So Just please be aware of that. I know somebody asking about, do we have a camera in Van Buren County to see what it's doing? We don't right now, but I'm telling you, just looking at what I'm seeing, everything's falling apart. So
Blaze, bring up
are you on the
my
screen?
shared screen that I've got
Okay.
this data on. I'm just going to go ahead and kind of show this. This is just another tool that we can use, and I'm going to try to find a member here that they're all wrong. Not a one of them is right. Let's just say that one's the closest to being right. As we go through the afternoon, it does show some renewed development across western and southwest Arkansas. I don't know how useful this is, guys. We're just going to have to use a lot of light today.
You want to pull up the latest HRRR? Because
yeah.
it's bringing in a bunch more storms too.
We're going to go back to analyzing the stuff that's currently on the board, especially with the storm that's headed into Stone County, because it does look like golf ball size hail is possible with that, and then Izard County after that. But let me go ahead and pull up. There's the day one outlook. They went moderate risk down at the Dallas area. Let's pull this up, see if we have something new. See, that's completely wrong. Well, okay, so just remember, take it with a grain of salt, but it's got some renewed development this afternoon and evening just that we may have to watch. It's just none of the data really is right. So the severe thunderstorm Blaze coming out of Searcy County starting to lose its features of being a supercell. At least it's starting to look a little bit more disorganized.
Yeah. All right, so here's National Weather Service is advising the exact same thing that you just said, James. The latest HRRR seems to have a good handle on the current. Well, I don't know that it has a good handle on the current storms, but it says it now shows us recovering on the backside of these and redeveloping along the actual cold front just before sunrise. So
sunrise or sunset?
They said sunrise, but I bet they meant sunset.
They meant sunset. They meant sunset.
Yeah. But Cape will be lower with those storms, but still plenty of shear to keep them strong to severe. Wind and hail will be the main threat with the feature as it pushes through this evening. Yeah, so that's
so the version of the model. The version of the model that we have, Blaze, was the 16Z. They're looking at the 17. The 17Z looks closer to what is occurring right now in real life, and does have some supercells that get going right about 6, 7, and 8 o'clock.
What can we pull that up again and show people kind of that way we know
well,
exactly
I don't think
the area.
I don't think we have the newest run.
Oh, I got you.
This is the old one.
Hot off the press.
Yeah.
Hey, James, I'm seeing an uptick.
Just a second.
I'm seeing an uptick in storm near Witt Springs, and then another storm near Jerusalem.
Okay.
Which the concern is that I can't even say it, but Jerusalem storm, since that's so close to the warm front. But you said the warm front surging north, so
really, yeah, it's right on the warm front, but it's not. This just looks really very disorganized. All of these storms look very disorganized. Now, that doesn't mean they're not thunderstorms. They are producing tons of lightning. But these are just regular. A lot of these are just regular springtime storms. So, Blaze, did y'all go through a bunch of the pictures, video?
Yeah, we did. We did pictures and stuff showing people the size of the hail and stuff.
Yeah, it was wild there earlier in northwest Arkansas.
Yeah, it was. There's a little bit of development just north of Searcy. Noticing with some lightning and stuff. There's a lot of lightning though with the Hot Springs Arkadelphia storms, but they're not strong to severe. So they're just really.
Yeah, nothing's None of this other stuff is really severe. They're just regular springtime
Somebody,
storms.
somebody said when he says none of it's right, what does he mean? I think they're referring to when you said the models are not right.
The model data, the future data, not the stuff we're looking at right now. The future data is just almost unusable. It doesn't analyze where the stuff is now, and it sure can't tell you where stuff's going to be if it can't tell you where it is now. We're down to one severe thunderstorm warning in the state, and it's in a familiar area for us. Remember, last night we had a tornado go south of Mountain View between Highway 9 and Highway 5. So cleanup's ongoing, guys. At least from the pictures I saw this morning, Blaze, looked like probably an EF1 level tornado. I wouldn't call it.
I honestly haven't seen any pictures of damage. I haven't myself.
I saw some pictures of damage, and it was tornado damage, but I didn't see just hundreds of acres of forest flattened or anything like that.
That's good.
Yeah, there's really no rotation to speak of out here right now at all. We're just looking for hail potential. It does look like a little bit of small hail was in the storm that's headed out of Valonia and towards Cabot. But right now, you see the yellow box. The only severe storm in the state is up into Stone and Izard counties, and it's got about quarter-size hail as it moves off towards the east. But that is it right now. The interesting thing to watch, and if you're just now joining us, I think what's going to be very interesting to watch is what happens over the course of the next several hours, because this stuff has moved through here very, very quickly. And we're heating up very quickly out in western Arkansas. Seeing clearing skies. No doubt it's going to warm up. It was kind of expected that this early round might wipe out all the storm fuel that we have today. And that has proven not to be the case. So the storm energy will decrease some after you see these storms, but it looks to me, Blaze, like it's going to come right back in the western half of the state. May not for eastern Arkansas, but for western Arkansas, I think it very well may.
Yeah, I just sent you a text. Somebody's wanting a track on, I think on this severe warning storm in northern Arkansas. I saw a comment about that.
Yeah, I got your text.
Okay.
All right, the quarter-size hail, as it moves off towards the east, let's just look at how fast this storm is moving. They've been moving pretty quick today. I'm still looking at your chat room. Looks like we've got almost over 8,000 of you in here. Looks like about 6,000 of you have access to the chat on Facebook or YouTube. Appreciate you watching for sure. Meteorologist Blaze Thomas is with me, and Zachary Hall, Arkansas Storm Tracker, took a little bit of a break because they've been live since earlier this morning. This is like the forward motion on this storm has slowed down just a little bit, but moving east at about 35 miles per hour. There is the latest track. Going to be getting close to, that's really right on 56 right now, but then over towards Mount Olive at about 2 o'clock, and then very close to Cushman, if it holds together, I think at about 220 to 225. So quickly moving down the road here. This storm is not as impressive as it was earlier. It was producing ping pong to golf ball size hail. And I've seen a lot of questions about this second round of storms. Yeah, I think we were talking about it. Right now, all this early stuff is going to clear out and quickly advance towards the east. And that's going to allow this zone right here to warm up and kind of reheat and reset over the course of the next couple of hours. So I think by 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, we might see the chance for some renewed storm development. And that development is already underway out in Oklahoma. So we'll have to watch these storms. It's pretty quick storm development there west of Tulsa, south of Oklahoma City. We'll just have to see what happens. There's a bit of a wide gap here where you've got a lot of heating that's going to take place in this zone right here. So that's going to be really the spot to watch as we go through the evening hours. And guys, I wouldn't rule out, for those of you down in Southwest Arkansas, this stuff that's originating in the Dallas-Fort Worth metro area, and just north of the Red River, that is the stuff that I would really watch for that area of the state. I mean, this stuff, these supercells may track for a very long period of time. So we want to just kind of put you on notice that we need to really closely watch the stuff towards the west. I'm going to go back to the TAMCO hail feature and just try to get a look at the hail sizes that are occurring up in North Arkansas, Blaze. It looks like, and this is a good way to show it, you see the white pixels showing up there as it goes through Searcy County. I mean, you're probably getting some ping pong ball sized hail. I think now at this point, we're getting hail sizes that are not even severe. I think I've got 1 pixel of 1 inch hail. So the hail size has dropped off quite a bit with this storm that is in the northern section of Stone County. You go back just a few minutes, and as this thing was north of Marshall, I think some of those hail sizes could have been in excess of 2 inches. It has a 3-inch plus marker on it too. So no doubt the storm has weakened quite a bit as it's moved off towards the east. And that's good news. We'll have to see if it can kind of re-strengthen itself. But the trend for all these has been really to kind of lose organization as they've been moving off towards the east.
We got my grandpa just texted me. He's in the Chimes area, and he said marble size hail. So
Blaze, can you drive the radar real quick?
Yeah.
I can't move it.
Oh, hang on. It's because the dropper's on.
Oh, okay.
Something close just got hit.
Yeah, I heard that.
I don't know if you can. I'm in a pretty intense storm right now. Not too bad, but
yeah,
a lot of thunder, a lot of lightning. So just looking at the chat here, seeing. I'm going to go ahead, James, and take off the Skycam in Marshall. I don't think there's a need in having that anymore running. Would you agree?
Yeah, I agree with you.
So
I do want to take
because
at
I know
one other area of the state. If you're watching us from Ashley or Chico County, the storm that is just south of the state line into northeast Louisiana is quite severe. And I'll put this on from the Shreveport radar. All right, there's nothing on the Shreveport radar. We'll go back to the Little Rock radar. But I think the worst part of this storm is going to stay south of the state line, though. Pretty mean storm could be headed from Wilmot to Eudora here, mainly with high winds over the next 20 to 30 minutes. So keep that in mind. For the Little Rock metro area, we're starting to see strong storms. Strong, but they're not severe. Lots of lightning. I mean, just tons of lightning here moving into Little Rock. So it's nothing to worry about. It's a normal spring storm. It looks like it's going to get up into the downtown area, into Pulaski County here very shortly.
So you can hear that? It's getting pretty intense.
Yeah. The storm near Cabot also producing tons of lightning. Just north of Cabot, headed for Beebe, McRae, maybe going to get up as far north as Searcy. These are prolific lightning producers, but they are moving very quickly. It's 1:45 in the afternoon, and it's going to give us a chance to kind of reset a little bit to see if any storms can develop as we go into the late afternoon and evening.
I'm just looking at radar, just kind of an overview here. I think the Mountain View storm is falling apart, James.
Yeah, it sure is. Still lots of lightning. When we say falling apart, we really are talking about the threat for severe weather.
Yeah. Yeah, it's still going to be strong, but if it keeps up trending the way it's trending, I could see them doing a special weather statement, canceling that warning. And if they
Mhm.
do that, then we're gonna have no warnings in the state, which is like the first time in what, like 4 hours or something?
Yeah.
It was crazy. We're getting a lot of questions, James, about somebody said hailing in Clinton. Thank you for that report. About areas that you expect more development over the next
Yeah.
several hours. Do you want to
Yeah, let's
draw
talk
a
about it.
zone? Yeah.
So, let's I think the best way to do this is to go back to satellite, and I think that's gonna satellite yesterday told us the entire story of what was going to happen, because it's for whatever reason, the FutureCast model data, really no matter what model you look at, is handling all this stuff well. So I'm going to draw this stuff on here. So you have the current swath of storms now that's going to exit central Arkansas here over the next couple of hours. That's going to move off towards the east. Now what we got to do is look at is there going to be another source of heat and instability? So you've got your front back here towards the west from Oklahoma City. You've got storms that are initiating out here in North Texas and southern Oklahoma. They're going to advance towards the east, and those are going to be a danger to southwest Arkansas as you get into the evening hours. I think I feel pretty good about that. What we're going to have to watch is as this pocket of sunshine moves across western Arkansas, even though we saw areas of rain this morning, it's going to be warm, it's going to be humid, the atmosphere is still going to be unstable, and with the approach of the front, if we can get new storms to fire, those storms could be severe with a hail and a wind threat, and we can't rule out the possibility of a tornado or two late this afternoon either. So I'd say we need to watch this zone right in here. I'll just kind of draw a box. Really, I'm going to draw a larger box, but it's this zone right here where I think we have to watch for storms later this afternoon, severe storms later this afternoon. Understand that eventually whatever develops is just going to move across the rest of Arkansas, but I think the warmest and most unstable part of the state will end up being western and southwest Arkansas. And that's why the potential, I mean, these storms are already developing near Oklahoma City, Lawton, Wichita Falls, and they're all going to be moving towards the east. So models have had a tendency to overdo storm development. And so if you only got a few storms, I mean, there'd be plenty of instability for storms to take advantage of. I hope that
And again,
helps.
we want to, yeah, absolutely. And again, we want to state that there is that enhanced risk for the majority of the states. So please be
Be
weather
curious to
aware.
see what their 2 p.m. update looks like.
What do you think they'll do? You think they'll keep it, or you think they'll shift some stuff?
Yeah, I think they'll shift the enhanced risk, cut some parts of the state out, but keep it over western Arkansas.
Like Northeast Arkansas would be cut out of it?
Yeah, because I think the stuff that's moving through there right now will probably stabilize the atmosphere just a little bit, or stabilize the atmosphere a
Million
little
dollar
bit.
$1 million question. What do you think is going to happen for Clinton? Because we're getting a lot of messages about that.
You know, it's just an evening. We just have to pay attention. You know, you got to just keep an eye on things as they occur. You can't we can't really know what's going to happen until it starts to happen. Unfortunately, we have general ideas. I can tell you, I think storms are going to develop and move into Arkansas, but exactly where, it's too tough to say right now.
Right.
I think my splash top died again, Blaze.
Are you serious?
If there's a splash top expert in here, we'd love to converse.
We've talked to their support staff, and we've done everything they've told us to do, and it just doesn't.
I don't understand it.
All right, I'm resetting it right now.
All right, I'll go through the chat, see if I can just find. See, someone says watching on my TV and phone because I have storm anxiety. So I get that, you know. But Arkansas in the spring, as everyone well knows, storms are just a part of life here, and a lot of our storms are just not going to be severe. And I think, you know, the chances that you see severe weather at your house, wind damage, hail, or a tornado is still extremely low. Even if there's high chances of severe weather, the chances that you see it's extremely low. Now, some people take that to mean as it can never happen to me, but that's not the case. It can happen to you. And so on days where you have threats for severe weather, You just got to pay attention. You know, I've tell lots of people not to change your plans, just be weather aware and adjust as needed. So, you know, a lot of people will probably end up going to practices tonight as storms clear out. Just got to be aware of more storms that are off towards the west.
Well, and
Just
I know there's actually a track meet, a big district track meet in Izard County today.
yeah. So and you know what? Based on the trajectory of storms right now, that thing probably is going to be able to be held unless stuff from the west moves in.
Yeah.
Assuming they start in the middle of the afternoon because those things take a long time. Speaking
Yes,
from
they do.
experience. All right, Blaze. Looks like we have some new power outage numbers. And here's our Electric Cooperatives of Arkansas power outage map. Look at what just occurred in Hot Spring County. Have 4,500 people that just got added to the outage map. So that's 8,700 customers now without power across the state. These Faulkner and Pulaski County numbers are really low, but the two largest counties for power outages right now are Hot Spring and Howard County. And between those two, that's almost 6,000 people without power. So you got a statewide total right now on power outages of over 8,000. So, and most of those are coming from the two counties in Southwest Arkansas. So my bet is it doesn't look like there's just a ton of, uh, of damaging winds, Blaze, but my bet is that there's some lightning that has become an issue because there's just tons of lightning happening in this region. Not much in
Very
the way of
electrified storm.
Yeah, look at all the lightning that's occurring through Saline County into Pulaski County and then up towards the Cabot area. Tons of lightning just northwest of BB. I mean, these storms are going to be loud for sure. Probably the most electric storms we've had all year.
Somebody said my power's still on. Not sure where they're at.
Yeah, I don't know where in the county the power outages are. I would assume Malvern, since that's the highest concentration of people.
Yeah. You think they'll cancel the severe thunderstorm warning for Mountain View?
That's a good question.
To me, it just looks like it's weakening, like really fast.
So max hail size, looks like there might be a couple of returns for 1 inch, but a lot of this is below severe limits. So certainly nowhere near as strong as it was just a little while ago. Let's see what Nowcast has on this, Blaze.
That's a good idea.
So Nowcast, this is an AI model that's going to take the current radar and try to extrapolate out what's going to happen. So at the very least, this model is getting the starting point correct. It may not always get you correct to what's going to happen down the road, but you're getting the starting point correct because literally taking the current radar image and we're kind of forward thinking a couple of hours here. So you're going to get to almost 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and the activity here that's in central and east Arkansas is going to be way down the road into eastern Arkansas, and then our attention will shift out here towards what's happening in Oklahoma. Remember, we expect there to be quite a bit of instability building up in West Arkansas as the storms clear out. I think these storms over here along the Red River really have to be watched for those of you down towards Mena, DeQueen, Ashdown, Texarkana, Magnolia, maybe even Hope, Prescott, Camden, maybe even as far east as El Dorado. We'll just have to see. And then West Arkansas, if there's anything that can get going off towards the west, just got to watch it, you know? Don't have to change your plans. Just have to be aware. So there's the current radar. There's what's currently happening. You see regionally over the last 2 hours, these storms have raced across states. Some of them have produced large hail. Nobody has seen more hail than from this supercell that has tracked from the Fayetteville, Springdale area now to Stone County, though. Blaze, it does look like that storm is a whole lot weaker than it used to be, though.
Yeah. I'm just kind of looking, kind of an overview here. One thing that Nowcast did, and I'm sure it caught your attention too, is it kind of looked like it was trying to develop supercells. Did you notice that?
Yeah.
Like all 3 of those were supercells. And
There's a 15-minute radar loop coming into the Little Rock area. It's moving quick, so it's not going to last long, but this is some much needed rainfall for central Arkansas. Throw the lightning back on. You see there's just prolific lightning being produced from the Malvern area through Grant County and up into Saline and Pulaski counties. None of this is severe at this time. The only severe storm we have in the state is up in Stone and Izard counties. Blaze, looks like another storm's about to go through Clinton. We've got the storm that's about to go through Searcy also.
it's pretty loud here. It is.
Well, I'll tell you what, guys, we have a very large audience built up, and we appreciate every single one of you that has joined us. If they clear this severe thunderstorm warning, and it looks like we're not going to have any immediate severe weather threats in the state, we're probably going to put the stream back on the radar and just kind of watch the stuff develop in Oklahoma, see if we might have a chance for stuff to develop here in Arkansas later. Blaze, I'm going to pull up. I'm going to see if we've got the newest run of the HRRR. We do. And guys, it's not perfect. This is not a perfect model, but this version seems to have a better idea than any other model that we've looked at today. So it moves the stuff east. I think that's going to be right. Then look what happens after 5 and 6 o'clock. It's got some storms that get into southwest and west Arkansas. And it really looks like if this is what is going to occur, you're going to have large hail potential in anything out here in west Arkansas, maybe even some tornado potential also, especially down here into the southwest part of the state. So what eventually happens, though, is that after 7, 8 o'clock, it just becomes a jumbled mess. The severe weather threat probably drops, and then I still don't expect a nighttime event. But with the timing of how this morning round or early afternoon round is getting out of here, I think the severe weather threat is definitely there out in western Arkansas as you get into that 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 o'clock time frame. So don't want to stress anybody out, but that is how we see it right now. This is seemingly a pretty accurate depiction. And remember, it's not going to be exact. There's currently nothing to the west of Texarkana, so I don't think we're going to see a big supercell fire off at 5 o'clock or 4 o'clock. I don't think that's going to happen, but we'll just need to watch for it. You know, this appears to be at least a model that's kind of on the right track with the storms that are back towards the west, stuff that's out there now.
We got a new severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Woodruff County, Prairie, Lone Oak, Monroe, and White.
Okay, so that storm that's going through Searcy is it's getting pretty strong. So it's about to looks like 1 inch hail. Is that what it's for, Blaze?
Yeah.
I'm back, guys. Sorry it took so long on the phone.
No, you're good.
Zach, we are since you've been gone, it kind of looks like this whole thing has transitioned to where west half of the state's going to be able to heat up after this line clears out. And I think that opens the door to some supercells later this afternoon.
I just walked outside a few moments ago. I was on the phone, and the sunshine with sparse cloud covers. It's very warm, very humid. It feels like a severe weather day for sure. I don't think that what we had earlier is going to be enough to, not even close, to drowning out the atmosphere. So
yeah, unfortunately. So lots of lightning, Zach, in these storms. A couple of them are severe. Stone, Izard County, White, Woodruff, northern Lone Oak. That's northern Prairie County. But for those of you in the Little Rock area, perhaps you're just joining us for some afternoon weather coverage. We typically won't make a habit of just being live during regular thunderstorms, but kind of given the threat for severe weather today, we do just kind of want to let everybody know what is going on. There's somebody in the comments saying they just got a tornado warning for Cushman. I do not see that.
Don't see anything on my feed. We'll see here.
I don't see anything from the Weather Service in Little Rock either.
Maybe a tornado watch, possibly, in Independence
Yeah,
County?
maybe the tornado watch was expanded.
No?
No, I don't even know.
Watch. No, I don't know.
No. Tornado watch is going to remain in effect for the southern part of the state till at least 7 p.m. That includes the Oxford corridor southward. I see no reason that that's going to be canceled early with the stuff that's back in Oklahoma.
Say, it looks like we already have development there in Oklahoma and northeast Oklahoma too. So I would imagine we're going to be dealing with that.
Yeah, Zach, I was pulling up the satellite, kind of giving everybody a rundown on what we expect to happen. And it's not how I expected the day to go, because I kind of thought this first round would stick around long enough to just zap the atmosphere.
Yeah.
But this stuff's got to get out of here. And then, you look back towards the west, and this whole zone is going to have room to heat up and see new storms fire, produce hail, wind, and the possibility of a tornado or two.
Yeah, I would say, judging by how it feels outside, I would say that we have more than enough instability in western Arkansas to support significant severe weather tonight. That includes probably the potential, if storms can remain isolated to James, more big hail, maybe a tornado or two. So,
hey, there's a severe thunderstorm warning coming for Little Rock.
Okay.
Looks like they've identified a pocket of 60-mile-per-hour winds. Yeah, that's moving into the downtown area. And this is pretty close to the radar, so I'm just going to show you exactly how strong these are. Wow. Yeah, so, Zach, let's stick with this, because this is a pretty high impact, and you could definitely get some power outages with this. So there is the latest severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to include Little Rock and North Little Rock. And we're talking about the potential for strong to damaging winds, and this is right off of Stagecoach Road. So if you're in that vicinity, our radar, Zach, would you use radar scope and tell me the beam height? Actually, hang on, I might have it pulled up here. That's going to tell us exactly where that is. That's going to be a few hundred feet off the ground.
That's legit. This is legit winds coming from Pecan Lake, Azalea Place, Kensington Place, a large part of Little Rock, James.
Yeah, that's some very strong wind that we're seeing, and that's at 800 feet, Zach. So it's not
getting
not right at the ground.
Yeah,
but it is. Some of that could mix down, and you could get 50 to 60 mile per hour winds.
Yeah.
And it looks like there's some pretty strong winds with the activity that's moving through Saline County also. So have several active severe thunderstorm warnings. I think the strongest one is this stuff right here that's on the south side of Little Rock. Now, we're not tracking tornadic winds. We are tracking strong straight line winds. That is what we're looking at right here. And our radar is measuring 70 mile per hour winds just on the southwest side of Little Rock. That's going to be moving up into North Little Rock here in just a few moments. So keep that in mind. This is the type of wind where you see a few down trees, a few down power lines. It's something that you definitely want to be away from windows. School administrators, obviously make sure nobody's outside. This is going to pass through very, very quickly. And Zach, you see on the latest scan here, this is going to get closer and closer to the radar. So on every scan, we're going to be able to measure a little bit closer to the ground. And we're still getting 40 to 50 mile per hour wind gusts right above the ground level.
Yeah, this is one of those scenarios too where you certainly don't want anyone to be outside, especially with the risk of downed trees, stuff flying around if the wind is strong enough to push something over or damage an outbuilding. Of course, there's all sorts of lightning and heavy rain involved. And James, this is a very, you're obviously, you know this very well. You're from Little Rock. An extremely, it's the most populated part of our state. So we really want anyone who's in Little Rock, especially West Little Rock, Pulaski Heights, Brownwood Terrace, Fairview, the Hot Springs Junction to the northwest especially, and eventually might even be North Little Rock as well, James, here with time. Kamek Village, strong winds very likely. Looking at the sample, it looks like we have wind speeds possibly, I would say a safe bet 60 plus. I know that shows 71.
70 mile per hour winds right along 430. Zach, I'm going to pull up the iDrive Arkansas cameras because we have them in the area here. let's just, everybody who is in Little Rock or North Little Rock, this is just going to be a time to make sure that you are not outside. You know, you don't have to treat this like a tornado. If you're around a lot of trees, you probably would, because you can sometimes get falling trees. But this is a very strong wind signature that's moving through. This is Midtown and West Little Rock.
Yeah, this is really want everyone to be paying close attention to this if you live near or in Little Rock. I'm going to zoom in even closer, James. Azalea Place, Westwood, Asher Avenue, Brownwood Terrace, Kensington Place, Westbrook, the Oak Forest community, Pulaski Heights. This is headed your way. Very strong wind gust. Easily, we could probably be pushing 60 plus on this. This is very close to the radar site, so we're not getting a sample aloft. But yeah, this is getting really close to the Pulaski community, Kamek Village, Overlook Park, Sheraton Park, and eventually I-40, James. They're west of 30. So, and eventually maybe Tanglewood, Lakewood, Levy, Sherwood, Silver Creek, and Western Acres, near the radar site there in North Little Rock.
I'm sending out an alert to our Pulaski County, Arkansas Weather Network users, letting them know about the situation just in case you get the severe thunderstorm warning. You think, it's just a severe thunderstorm warning. This is a severe thunderstorm warning that's got some bite to it.
Yeah.
I think that's how I'd best describe it. So the pocket of strongest winds now is approaching the 430, 630 interchange. Zach, I'm gonna share my screen here. I think I'm going to put it on screen. Go ahead and walk people through this, Zach. I'm going to get this ready to come on screen. We're going to walk through some cameras.
Okay. Just getting, guys, the blue that you see here on your map, we're looking at storm winds moving through Little Rock at this time. We can sample it for you. This is close to the radar site. We're getting wind speeds possibly upwards 60 plus miles per hour. Multiple samples there at the 630 and University Avenue interchange. West Markham, Oak Forest, Brownwood Terrace, West Markham. We're about to pull up an iDrive camera. This is westbound, James. Where are we looking at?
That's on 430, 630, I'm sorry.
Wow.
Where the pocket of heaviest winds is about to move across. So that's right there at University or in the vicinity. You can really see the wind starting to kick up there. Lots of cars on the freeway. There's near John Barrow Road. You can see the trees there shaking on the left side of your screen. So definitely some strong winds going through here. Everybody, please drive safe. I mean, I say we know how to drive in the rain. We should know how to drive in the rain. Just slow down a little bit. You see there's water ponding on the freeway. You see there's very strong winds going through here, Zach. Look at the tree.
You see the trees, yeah. Look at the background. You can see the trees really blowing.
Yeah. Yeah, those are some strong winds. I'd say just based on how the trees are moving, we're looking at 40, 45 mile per hour winds here, and very easily could see some power outages with this type of storm. So we're looking just west of downtown towards Midtown, Pulaski Heights, University, Park Plaza Mall, kind of that vicinity is where we're looking. And we're just looking at sporadic 50 to 60 mile per hour wind gusts that could get mixed down to the ground.
Someone just commented and said at the 430 and 630 interchange, the power lines are getting blown down. That's from Eli Fowles in the comments. We'll see if we see any reports, other reports of that. But looks like the worst of this, James, is on the west end of Little Rock from Kensington Place through Brownwood Terrace up to Kamek Village. That little stretch right here. You can see the blue.
So that is the Big Rock Water Tower. You can see the trees moving really well from this camera.
Look at the
That's
trees
Embassy
blowing at the
Suites
bottom.
over there.
Wow.
I'm going to go back to the radar real quick while we track this pocket of strongest winds that's moving into the metro area.
Sorry, I zoomed out briefly for a second.
I'm going to continue to kind of browse the radar here.
Strongest pocket of winds, guys, is going to be moving just west of Little Rock now through the Pulaski community and Pulaski Heights. Kamek Village through Arrowhead Manor and Amboy, Levy. This is crossing 40 soon as well. I-40.
That's 630 in University right there. And now this is getting very close to tracking into North Little Rock, crossing the Arkansas River.
Yes, yes. I think we're getting very close to the radar site. The radar site's about to have a very good sample on this.
Yeah, this is about 500 feet, so we're getting real close.
Yeah, I think I think it's fair to say we're easily getting 40, 50 plus on this as it moves toward the radar site.
This is I-40 in North Little Rock. See, the sky is getting dark real quick. There's a lot of traffic on I-40. This is a severe thunderstorm warning for Little Rock and North Little Rock, Sherwood. And Zach, I'm going to go ahead and measure some of the winds that are in this area. So this is just above the ground level. We're getting 40, 50, 60 mile per hour winds on a few of our samples. So that wind is strong enough to down tree branches. That wind is strong enough to down a few trees, down a few power lines. Wouldn't surprise me to see some power outages with this storm as it moves through one of the most populated areas in the state.
Yeah, no, this is pretty
we got
serious
1,000
situation.
people without power in Pulaski County, Zach. That's just it.
I was about to say this is probably a serious situation in regards to power. I would imagine there's going to be power outages as this moves through with winds pushing 50 plus.
Yeah. So this is just about to get into is really following the same path the Little Rock tornado took. This is not a tornado. This is high winds. So keep that in mind. This is following the same general path. And it's going up into Amboy. It's going up then up towards Camp Robinson. And this big hole you see is the North Little Rock Airport. And then you're going to get into the west side of Sherwood and into Gravel Ridge. Still looks like there's strong winds kind of trailing back towards the southwest stack.
Yeah.
Lots of wind is embedded within this. The worst of the storm is tracking over Camp Robinson, Sherwood, North Little Rock, and Little Rock. It's moving very quickly, so it's going to get out of here very, very quickly. Yeah. There are some definite strong wind gusts being tossed around here as the storm moves really literally over the radar in North Little Rock.
We also have 2 other severe thunderstorm warnings, I think, in the state right now as of 2:12 p.m. We've got one to the northeast of this one that is up near Beebe, moving off toward Des Arc, Augusta, and then another severe thunderstorm warning that's headed for Batesville, James. K-City, Batesville, Cushman, Mount Pleasant City, and Evening Shade.
Yeah.
That storm looks like it's strengthening quite well, by the way, the one that's moving in Independence County. So we're not ignoring anyone. Just a little bit more serious wind situation moving into Little Rock. But James, that storm up there is certainly seems to be getting its act together.
Just a little bit too.
Yes.
So we're watching that very carefully. It has strengthened a whole lot in the last 20 minutes. So we're going to be watching that. There's a severe thunderstorm warning for Batesville North. It's starting to take on some supercell characteristics, Zach.
Just like last night.
Just for a few more minutes, we're going to follow the storm that's moving through Little Rock. Some very strong winds continue moving across the Arkansas River into Amboy, Levy, Lakewood, North Little Rock. Going to take the camera that's on I-40 here that's in the vicinity. And the trees right here aren't really blowing. So, because it's not like the wind is just going to blow 60 plus everywhere. It's not like you're going to lose every single tree. But a few trees down, a few power lines down, very, very possible. And Zach, look at this. I'll go back to the radar. We have, look at the latest scan through Levy. You have just literally right above the radar.
Yeah.
This is just, the radar's right here off Remount Road. So you're talking about 100, 200 feet above ground level. You're getting some wind gusts in Park Hill and Levy, 40 to 50 miles per hour. So we just
got a report from Brad and Carmen Perhath. James,
this is what you can see at the ground level. Go ahead.
Sorry, we just got a comment from Brad and Carmen Perhath, sent a message that they are at UALR and the power is out from this. So okay. I would imagine that's probably a common theme right now in parts of Little Rock. Strong winds move through, the power goes out. Hopefully it gets restored for you soon. But that's a reliable report there from Brad and Carmen Perhath. Thank you for sharing that.
We have now, we went from really just kind of being in a lull to now we have several severe thunderstorms ongoing. One's east of town through White County, and then you've got another one that's taking the same track as the storm last night. And we're getting a little bit of an increase in rotation on that storm that's moving towards Batesville. And Zach, that storm's right on the warm front.
That storm looks just like last night. Same track, literally the same area. I'm not saying it's producing a tornado, guys, but I just find it interesting the similarities on that storm headed for Batesville compared to last night. How many power outages do we have in Pulaski County?
I'm waiting on an update, but you see going through Sherwood and just towards the east, you're getting some pretty strong wind gusts. Still
Yeah.
at 1,000 power outages in Pulaski County. We'll see if that number jumps at all when it updates. Still some strong winds to the east going through White County also with the storm that's over there. Lots of lightning in that. You've probably got some strong winds that you've seen from Beebe over to Griffithville. The severe storm going through Woodruff County next. And then, Zach, the storm that continues to strengthen is up here, right exactly where we had our storm last night. And there's a tornado warning coming now for the city of Batesville.
Okay. Yeah. I'm going to go ahead and text Angela and them. I was worried that this was about to happen. This is the exact same track of last night, folks. If you live in the city of Batesville and you're watching this, James is going to pull off for just a second. If you live in the city of Batesville, you need to be sheltered due to the circulation that you can see on screen here. It doesn't look overly strong, but it is certainly rotating. And I'm worried that this is going to continue here. James, we're getting a couple of comments from people saying, did the live end? Says live ended. Folks, as far as I know, we are live on all platforms. We're in our mobile app. We're on YouTube. Please let us know so we can switch over if need be. But I think we're still live and local here. But we have a tornado warning coming per the National Weather Service for a chunk of Independence County that will include the city of Batesville, Sulphur Rock, and then eventually possibly Mount Carmel, Pleasant Hill, Moorfield, Gainesboro, and so on. So, James, did our live end?
I'm checking it.
It looks like
I still have us live on all platforms.
Okay, it looks like my live ended. We can retoggle.
I still have you live here. Are you talking about on Facebook?
Yeah. Here, I can switch over to OBS if need be.
I'm just going to turn you off and turn you back on, okay?
Yeah, sounds good. Yeah, it just said the one on my page ended. My YouTube is good.
Okay.
Hey,
this is a pretty serious situation now that's developing for the western section of Independence County. This is following the exact same track as last night. And there's the newest tornado warning, literally following the exact same track as last night.
Yes.
The same call to action that we talked about last night. Head to your tornado safe spot. This is right just south of where that circulation was last night. This is coming over the Spring River, Harmontown, Earnhardt, and then going to be moving towards Southside. I think even if you're not in the warning in Southside, but I'd seek shelter. Southside and the city of Batesville need to be headed to a tornado safe spot right now.
Yeah, anybody in the city limits of Batesville, if you live on 167, if you live on Highway 14, the circulation's passing over Melrose, Harmontown, Earnhardt, the Locust Grove communities close to this. The river passes right through here between Melrose, Harmontown, and Earnhardt. That's where the circulation is. Here on the left side of your screen, this is moving off to the east toward the Bryant community. Bryant, Woodland Heights, Batesville, Sun Valley Addition, and Moorfield. So pretty much the greater city limits of Batesville. This is an exact repeat of last night. The same, I mean, literally the same exact area of the tornado warning that we had last night. I'm sure our friends in Batesville are just sick and tired of this, but certainly want everyone to be sheltered and inside and away from windows going through your tornado precautions. James, that circulation's increasing.
It is increasing, and it's very concerning, and I would say as concerning as it was last night. The thing is, last night, there were some things that worked in favor of the storm weakening. This storm right now is all by itself as it approaches Batesville. So we are going to stay with this one. This is the most life-threatening storm that we have. The winds moving through the Little Rock metro area definitely have caused a few power outages, but the storm that's coming into Independence County certainly posing a significant threat for a tornado here in the near future, Zach. And I'm getting the shear markers are starting to really increase on this thing.
Yes, I don't feel good about this. I'm really worried that this storm is going to have ample time to get strengthened before it moves into the Batesville area. If not Batesville, Newark, Sulphur Rock, along the river there. We certainly want anyone that's near Batesville. If you're watching this, if you're just now joining here on the Arkansas Weather Network, the reason why we're live is we've got severe weather ongoing and including a tornado warning for a large chunk of Independence County. This does include Batesville, Sulphur Rock, Moorfield, Desha, Bryant, Rutherford, Mount Zion, the Magnus community, with a strong circulation that we can circle for you here near Melrose, Harmontown, and Earnhardt. And this is moving off to the, James, is it moving off to the east-southeast or more easterly? I haven't looped it.
It's more easterly with this one.
Look at the circulation increase over the last few scans, guys. You can see it visually. If you look closely there at 14, right in here is where we're watching.
I want everyone, and this is right very close to the Ridge Resort on the White River. I think I called it Spring River earlier. Pardon me. And it's going to be moving east. All the places that we talked about last night, if you joined us for our coverage, you need to make sure that you are in a tornado safe spot. This is going to be moving towards the east. So if you're between Bethesda and Almond, there's one side north of the river, one side south of the river, Locust Grove. You've got to be in a tornado safe spot. Batesville, you still have a little bit of time here to get to a tornado safe spot. You know, we never want anyone to panic, so just calmly go to your tornado safe spot. But this is an extremely serious situation that is developing now for the city of Batesville. And I would say, Zach, it's a little bit of a more serious level than we were at last night.
I agree. I think that this is, I feel like we've certainly entered concerning territory regarding this circulation. I'm trying to get a social media update published for our friends in Batesville to make sure everybody sees this. I'm sure the sirens are going off. This is the only tornado warning in Arkansas right now, if you're just now joining us. James, go ahead.
We're going to be able, if this thing gets down, we're going to have a debris signature with it just because of where it's at. But that is some very, very strong rotation. That's right over the White River, approaching Batesville.
James, give me 1 second. I'm going to get a shot of this for social media real quick. I'm going to switch back over to reflectivity briefly and take a photo of this real quick. Batesville, you have time.
Yeah, I would say everyone that's in south side up towards Locust Grove to the north, Bethesda, Batesville, even over to Sulphur Rock, haven't called you out yet, but you need to be in a tornado safe spot immediately. We are in contact with the National Weather Service, and this storm is currently right on the warm front, and it is right on the boundary, Zach, and sometimes these warm front storms can be very tricky and produce strong tornadoes as they ride the front.
Yes, this is a scenario where I feel like this storm has everything in the world that it would need to produce a tornado. Looking at it from a grand scale, it's by itself. It's not competing with anything. It's on the boundary. Going back to the velocity, that circulation, James, that's pretty strong. Headed for Batesville right now. I'm curious to see what the view is like southwest of Batesville, right in this area near the river. Circulation's fairly strong. This is headed right for James. I think the circulation itself is going to impact the southern sections of Batesville. 167 there at the sharp bend when you're coming in south of town from south side.
Yeah, and you know the Batesville Airport sits right there, just on the bluff, off 167. So if you're hearing me talk to you and you are at the Batesville Airport, you need to be in a tornado safe spot. Also, this is following the river towards the east, and I would say anywhere down here off of Highway 14, you need to be in a safe spot immediately. I'm going to bring up the shear marker, Zach. Look at that. It's still pretty strong.
Yeah.
There's Deshay. There's Locust Grove. You got the Batesville Airport right there off of Heber Road. You can kind of see it in the topography up towards 167. This curve in the road here is where you go down the hill to go to the White River Bridge. Unity Health, Batesville. Everybody in those areas just needs to get to a safe spot. Now, we don't have any guarantee that we put something down. Let's hope that just like last night, this thing lifts and we don't have a tornado. But right now, we want to make sure that we preserve life and property and make sure that you're taking the proper steps to protect you and your family.
No, the circulation, the last scan is strong on this, just southwest of Batesville. That scan on our end doesn't look as impressive as the scan before, but I still, the scan I've got on my end here is about 3 minutes old, but I would be really surprised if we didn't have at least an attempt at a tornado there southwest of Batesville in the last 5 minutes or so.
And certainly, you know, Zach, you're probably looking at a very low-hanging wall cloud. It's going to look very, very crazy.
Yes, I'm going to check and see if we have any. I know Frankie's not with us, but I'm going to check and see if we have any chasers or anybody on this.
There's no traffic cameras up there.
Jordan Hall was up here today. I don't know if he's on this storm or not.
Blaze Thomas has rejoined us, Blaze, and this is really the first tornado warning of the day. And it was one of the last tornado warnings that we saw last night. Is one of the first tornado warnings of the day today. It includes the city of Batesville, includes Sulphur Rock. I'm going to tell you exactly where the rotation is right now. Really, it's right over the river between Bethesda and Locust Grove, and from Mountain View Road to Heber Springs Road. You don't want to be driving on those roads right now. I do think this would be visible right now, at least as radar is presenting it. It doesn't look wrapped in rain. Zach, I got a Facebook comment that Jordan Hall is in the area.
I'm watching his stream. He's not. I think he's southwest of town, trying to get there. So he will likely have a view with time. I don't think he's on it yet, though. He's driving through a lot of timber here southwest of Batesville, it looks like, near Concord, possibly. Okay. I will keep an eye on that, though.
Okay. At least there's one person up there. Batesville is kind of going into the dry slot here. And it's very concerning look. I mean, this is just a big supercell that's forming, guys.
Jordan said that he just punched through the mezzo on this storm a few moments ago and said he didn't see anything down yet, but he's trying to reposition. So
okay,
he should have a good view of it, and I'll report back.
If he can get to 167, he'll have a really good view of it as it moves off towards the east there, the big hill. Looking back towards Pulaski County, there's 3,500 customers without power. So that brings our total to 15,000 across the state right now. But the most serious situation continues to be for the city of Batesville. So our banking partners at First Community Bank, the headquarters there, everybody needs to be in the hallways, interior rooms, away from windows, just to let this thing pass. Hey, and they're a bank that would absolutely welcome any customers that were in there to
yes, yeah, good people. Circulation, though, right on the river, it looks like, guys, right here.
Hey, somebody just commented and said that Funnel Cloud, what do they say? Funnel Cloud just went over their house.
Okay.
In
where?
Bethesda.
Yeah, it's very believable.
We also just got a comment from someone that said that a wall cloud just passed over their house with this storm. So I've got Jordan Hall's camera here, and it looks like he's positioned his camera looking back to the west, and it does look like there might be a wall cloud with this, based on what I'm seeing.
There most definitely is, Zach. And right now, it looks like the base is rain-free.
Yeah.
So would be visible. We've got all the streets laid out here for you as this is riding the White River right into Batesville. Let's just hope and pray that this thing doesn't drop. It may not. It looks like somebody commented that Jordan Hall is in Deshay, 10 miles from Batesville.
I'm watching it
a lot closer. He doesn't even have to go into Batesville, Zach. No. He's going to have a position here from the bluffs on the south side. He's going to be able to see exactly what this thing is doing.
Yeah, no, it looks like he's still trying to reposition a little bit. It's so tough. This sort of stuff is so tough because of the timber and whatnot, storm chasing in this part of Arkansas. So Jordan's trying to get a view. I'm watching his camera, and we'll see what happens with that. Looking back at the velocity scan on this, yeah, still looks like this thing is still wrapped up pretty tight here coming into Batesville. Maybe not as strong as it was a couple of minutes ago, but still pretty strong, guys.
Yeah. I'm looking. We don't have any iDrive Arkansas cameras in this area, do we?
No.
I didn't think so.
No, I was thinking about that earlier, and I don't think we do. Folks, if you live in Batesville, especially on the south side of town, Heber Springs Road, Clearview Estates, Cushman Junction, Bryant Woodland Heights, Eastwood Addition, Allen Chapel Road. This is deja vu, guys, last night. Gap Road, Rounds Road, the river part here that splits the two. We want you to be sheltered due to a potential tornado moving through the south side of Batesville anytime.
So, Zach, the mode that the radar is in is really to sample stuff that's closer to the radar. That's why you've got the range ring right here, the range fold. So it's probably pretty hard to sample this storm right now. But that's really strong rotation for what it's worth.
It's the last scan's even stronger right there.
Yeah.
Looking at Jordan's camera, this looks like it reminds me of Seminole, Oklahoma, me and Frankie a few years ago. That's what the sky looks like. It's a classic supercell all by itself, really.
There's a storm to the south that could cut this off, but it needs to do it quickly.
Judging by the feed here, guys, it looks like he's coming to the south end of Batesville. It looks like the cloud bases are dragging the ground on this. Can you see that, Blaze?
Yeah, I've got it pulled up.
That is not
I'm
good.
watching it too.
Do we have something there on this?
It's tough to say.
Yeah.
I need another scan.
I don't think
All
it's
right,
on these
the
displays.
circulation right near the Spring River, coming into Batesville any minute now. So everyone in Batesville, Lyon College, Unity Health to the First Community Bank headquarters there needs to be in a tornado safe spot. Again, it is our hope that this stays elevated and it's just rotating and nothing happens. But if this thing is down, you'll start getting damage reports pretty quickly.
We might have something.
My radar program is pulling something. It's confidence is a little bit on the lower side, but it's still showing an 80% chance that there might be something to the north of Deshay.
Yeah, the last scan's hard to see, but the velocity coupled on that, guys, is intense.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, so this is just an easier way to visualize it, just as our rotation detector. And you guys see where it is between Cushman Junction and Deshay, moving into Batesville right now. I think we got just a brand new scan. And I'm just going to look at this very quickly from Memphis. So you can see strong inflow winds there hitting from the Memphis radar also telling us that this is a legit circulation. Guys, that's an even stronger scan in the last minute.
Yeah. No, this is, judging by Jordan's feed too, it looks like the whole mezzo's right in front of him on the west end. I'm guessing he's on the east side. Tough to see with the timber, but a definite lowering associated with this if there is something down. Blaze, can you see that?
Yeah. I've got him on one screen and got radar on the other. My system's still showing about a 70% chance that there could be something here on the ground.
Yeah, anybody in Batesville, in or around Batesville, especially south of town, Bryant Community, Bryant Woodland additions, Eastwood, the Rogers addition, White Drive, Moorfield, you need to be sheltered. Should have been sheltered 10 minutes ago, but if you're not, for whatever reason, you need to go immediately.
And we don't want to freak anyone out.
No.
You do need to take steps here to make sure that you're not in a bad position. South side to Batesville, Meadow Heights, Pfeiffer also up towards the north, and then Moorfield, Sulphur Rock. Just want to put yourself in position so that if something does touch down, you're safe, and then it's gone. We can pick up the pieces after a tornado, but can't replace the people.
Last scan's pretty strong, guys, right over Batesville. I mean, this is right over town. This reminds me a little bit of last night in Stone County as far as the beginning of that really tight circulation. Right over Batesville. I mean, planted on top of it.
Yep, it's right here.
I do wonder what the activity to the south will have an impact on this storm. James, I see that just south of the shower to the south.
So there we go. It's passing right through either Batesville or just to the south. Right near the Spring River.
Yeah, I'm just looking at any
Man.
new updates. This is strong.
Yeah, it is strong. And look, I mean, continuing, I feel like I'm repeating myself on that, but the feed from Jordan, it looks like everything's centered right in the middle of the photo, like right in the middle of the screen where the lowering would be. You can't see because of the trees. But it looks like he's coming into Batesville now. I don't remember off the top of my head exactly where he is, but obviously report back when I can see something.
Yeah, he's looking across the White River, I'm assuming. Keep calling it the Spring River, everybody. I know it's the White River. I'm just forget sometimes. Guys, I think, we're getting a lot of questions from other spots in Independence County. Southside is just to the south of Batesville. You're technically outside the tornado warning and safe, but you're still very, very close. So, for peace of mind, it probably wouldn't hurt you to go to the tornado shelter. Cushman is well to the north of this. The circulation, Zach, you're probably looking at a very large, low-hanging wall cloud.
Mm-hmm.
And it's what it's going to try to do is spin off little circulations somewhere within there. So, that could be anywhere within this area of rotation.
Moorfield and Sulphur Rock needs to be sheltered immediately from this as it moves toward your location as well. This thing is, we don't know if it's producing a tornado. I don't think it is.
Stronger.
But it's
stronger.
It's strong. I mean, the last scan on my end is very strong. I think this is going to make an attempt to try to do it here momentarily.
Okay, we might have a debris signature.
Okay. They're near Woodland Heights.
It's tough to tell in this area of the state.
I'm watching Jordan's feet close.
72% chance where on that CC area you've got right now.
All right, so everybody that's near, that's right near the river, the restaurant, literally right there. Bryant, Woodland Heights, over towards Gap Road, Moorfield. Remain in your tornado safe spot just for a little while longer till this gets past you.
Jordan looks like he's at an intersection with 25 South, looking back to the west, and it's hard to see. Looks like it's becoming wrapped in rain to an extent.
Okay, yeah, and then there's rain just to the south of this.
Yeah. There are so many people out driving right now, and it breaks my heart. I cannot believe the amount of people that are driving through this right now. Blaze, are you seeing his feed?
Yeah.
That doesn't look good. Oh my gosh. Looks like James, it looks like he might be positioned where the inflow is wrapping into the storm here. So I don't know where he is, but Gap Road's up next on this. Rounds Road, Gap Road, the Rutherford community, and then Sulphur Rock.
KAIT has a feed with a camera pointed at it. I don't know if one of you wants to take a glance at that.
The Mark Martin camera?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've seen several comments about that. People asking to look at them. I'm like, we don't have that camera. People are so used to it in Batesville.
Still very strong rotation here on the east side of Batesville towards Moorfield. As it's just, I can't confirm a debris signature. It's just too inconclusive.
Yeah. Yeah, but that last scan, 236 scan, there between Moorfield, just southeast of Batesville, was the strongest I've seen.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we got a new scan coming in. CC is a little bit more pronounced. I still don't know, but
yeah, I see that right over Moorfield.
I see it.
It's right on top of it. I just don't know.
This is the area we're watching, but it's not. I wouldn't call it conclusive just yet. But in any case, it doesn't matter. You got to be sheltered right now.
Right. Yes, definitely. Anyone in Sulphur Rock, south of Gainesboro, over to Pleasant Hill, Mount Carmel, Moorfield, would certainly recommend being sheltered from this as it moves off to the east.
This is literally the same area that was in the warning last night.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was.
That's just crazy.
Southside is holding students in school until the storm passes. That's a great decision.
Great idea.
Great decision.
Looking at the newest radar scan, guys, the rotation continues to stream in. It is very strong.
Yeah, the possible debris dropout, guys, is a little wide. That's why I don't know that that's what that is.
I feel like if it was on the ground doing significant damage, we would likely know.
We'd know by now.
We would know by now. And judging by Jordan's feed, there is potential that it's just not visible. It's hard to see much of anything on his kit. There's a lot of rain involved here. A lot of high, It's a high precipitation supercell. when back in the meso, the supercell itself isn't necessarily an HP storm, but it's tough to see much of anything. You can see the wind blowing around. Earlier, you could see the lowering associated with this. We've got reports of funnel clouds and wall clouds with it, so we know it's tried.
It looks like this storm is about to ingest some rain, so that might kill it. That would be great. But you've got rain towards the south, and this storm is going to ingest it. Now, sometimes a storm can ingest it and survive it, but it may take a recycle.
The last scan, the last velocity scan does not look as impressive as it did 5 minutes ago, and I'm wondering if it's because it's ingesting the shower to the south.
Yeah, it's completely fallen apart in the last 3 minutes.
Yeah, good, so, great news. That's good. We like that.
Stay in your tornado safe spot for the moment, but rotation is now to the east of Batesville. So Batesville, you're all clear from the tornado threat. Batesville south side, you're all clear. We're looking now at areas towards Moorfield, Rutherford, Sulphur Rock, Mount Carmel, Pleasant Hill, Noda, Charlotte, even up towards Gainsboro. Kind of we'll watch this thing move towards the east.
Newest radar scan, guys, looks like it's weakening.
Yeah,
definitely. I think James called it. I think it's going through that ingestion process. It's going to ingest whatever that is to the south, and it also has a lot of mess to the south too, near Wynn. There's a strong storm to the south there from Des Arc over to Wynn. There is a possibility, though, guys, that it ingests that storm near Newark, goes through a cycle, and then here we come, Jackson County. So
yeah,
we'll have to
watch it
close. We're going to
stay with it. For just a moment, though, I want to hit on the big storm that's happening towards the south. There's just a very, very strong area of storms. Very disorganized, but very strong. Tons of lightning from Cabot, BB, off into Woodruff County. This area is going to continue racing off towards the east. But still, our number one concern is the supercell that has moved through Batesville, guys. I would think if we had any reports of a tornado, we would have them by now.
I did just get a video from, I think her name is Tuesday Walker from Batesville, and the video showcases what appears to be just a very distinct lowering in the middle of Batesville. I mean, it looks like the clouds are on the ground. I obviously don't know if anything ever touched down, but
it was close.
It was close.
It tried. So we still have rotation on the board here, and it's getting close, now close to Sulphur Rock, between Moorfield and Sulphur Rock. So if you're in these areas back towards the west, the threat has ended for Batesville. You're still under the tornado warning. It's still raining. It's still storming. I wouldn't just run outside, but the threat of rotation is now towards the east with circulation near Harrison Street and Rounds Road.
Yeah, rotation's really falling apart now.
Here's that photo, guys, that I was going to share with you from Tuesday Walker. That's what she was looking at. It's not the photo. It's tough to see a whole lot, but you can really see what she's looking at. That's ominous. I mean, that looks like the entire cloud base is on the ground. That's kind of what we were seeing in Jordan's feed too, and why we were so concerned about this storm, because I think it tried. If it didn't do it a couple times briefly, it certainly tried to produce a tornado.
You want me to put this on the live?
You can. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah,
live.
And we're taking it full. There we go.
So yeah, this is from Tuesday Walker in Batesville. I think she's looking back to the west or southwest as the tornado warned storm passed through on the south end of Batesville. And I know that it's tough to see a whole lot, but you really want you to focus on the center part of your screen there where that lowering is. I would be shocked if that wasn't the main focal point of the storm as it moved through town, James and Blaze, as that storm tried to possibly produce a tornado.
Guys, does it look like, yeah, the newest radar scan, tightening up again.
It's Sulphur Rock.
Yeah, it's re-strengthened right over Sulphur Rock. Still don't see anything definitive about a debris signature, but Sulphur Rock down to Newark. And then if you're off towards the east, Walnut Grove, Charlotte, Pleasant Hill, Lockhart, in the same areas we talked about last night, you need to make sure that you're in a tornado safe spot. I don't know, Zach. I think the storm to the south has not had a full disruption yet. There's still a little path here where there's some time for a tornado to be produced.
Yeah, this thing is, I think it went through a little brief cycle process on us here near Sulphur Rock. It does look like the circulation, though, has handed off on the north end of the meso compared to where it was initially. This was south of Batesville at one point, and now we're, east of Batesville, parallel with Batesville on the right side towards Sulphur Rock. Maybe we're going through a cycle process.
So remain in your tornado safe spot if you're in the northern section of Independence County. It's been a minute since we talked about it, Zach, but I still think there's going to be the chance for a few supercells late this afternoon into the evening as we heat back up after this stuff has cleared out.
Yes. Go ahead, Blaze.
The sun is shining.
Yeah, we have plenty of sunshine and clearing in West Arkansas. The atmosphere has not went away. So we're going to continue to watch that. We do have severe thunderstorm warnings to the south. Those are mainly just noisy. But guys, this circulation, unless our feed is not right, it certainly seems like this is trying to do something here in Sulphur Rock.
Yeah, it's re-strengthening for sure. You want to speak to people back in Bethesda, Batesville? It looks like there's a comment from Bethesda. Got so dark before hail. Got lightning, tornado, cloud base. Looks like it was very low. Yeah, we're still tracking it. Batesville, you're clear though. Moving off towards the east. Zach, a lot of people are going to be in the Jonesboro area asking about the implications for down the road. And it's really tough to say because the storm that's to the south right here may cut off the circulation at some point. I do think that's going to happen. Or at least force it to go through another cycle. There's a lot of rain and storms out here in advance of this circulation. So it hasn't gone away yet, but I think that stands a good possibility of disrupting it at least.
Yeah, I feel like we went through a cycle. It's going to maybe make another attempt. We'll see how long this lasts, but this storm certainly, if you're just now joining us, we're in a tornado warning for Independence County. This does not include Batesville any longer. This is moving off to the east near Sulphur Rock, just north of Newark. This storm has attempted, if it hasn't already produced a tornado briefly at times, it has attempted a couple of times to do so. So we're watching it really close. Guys, I sent a video in our group chat of Batesville, and that is impressive, the way that looks.
Yeah.
Cloud base is on the ground. It looks like, looking at the video, it almost looks like there's a tornado on the ground. I obviously don't know if there was, but I think the cloud bases are just so low to the ground, but the circulation on this continues to increase. And guys, we have, looking at reflectivity, it looks like we have a little bit of a bounded weak echo region that's just to the right of this, which tells me that this storm is making a go at a tornado genesis. It's going to give it a shot. Look at it right there.
It's going to give it a shot right now. This entire area, you don't need to wait.
Still getting more photos too from Batesville. I just got a photo from Philip Salter, who, I don't know if it's a funnel cloud, if it's scud, but there's an obvious lowering. It looks like it's touching the ground, viewed from the mountain overlooking Batesville. It's tough to say, but I feel like that's pretty peculiar given what we just went through in Batesville.
There may be something trying to develop on the CC latest scan. It's really hard to make it out, but
we can flip back over real quick to the debris tracker and see.
I just don't see anything just yet.
Not yet, nope. But that circulation right here, just near Sulphur Rock.
So if you're just now joining us, we're tracking, I know there's lots of storms going on around the state, but we're tracking a storm that has had very strong rotation through Bethesda, Batesville, and now over Sulphur Rock. So we've had tornado warnings in effect. We've had a very low hanging wall cloud. We don't know that there's been a tornado. I assume right now we have not had a tornado touchdown. We probably would have heard about it by now. And that's great news. And we hope that this one continues to dissipate. We've got a very strong supercell here. It is going to be interrupted by the rain and storms off towards the east and southeast. That has not happened yet. It looks like we still have a very defined hook echo region right here, and that's going to be where your rotation is and where you have the possibility of a tornado. Still some very strong rotation that we're seeing.
Somebody said the iDrive cam at US 64 at the White River has a good visual. I don't know if we can pull that, but just for heads up.
James, do you still have you've still got your screen shared.
I got it. I'm
that.
looking. I don't see a camera at US. I'm looking. Gracie Cunningham said, definitely saw a rotation in Batesville, but nothing on the ground. Fantastic.
I'm getting a lot of messages now, guys, from Batesville. I think people are coming out of the shelters in Batesville and sending stuff. I just got a photo from Ashley Gossett. I'll report back in a moment. Did they extend the severe thunderstorm warning out to Tuckerman, Swifton, and whatnot into northern Jackson? I think they did.
Yeah,
Okay.
They did. It's just, there it is. People continue to ask about.
Go ahead, Blaze.
Well, I was just going to say, people keep asking about, different areas. Are we going to see more thunderstorms? We're seeing rapid clearing west of all this activity right now. And we do anticipate more thunderstorms will develop this afternoon and evening. So just wanted to throw that out there because there's people asking about other areas and stuff.
Yeah, I think we're going to see more storms as we get into the evening. Guys, I'll tell you right now, we have strong rotation right now, but it's very hard for a cell to survive all these mergers and produce a tornado. See all these other storms popping up in advance of this cell. It's going to be very hard to produce tornado as it moves into Jackson County. So I think the Weather Service, they've issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Jackson County and up into Lawrence County. And so I think they're going to let this tornado warning go here in a few minutes with the assumption that the circulation that is there right now cannot sustain itself. Now, with that being said, at least right now at this minute, we still have very strong rotation between Pleasant Hill and Charlotte. And we can get real specific on this one, guys. That's near Cemetery Road, just south of Charlotte. But the rotation is still pretty broad, but it's still pretty strong at the moment.
Craig Taylor from the Batesville Airport said that they had strong rotation, passed over the Batesville Airport, never visually saw it touch down, and then it went back up as it moved to the east, which matches exactly what happened on our scan. So good. Thank you for the report, Craig Taylor.
The NWS and Little Rock's advising that it continues to broaden. So there's no plans to cancel the warning at this time, but they do see things trending down. Thank goodness.
Have 17,000 without power in Arkansas now. Those storms that came through the metro area were quite windy and loud, lots of lightning. We have 7,000 without power in Pulaski County, another couple of thousand in Hot Spring and Jefferson County, Saline County, Prairie County, Lonoke County.
Still a circulation here over Pleasant Hill, near Dota, Charlotte. You can really see it here. Looks a little bit more broad than it did earlier, but guys, still tightened up there. Still don't want to make a mockery of it. If you live there near Sulphur Rock or just east of Sulphur Rock, Pleasant Hill, Dota, the Cord community, Mount Carmel, Elgin's kind of right on that line, and then of course I think I already said Charlotte. Remain sheltered until this passes.
That's even broader than it was a few minutes ago.
Yeah.
And the National Weather Service is telling us that this tornado warning will expire at 3 and not be extended. So I think they're seeing the storm mergers and the end of the current threat.
That's good news.
So there's a lot happening on radar right now. There's storms all over the place. But these storms are very quickly going to approach the Mississippi River within the next hour. See all the lightning strikes that we have. I mean, these storms are producing lots of lightning. I'll take that off for just a minute so you can actually see where the storms are going. The severe storm that's over Batesville is eventually going to go into the Jonesboro area, but remember, it's got to merge with several other storms as it moves east. Looks like Wynn and areas just north of I-40 are about to get a lot of heavy rain. I did get a report, Zach and Blaze, and I just saw a comment maybe thinking telephone pole snapped and lines down with trees in and around Cabot. Paul Wilkerson said power lines are down between Austin and El Paso. So there are some power outages in that area. These storms were producing strong damaging winds, have almost 8,000 power outages in Pulaski County. And this entire complex is shifting off towards the east. And in about 1 hour, we'll hit the Mississippi River. Then our attention is going to shift back into Oklahoma, Zach. I mean, look at the stuff in eastern Oklahoma.
I don't like
if that
this.
holds together, it's going to be a problem for western Arkansas.
I don't like the trend because this system is doing what we didn't want it to do, and that's morph out to the east, allow ample clearing through the middle part of the day and peak heating, which will allow any storms that form out of Oklahoma to move into western Arkansas and remain strong. So significant severe weather is going to remain possible through the evening in western Arkansas, probably central and south Arkansas too, with the developments in Oklahoma.
You've got that warm front that's going to play a huge factor because the warm front is in Arkansas now.
Yeah.
So versus us being just complete warm, now we have an actual boundary to deal with.
I just got a video from Newark, Arkansas, from Christian Cruz, and it shows to me, I don't see any visible insane rotation, anything like that, but it's certainly an ominous looking storm with a lot of rain, guys. Appreciate Christian showing that.
It's got quite an uptick in rotation there for at least a minute. Near Pleasant Hill, so rotation still there. Tornado warning still in effect for at least another 3 minutes. Still think this is going to struggle to stay together, but still right now kind of keeping some clear air, Zach.
Yeah, no, I mean, I know that they're canceling it at 3, and that's in 2 minutes, but I don't know if I would be canceling. I mean, given the way this thing has went, hopefully this is its last gasp near Pleasant Hill, south of Charlotte. Guys, if you have reports, you can send it to me, Zachary Hall, Arkansas Storm Tracker, the Arkansas Weather Network Facebook, James Bryant, meteorologist, and the meteorologist Blaze Thomas. We have Facebooks. You can tag us on Twitter. You can send it in the mobile app. We appreciate all your reports. We see your comments too, so thank you. We appreciate all the reports. The last 2 days have been filled with some incredible reports for us that help our team and the National Weather Service.
Right. Well, when you send us pictures, that allows us to show everybody what you're reporting.
Yeah, ground truth. Ground truth.
Absolutely.
There's a ground truth, I think, is proven to be important because people can see what's happening. They're more likely to react to it.
Definitely. I agree. Circulation, guys, I think in this general vicinity, but it broadened out pretty good there on that last scan.
Yeah.
So that's a good sign. Hopefully that was the last gasp. We'll see, I suppose, but
yeah, it's definitely. I'm just looking at western Arkansas, and we could definitely tell that things are warming up out there.
it is very warm and humid outside in western Arkansas, I can attest.
A lot of instability.
Yes. Yeah, I was going to look at that and see what the mesoanalysis looked like. I would imagine that we have more than enough instability to work with through the evening hours.
Yeah. I tell you what, I can share my screen if you want to see it.
5,000 Cape in western Arkansas, guys, with southerly winds. So, folks, that's concerning. Just saying, that's pretty concerning.
Zach, the warm front, I'll draw it on here. Effectively,
it's all the way to Fayetteville, right? Or it's
right here, Cleburne County, northeast of Clinton.
Yeah, it's up to Fayetteville.
It's advancing to the north now.
It sags,
then-
So it sags down to the south a little bit, north central Arkansas.
So this cluster of storms up here is actually behind the dry line
Yeah.
for front.
Yeah,
But
those
anything
are
that
northerly
develops
winds.
out in here, it'll be a big deal this evening.
The winds in Fort Smith are backed out of the southeast.
Yeah,
83
I
over
see that.
72. 83 over 72 in Fort Smith. So,
Wow.
guys, I feel like today's environment, low key, just as impressive as yesterday. I
Yeah.
haven't looked at the shear profiles as
I think
much
the
today.
shear profiles are a little bit weaker today.
Let me
But
look at
you've got a warm front in play today.
That's true.
Yeah, it looks like the low-level jet is really more focused in southwest Arkansas with 40 knots of 850 support. So yes, I agree. It does look like the upper level support is there as much as yesterday. Might be more conducive for big hail in western Arkansas.
But
look at
since
the-
we've got that warm
look at the
front, that's gonna make some
Guys, just the broad area of rotation that we tracked from Stone County all the way to Sulphur Rock, right through the Batesville area. So very lucky that we didn't see something touch down. I'm assuming we did not. Very, very close call.
Guys, I will say though, looking at the STP values on this, right now through mid-afternoon, late afternoon, there's a bullseye in west central Arkansas of 4 plus on this. So
What you looking at?
the SPC Mesoanalysis website, there's a pretty big bullseye there in the western half of the state. And I know that the STP values are really centered a lot off Cape. I get that, but I don't know. Something to watch closely.
Do want to kind of give an update on power outages around the state as we kind of reset here. This power outage map is presented by Electric Cooperatives of Arkansas. Pulaski County has the highest number of outages in the state at over 7,000, but there's some other counties with some pretty high numbers also. Lonoke County over 1,000, and statewide we're at over 17,000 without power right now.
I'm going to send you guys a video from another one from the Batesville area that was just sent to me by Scott Prestige. I hope I said your name right, Scott. If you guys want to show it, it's a great view from the horizon blaze of that entire storm. Looks like there's a lowering as well. Batesville is in the clear, by the way, guys. I'm sure most of you probably already know that. As this storm moves off to the east, there's still some rotation there near Mount Zion, between Mount Zion and Elgin, the Jackson County line. No warning, though,
They're
right?
watching it at the Weather Service.
What's that?
They're watching it closely at the Weather Service.
Okay.
Just confirming it's the video you just sent.
Yes, sir. Yeah, that's from Scott.
Ooh. That does have something.
Yeah, there's a
All right.
lowering. It's hard to say if it's a tornado or not, or if it's just scud. God, I'm getting spammed in my Facebook comments. My lord.
Jaden Pappenheim posted a video to Twitter. Oh, that was near Marshall. But the storm looked very similar.
Yeah, I was gonna say that sounds like a Marshall person. All right, here we go. I got the video.
Okay.
The rotation is still present there in the
Taking
eastern
it
section
full.
of Independence County.
There we
That's
go.
what this is from Scott Prestige. He sent this. He's looking from the south toward Batesville. Great view of the horizon, the low bases of that storm, the light, and you can see a lowering in the middle of your feed. Guys, I don't really know what that is, if it's just scud, if it's just an SLC, but sure is peculiar given what we dealt with earlier. So
Yeah.
really appreciate Scott sending that to the Arkansas Weather Network and allowing us to share his video on the feed here. So, James, I do think our circulation is trying its best to tighten back up here near Newark.
It's trying.
This is just west of Tuckerman. For our friends in Jackson County, we're watching this really close.
Well,
It's
again, a lot of
just-
people asking about are we clear if it's sunny, if nothing's happening. You're just going to need to be weather aware this evening. I think we're going to see additional storms move in this evening. I think
You
there's a
wanna
good
pull
chance
up-
to see a few more supercells later on today.
You want to pull up the latest HRRR or keep
Yeah, I
focused
can.
on-
I think there's a new run here.
I think it's about time to publish an update on socials regarding what's happening. I think that will probably help.
Yeah,
I think I'm about to have to get a screen grab of the radar and
this rotation's a little bit broad as it moves into Jackson County. Kind of on the backside of all these storms, so we're keeping an eye on that. Remember, all of this is moving out, and it's been a little while, Zach, since we kind of reset things. Do you need a screenshot of that?
yes, if you don't mind, if you give me just a second,
Go
I'll
ahead.
grab it. I'm going to take the sweeper off for just a second and kind of, I think this will do a good job of illustrating the kind of the calm before the storm, I suppose.
Mm-hmm. Round one, now to round two.
I'm going to grab the mosaic real quick from us guys, wherever that is, National Radar. There we go. Well, let me circle something.
The I saw some questions. Is this being sunny not good for thunderstorms? Well, what it's going to do is it's just going to allow the atmosphere to warm back up. So it's very, very warm, humid, and that can allow these storms that are in Oklahoma to really sustain themselves as they move into Arkansas. So what Zach is kind of drawing right now is see this massive, several 100-mile gap between the storms of this morning and this afternoon, leaving us with warm and sunny conditions as you go into really peak heating. So it's not going to take long for areas even as far east as Little Rock and Conway to warm back up. So the severe weather threat really is beginning to increase for later on. Zach, I'm going to pull up satellite real quick.
Go ahead. I'm done.
Because I think this is a really good way to visualize what's happening. And you know, the anvils of these thunderstorms out here, they are kind of overspreading the area, so that may help reduce the threat a little bit. But any storms that can get going and really sustain themselves in West Arkansas this afternoon, we're just going to have to watch. Because look at all this bright sunshine that's coming out here, warming us back up. So that's the concern later on today. It's nothing that we haven't seen before, but certainly is worth keeping your eye on it if you've got plans this afternoon. The big cluster of storms now is really becoming just one giant cluster. Remember, there's tons of lightning, several areas of embedded wind, but tons of lightning, especially going through Arkansas County and then going through wind just towards the north. This is all going to be at the Mississippi River within the next hour.
Yeah, I'm about to publish an update on my social media, the Arkansas Weather Network social media, of course, collaboration with that. Just kind of referencing the potential as storms continue to move off to the east into Mississippi, Tennessee, and Missouri. We have another round that's coming from the backside, unfortunately. I know that James just referenced this, folks, but if you live in western Arkansas, the threat's not over. Unfortunately, we're going to have another round possible through the evening. That's not a guarantee that you're going to have significant severe weather, tornadoes, or large hail, but we certainly can't rule that potential out. Guys, there's been several tornado warnings, North Texas tornado warnings. I see no reason as to why these storms won't be moving into a moisture-rich environment with plenty of wind profiles to at least try to spin and produce large hail in western Arkansas, southwest Arkansas, maybe even central Arkansas later this evening.
Oh, actually, no.
Guys, be sure if you're watching this, of course, we're in a lull with tornado warnings for the time being. If you're watching this, we would love to hear where you're watching from. You're watching the Arkansas Weather Network. Myself, Zachary Hall, Arkansas Storm Tracker. I'm joined by meteorologist James Bryant. And Blaze Thomas is usually here, but he had to hop off for just a moment. We really appreciate you watching. Let us know where you're watching from. And be sure to download the Arkansas Weather Network mobile app. A great tip before more storms get here later tonight. The Arkansas Weather Network app will alert you to incoming storms, dangerous thunderstorms. It will send you all sorts of cool alerts. And we can also send you regional personalized alerts, go to bed clear alerts, dangerous storms are moving in alerts, all sorts of cool things that we can see that are not unnecessary spam, that are relevant to you, and we really, really like having that ability to do so, especially on severe weather days.
I'm still here. I'm just watching radar. Can we go back to the Tuckerman storm?
Yeah.
It looks like it's really tightening up right now on
Yeah, it
the
looks like-
latest on the latest scan.
It looks like there's a viewer on this right here, just northeast of Tuckerman. Sorry, guys, give me a second. Are you looking at it from Little Rock?
Look at it from Little Rock, yeah.
Yeah. It does look like there's a little something there. I just wonder if that's, I wonder if it's, this is a tough area to get these signatures, a good view on
Good
these
radar
signatures.
data, yeah.
Yeah, it's just so hard.
Yeah.
Guys, I gotta run out. I'll be right back.
You're good.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's
that's
still
the
a
only
severe
thing.
thunderstorm warning that's in effect for Jackson County. It's certainly a strong storm, though. Looks like Blaze might just be seeing some. There's a tornado possible tag on this storm.
Look at that new scan. It looks a little tighter.
I don't know that it's. Yeah, I mean,
It's
there's
not.
something there just north of Tuckerman. Just east of Elgin. So we'll continue to
Yeah.
watch that. Our first round of storms is going to get ready to exit the state here. We're going to have a little bit of a break. We're probably going to break the stream. Hey, maybe take an hour or two to kind of reset, refuel, get some food in us.
I'm
There's a
all
lot of
for it.
Yeah. In fact, if this storm here continues to weaken on approach to Jonesboro, we may not follow these storms all the way to the Mississippi River just because they're not severe. Now they're strong, but definitely not severe.
Well, and another thing is, guys, even though we may not be doing like wall-to-wall coverage, we still have the radar up there with music, and you can see exactly the area that's going to be impacted. You can see what the radar looks like. So,
Yeah, you
And
can see
trust
what
me.
we're watching.
right, if there's something life-threatening, we're going to be here to keep you updated.
We'll keep going back to that storm that's in Jackson County, Blaze. I think it's actually now getting a little bit closer to the Memphis radar, so it might be a little bit better of a assessment. I don't see anything from Memphis.
Yeah, I don't either. Oh, is that from
Is that
Memphis or?
legit? Is
that
that
from-
legit?
Oh, is that a debris? I don't know.
I don't know.
It's so high up that
It is very high up, and basically where the storm is positioned kind of gives me pause because it's behind all this other stuff. So we'll keep an eye on that for just another few minutes.
Yeah, I think it's just losing its.
Haley
think
Baker said she's in Tuckerman and all she has is rain.
Okay.
It's hailing in Arkansas County. That's from Jaden Hornbeck. Yeah, that whole line of storms is pretty strong. Kim says, how long before we start getting the next round? I think it's at least a couple of hours before we start having anything else to talk about. So there's going to be a little bit of a gap here. This stuff's all moving pretty quickly today. We could have something else fire up in advance of what's currently in Oklahoma. But as of right now, we kind of will go into a little bit of a lull once this stuff exits eastern Arkansas.
Let me ask you this, James. From a meteorology aspect, in terms of the stuff that's developing out in Oklahoma that goes out ahead of it, we know what happened yesterday. I guess my question is, we had more low-level shear yesterday, but we didn't have a warm front. We were the warm sector. So do you think there's a higher tornado threat given that they can tap into that warm front versus the low level shear?
If you got a storm to track along it, but here's what a lot of the latest data is doing. A lot of the latest data weakens all this doesn't develop anything else out here, that weakens, then it takes this stuff right here and moves it through southwest Arkansas. And I think that's very plausible based on how radar looks and satellite looks right now. So that's we'll go to the Fort Smith radar real quick and just take a quick look at the storms that are out here. And that's a big supercell that's coming through southeast Oklahoma. I'm going to get a speed on this because I do kind of want this to, for those of you in southwest Arkansas, if you know somebody in southwest Arkansas, we'll kind of keep a close eye on this. It's moving at 40 miles per hour. So I think eventually.
Does it think we're capped? Is that why it's killing them, the storms?
6 o'clock. You're getting that in here at 6 o'clock into southwest Arkansas by 7 o'clock. So that's it's important to watch. We'll go back to the storms that are in West Arkansas, but do just kind of want to put it on everybody's radar that this evening we could have additional storms. Now, I don't know that there's going to be a ton of storms. I think at one point we thought there might be, but this first round's getting out of here. We'll watch for new development, but I think a big concern is going to be what has already developed. So back into the Memphis radar, we are able to see the storms that are racing off towards the east. Got a couple of questions about a tornado threat just with this general big line of storms. Typically, a big line of storms like that is not going to just produce tornadoes. It's really getting disorganized. So lots of lightning, lots of wind, maybe a little bit of hail embedded in pockets of this. And Blaze, hey, hang on, my 7-month-old is crying. I'll be right back.
I got you. All right, so like James was saying, we're still watching really just one severe thunderstorm warning that is heading towards the Jonesboro area. Now, the thing about that is it's likely this will continue to weaken. And I think if trends continue to hold, we may see a cancellation of the severe thunderstorm warning. So I think it's storming pretty good in Swifton right now. Heavy rain, maybe some small hail, some gusty winds. Bono, same story. Jonesboro, Brooklyn. I've got a friend in Swifton as well as Bono. So I feel like if there was something here with the broad rotation we see, we'd be getting notified about it. We're gonna have to watch for the second round of storms. We can look at the HRRR real quick, just real fast, especially as these things kind of trend down. Now, this is just one model, so you can't take it literally, but I mean, it tries to spark up more storms. So we'll just have to wait and see. That sure is a lot of storms, and I just don't know that I buy it because we're not really seeing that out in Oklahoma right now. A lot of storm fuel to work with, though. That's for sure. And there is some wind shear, but if everything just fell apart, I would not argue that. I think that would be really good. So, storming bad here in Harrisburg, Arkansas. Thank you for that report. 5 minutes south of Tuckerman is extremely dark back. Thank you so much for that report. What do you think about the storm moving into Truman Bay area? Yeah, we're watching that. But to me, looks like a lot of heavy rain. There may be some small hail just to the east of Truman. That's about it. Hang on, guys, 1 second here. I'm gonna mute the microphone for a minute. So again, if you're just joining us, look at that. They canceled the severe thunderstorm warning. We have no active severe thunderstorm warnings. We do not have a tornado warning though for Oklahoma, and we've got severe thunderstorm warnings popping to the north of that too. So it's it's getting a little active. Oh man, here's a new severe thunderstorm warning. Just as you think, we We don't have one. And then boom, a new warning. So let's talk about it. It's going to be just to the east of Palm Bluff. It's right here. The reason for this, I would say, is definitely a hail threat. The storm looks fairly weak, but maybe developing a hail core here. Just to the southwest of Gillett, Gold, Dumas. So area right there we're watching very closely. So again, here's the thing. That severe thunderstorm warning that was up here for Northeast Arkansas, it's been canceled. And we're just to this one now. So and this one doesn't have far to go before it's out of Arkansas. This is in effect for Arkansas to Shea, Jefferson, Lincoln. Again, new severe thunderstorm warning that was just issued by the National Weather Service in Little Rock. And this goes until 4 p.m. So we're going to watch this very closely. I think this is the strongest storm we have. And but real quick, let's just kind of do a quick overview, because I know people are probably wondering. So let's see here. Hang on one second. We're going to go US radar here and bring this back. So there's your thunderstorms, like James was talking. These look like they're falling apart. That was a terrible circle. These look like they're falling apart. Watching this, that's a supercell, 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 and another supercell right there. So it could be an active evening if things continue to trend the way they're trending. Let's go back to the Little Rock radar site here. Yeah, definitely seeing a little bit of an uptick near Gillette. Right there. So Gillette down towards DeWitt, Grady. Grady's right here. So Gillette, DeWitt. I think very heavy rain and maybe some small hail headed towards Gillette. James, you back? Hang on. You're muted. All right. You back?
Yes, I'm back.
Sweet. So they canceled the severe thunderstorm warning, the previous one, but then issued a new one for Gillette and DeWitt, Arkansas. I think for the hail threat, it appears to me like, at least that's the way it's looking right now.
Okay, got you some updates coming from the National Weather Service and the Storm Prediction Center. They're letting us know that the threat of severe weather is going to increase across a large part of Arkansas south of the warm front as that band of supercells moves into Arkansas this evening. The recovering air mass will support continued supercells into western Arkansas. So just for those of you, if you're just joining us, we are closely monitoring the storms that are beginning to exit eastern Oklahoma. Not beginning to exit. They will eventually exit eastern Oklahoma. And so that is what we're going to be watching this evening. I think there's also the potential that a few more storms develop, and we'll watch those very carefully. But as you make your plans for the evening, just plan to be weather aware because I think we're not quite done with the threat for severe weather. Man, so there's been questions from Crittenden County, Mississippi County. There's just a lot of rain and lightning occurring in these areas. A lot. Very, very heavy rain. Maybe some wind and embedded small hail too. These storms are not severe at this time. The only one that's severe is the one down into far southern Arkansas County. And I believe that's very close to Pendleton, Backgate, right there at the Arkansas River, Blaze. And I don't guess there was any rotation that far south.
No, I didn't. No,
this is mainly hail.
Yeah. And I don't think there's much wind either. I mean, there's a little bit of area, but I think it was issued for hail. Looked like the reflectivity was really popping.
There's so much lightning, it just overwhelms the screen when it's on there.
I'm back, guys. Thank you for coming for me.
All right, Zachary Hall, Arkansas Storm Tracker, is rejoining us. Zach, I would say that coming up here in a few minutes, we will be able to end the stream and take a little bit of a break as we await new storm development from eastern Oklahoma into western Arkansas.
That sounds very nice because I would really like to eat dinner before this next round of.
Zach, your mic is off or not on you.
Yeah.
Oh, it's not on me. I'm sorry. No, I said that would be nice. I would like to eat some dinner before the next round of goofiness comes in here in the next little bit. I just published an update on social media, of course, collaborating with Arkansas Weather Network regarding the next round. And I really just don't like the trends out there. I'm hopeful. I don't know why it would dissipate, James and Blaze.
Well, Zach, I think another thing for us to consider is the models, all the last 5 days have just generated way too many storms.
Yeah.
And I don't think there may not be a ton of new development. I think what's out there may just be what's out there.
Yep.
And if that's the case, you may not see a ton of storms across northwest Arkansas or central Arkansas, but these storms that are moving through East Oklahoma, especially this big supercell, that is going to be a threat to Arkansas in about another 90 minutes to 2 hours. And I'm really talking about Little River County, Sevier County, Howard County, Miller County, that vicinity.
That looks like a left split. Yeah, that is a left split. So there's a left split that forked off of this storm. These storms down by the Red River, James, I do fear could be a problem for southwest Arkansas, especially this big cell north of Durant.
Yeah. No, it could move. I don't think it's going to move southeast on a trajectory that's going to take it out of Arkansas.
No, I feel like that will likely move toward Little River, Sevier County, Howard County. We're going to have to watch that one really close. The left split that's forked off of the Durant storm, I would imagine will venture off on its own for a while. We'll have to watch that, I guess. But yeah, James, I guess it's like I said on in my update that I published. It's one of those nights where we just kind of have to watch to see what develops. We don't really know exactly how many storms are going to be. I feel bad if anybody canceled stuff in western Arkansas tonight.
That's why it's always best to adjust instead of trying to really pre-plan around Arkansas weather.
Did we just get a new warning for northeast Arkansas?
Thunderstorm warning. Yeah, this big old line continues to move east. It's mainly been wind or some hail.
Yeah, moving toward Mississippi County out of Craighead and Poinsett County. Moving off toward Osceola. We're almost done with that. We also have a severe thunderstorm warning southeast of Little Rock, James. They're in Arkansas, parts of Arkansas County.
Yep.
And Desha County as well. Strong winds possible with that.
This storm has been producing some hail, and it was very close to Pendleton and Gillette, and it's really north of Desha County, along and north of the Arkansas River. Part of Desha County is included, but I don't think Desha County is going to be impacted. But it's quick moving. I mean, it's going to be across the Mississippi River here very, very soon, and then we get a little bit of a break for our next round.
I do wonder, though, James, if we're going to have any more development there.
I don't know. I don't know that we are. I mean,
I don't know.
We look at the satellite picture.
Look behind there, East Oklahoma City. That looks like stable air north of Tulsa.
Mm-hmm.
But to the south of that, I don't know, there's a lot of convection firing off. It looks like the Anvil debris is about to spread into western Arkansas soon.
Yep.
So maybe that will reinforce no more storms, of course, there off to the east, which I don't know why we would have a whole lot there.
Here's Nowcast for the next 2 hours. So this is a forward advancing AI model. It takes what's happening, tries to advance it. I think that supercell in eastern Oklahoma is going to be a big deal for a while. So there's another severe thunderstorm warning out of the West Memphis area. we're really looking at pockets of high winds here, guys. See
Yeah.
the deal south of Earl there?
Right there between Duval and Riverside.
Yeah, they may want to issue a tornado warning on that one.
Sorry, man. I'm just trying to go through these latest updates. Yeah, it looks like that's going to be just southwest of Shannonville, southwest of Earl, Crittenden, south of Parkin. I agree with you, James. That is awful peculiar. I kind of wonder what the National Weather Service is going to do with this here.
This is in Memphis's county warning area. In any case, we do have strong winds that are about to move into Crittenden County and moving out of Cross County. So Marion, Durrell, Clarkdale, Crawfordsville, Earl, any of those locations. But I do think we're seeing increasing rotation. Certainly are seeing increasing rotation now. I kind of expect a tornado warning on this any minute now. There's a tornado warning for Crittenden and Cross County. So this is going to include Earl, Crawfordsville, and could go all the way out. We're going to get the warning pop up here in just a minute, but we have a new tornado warning. It does include a large section of Crittenden County. That's coming and it's going to be drawn up by the National Weather Service any second now. So
Here it comes.
2 p.m. There's the warning. Does include part of the city limits of West Memphis. Just
Parkin,
currently,
Earl, Crawfordsville, Clarkdale.
it's buried in heavy rain. Going to be very difficult to see. But right now it's near Duval, Sparrow Ave, and Smithdale, Turkey Road. It's going to be moving very close to Crittenden and Earl. Now, if you're in the city limits of Earl, you need to seek shelter immediately. Make sure you get to an interior room as quickly as you can. Let this thing pass by you.
Looks like the worst of that's going to pass very close to Shannonville, Crittenden, Grassy Lake Bottom, Lansing, Felco, and Earl along Highway 64 in Crittenden County. James, it doesn't look overly strong, but that's a tight little couplet.
Yeah, and this type of little thing can produce a tornado.
Oh, yeah.
Important that even though it doesn't look super impressive, we do pay attention to it. We'll get another update here from the Weather Service radar that's out of Memphis. This is moving in the direction of Earl, moving east. May pass just to the south, but don't take the chance to do that, Zach. I mean, they may not hold together. It's just completely falling apart.
Yeah, these things are the worst. These little pulse couplets that, same thing last night. They come up for a scan or two.
They're impossible to warn.
Yeah, they are. And by the time you warn it, it generally goes away.
We'll watch it. There is some hail that's probably occurring down in South Arkansas County. That storm's going to be getting close to the Mississippi River. And another severe thunderstorm warning that includes not all the way to Osceola, but goes out into a large section of Mississippi County. I think there's a good chance that we see these storms quickly exit over the course of the next 30 minutes to 1 hour. Well, what was warned for just a minute, Zach, has fallen apart. We'll see if that trend continues, but I like our chances right here.
Yeah, I like the trends at least over the last 5 minutes compared to what it looked like a few moments ago. I'm checking to see. I think Jordan Hall's still up in Jackson County. I don't think we have anybody near this. You probably wouldn't be able to see a whole lot of anything anyhow. I don't have any reports of anything off this storm, which it was brief.
There is an iDrive Arkansas camera, but it's at the Arkansas River on 165.
So a little ways off to the east, basically.
Yeah.
We're about to go into a long break.
Correction. Actually, there's a couple. Actually, there's a lot of cameras up here. looking at this, because mile marker 256, but they're going to be pointed the wrong direction.
Yeah. I wish we had a camera on 64 there from Earl over to Crawfordsville or something like that. This is headed for the Mississippi River, though, folks. For those of you who aren't familiar, we're covering a tornado warning right now in eastern Arkansas and Crittenden County. We do have a lot of storms in Oklahoma headed to western Arkansas. Those will be here in the next few hours. But we have 3 severe thunderstorms that we're covering. One down here in southeast Arkansas for parts of Desha and Arkansas County. And then a tornado warning here for Crittenden County and Cross County. Far eastern Cross County does not include the city of Wynne. If the sirens are going off in Wynne, no tornado warning. Is there a tornado warning in Craighead County? Someone just said that there's a...
I don't think so.
Okay.
No.
Zach, they're going to get you in the comments. It's Desha County.
Oh, I'm sorry. I've always said Desha. My bad. Desha. Tammy, I think maybe you're talking about a tornado watch. There's a tornado watch in Craighead, I know for sure, but no tornado warning, I don't think. Guys, the circulation has fallen off a cliff on this storm.
The weather. So the Memphis office just said the couplet weakened, but it's in a favorable spot and it could retighten quickly. So they're going to let the warning ride here for at least a little while longer.
Okay.
Zach, it's okay, because a minute ago I said Gillette instead of, or I said Gillette,
It's
and
Gillette.
it's Gillette. Yeah.
I used to say McGehee all the time. It's McGee. They would rip me apart in the comments for that, so it's okay.
I would say it correctly, but I would spell it wrong.
Yeah. People yell at me in the comments all the time. I'm used to getting yelled at by people in the comments. It's okay.
I
don't
actually,
mind.
well, I don't mind it at all.
Yeah, I don't mind. I'm just glad people are commenting. So, Crawfordsville, Marion, Clarkdale, and Earl, you're still under a tornado warning. This goes all the way out to the Mississippi River. The circulation that we are here for has weakened significantly, but we're still watching for it to tighten up. It's 3:37 p.m. This is headed for Highway 77 between Marion up to Terrell. It does look like their circulation is trying to kind of come back a little bit there near Earl. I'll circle it so everybody knows what we're talking about. This is what we're talking about. This general vicinity here doesn't look overly strong, guys. Not like Batesville earlier or Stone County last night by any means, but certainly enough to watch and maintain here over the next few minutes. This is the only tornado warning in Arkansas as of 3:38 p.m. We're getting a new warning, guys.
We have storms firing in eastern Oklahoma.
Oh,
So that is.
I'm getting in trouble.
Let's
It's Turl James, not Terrell.
Oh no.
Turl.
They are ripping us up today.
Yeah,
They're
Like
ripping us
Earl
up.
and Turl. I should have known. Actually, I do know this. It's just you forget. I've had kids.
Marcus, we're not under a tornado warning in Wynne. It's east of you in eastern Cross County, headed off toward Earl and Clarkdale. So good to go there in Wynne.
James, I see what you're saying. Stuff's starting to pop off in Oklahoma, northern Oklahoma.
Yeah, they're you guys talking about northeast Oklahoma?
Yeah, East Oklahoma along I-40.
It does look like there's a little bit of a void there along I-40 to the north, though. I wonder if that's going to fill in with the front.
Possibly.
Probably will. I'll be right back. Guys, be right back. My wife and kids just got home.
Yeah, that's what just happened at our house also. All right, so we're getting this stuff that's in the eastern section of Arkansas. It's all about to cross the Mississippi River. You have now almost the entire line is lined with severe thunderstorm warnings from Jonesboro basically all the way down to Pendleton. There's a large severe thunderstorm warning that covers Phillips County and Lee County. And then the tornado warning that's in effect for Crittenden County. I think the Weather Service in Memphis may actually drop this tornado warning. Yeah, they have canceled the tornado warning. Well, no, they haven't. They shortened it. Crittenden County is still under that tornado warning at least.
No, but I just don't. I don't know. This storm, it's just there's
It
almost
doesn't look like
nothing
there's
there
much
now.
to it.
Right.
Yeah, there's just not much to it right now. There is some wind, though, southwest of West Helena and up towards Truman. Mark Tree, Earl. I mean, there's strong winds, that's for sure, as the line advances towards the east. So, quickly advancing line. You see all the, went from not having any severe thunderstorm warnings to having quite a few. Of course, the one tornado warning. So, tons and tons of lightning. I'm just reading through questions here. Seems bad, but it's lightning up in Crittenden County. That's good. Does anyone know what the weather is like in McAllister, Oklahoma? I tell you who we are watching storms out that way. Mike Collier, our good friend, covers weather out there. Mike Collier Weather. Looks like we have a Skywarn spotter in the area of that circulation, and there is nothing to report, Blaze. Tornadic wise.
Good deal. I'll just be honest, James. Kind of looks like all these storms are just they're weakening fast.
It's just a big jumbled mess.
Yep.
Big jumbled mess, and that's good. And it's going to be out of Arkansas's hair here very, very soon, anyways. So I still don't see. I think the tornado warning here for Marion, Clarkdale, Earl, Turrell will be canceled very soon. There might be a little bit of weak rotation, but it looks more like strong winds to me. So tornado warning or no tornado warning, the strong winds will continue to advance towards the Mississippi River at a pretty quick pace. So towards Osceola too. We're almost done with this round, and then we will move on to the next round where we've got a good chance to see at least a few storms in Arkansas tonight.
Just when you think it's about over. Nope. I will say this. I don't know what the deal is, James, but like things were winding down, and then I was like, I'll be right back. And then new warnings popped up. There was tornado warning. Then again, I said, I'll be right back. And yet again, you're tracking another tornado warning. So I'm not leaving anytime. Like, we're just going to stay on this. So storms behave themselves.
Every time you leave, a tornado warning gets issued.
That's what it seems like, yeah.
Just hang on. I will say, I'm going to switch sides of the state here. None of the current data is handling this stuff very good. But if I draw this out, it's moving east-southeast. I think that's the trajectory right there.
Tornado warnings canceled.
Okay, it's awesome. The part of the state that's going to have storms first is likely going to be, you see, there's more stuff developing in northwest Arkansas.
Yep.
So those are all storms we're going to have to watch. You see the arrival times for northwest Arkansas much sooner. The stuff for southwest Arkansas a little bit later.
There's a lot more stuff developing out in Oklahoma. Oh, do we have no, just a continuation of the warning. Yeah, to me, James, kind of looks like things are just trending down. I mean, there's a lot of lightning and stuff, but I think overall we're on the right track. That is for round one. Round two is a different story, but
got a lot of comments, pictures, videos. We appreciate every single one of them. If you safely take picture or video, you can send it to our Facebook page. Meteorologist James Bryant, Arkansas Weather Network, meteorologist Blaze Thomas, or Zachary Hall, Arkansas Storm Tracker. So we really, really appreciate it. Pretty soon here, and I know I'm watching the stuff. It's very interesting that's developing in eastern Oklahoma. Not quite done yet, just yet, with the stuff that's in eastern Arkansas. And all this stuff is going to be exiting the state very, very soon. Starting first with the stuff that's getting out of Deshay and Phillips County.
Heads up, they're watching Bookend Vortex near Bono, Arkansas, Craighead County, broad rotation.
Of course, it's because Zach left. Yeah, back on the northwest side. So I'll explain that real quick. The term you just used is a bookend vortex. So you got this big line of storms, it's propagating east. So what sometimes can happen is you can basically have something wrap up back here on the very north end as it moves towards the east. So you sometimes can get brief tornadoes that way. We'll see if this happens. We'll see. I don't know that it will. No guarantees that it will. So probably about 20 minutes from this stuff getting across the Mississippi River. I cannot get my rivers right today.
It's been a long day. I mean, it really has. And honestly, we're only, halfway? Maybe not even that.
Well, hopefully this threat doesn't go all night because I can't handle it. I'm still looking at your chats. Lots and lots of questions. We have our severe thunderstorms right now continue to move towards the east. They'll soon be moving out of Arkansas. And then our attention really transitions to what may happen. The latest HRRR, actually not too far off, Blaze, on what currently is reality. Stuff moves out, and then we track new stuff that moves in. This has storms becoming so numerous. Let me just point this out. If storms become this numerous, probably not looking at a big tornado threat, but some hail and wind certainly possible. So more storms, the stuff that's in Oklahoma, and then also if anything new develops. So plenty to watch as we go into this evening. I'll put the watch box back on here, but most of Arkansas, south of the warm front, is under a tornado watch. And so that includes pretty much everybody along I-40 towards the south. There's probably going to be some other counties added as we go into the evening hours. This tornado watch is in effect until 7 p.m., so they may actually extend it if we get to 7 p.m. and it looks like storms are still about to move.
Yeah, I was going to say, they need to add some more counties, especially north of that, especially with the warm front moving north.
I want to go over our power outages real quick. We did have quite a few with the weather that came through central Arkansas earlier. We still have quite a few out in the Little Rock area, North Little Rock as well. 6,500 without power there, still 4,500 in Hot Spring County, 1,500 in Jefferson County, and 1,000 in Lonoke County. So all told, we still have about 18,000 without power, and we've added a few hundred now in our East Arkansas counties. So that electric map, power outages map presented by Electric Cooperatives of Arkansas, and really thankful to them for their sponsorship. Look at the stuff getting going in Oklahoma, Blaze. Continues to kind of get its act together. But for at least the next hour or so, it looks like we're going to kind of go into a little bit of a break here after the stuff gets out of eastern Arkansas. We're still watching the stuff in eastern Arkansas. It does look like the next round may pack a little bit of a punch. We'll watch for it and should see a few severe storms. And if we do, we will go live once again. I see some wind near Bono, but don't know that the tornado potential is very high with that right now.
Yeah, I don't think so. The winds are fairly strong in several of these severe thunderstorm warnings.
In several spots along this line, you have some pretty strong winds. I think strongest right now, probably approaching I-55 there. So the Memphis radar is not too far away, and you're getting 50 to 60 mile per hour winds near Turl, Gilmore, and just towards the north. So that's headed towards Joyner. Very soon we'll be over the Mississippi River. See, as far as the towns in Arkansas that this is going to get through, it'll be near Joyner right at about 4 o'clock. So very, very soon. Moving pretty quickly. Clarkdale, it's right on you right now. Just expect plenty of wind, heavy rain, high winds, all of the above that we typically expect during a Arkansas severe weather event. Yeah, that's southern Mississippi County. That's some pretty strong winds, Blaze.
Yeah.
No doubt you're probably going to see a few trees and power lines downed in this region. Not too far off the ground, you're getting 40 to 60 mile per hour winds there.
I mean, that's a pretty intense storm.
Mm-hmm.
But it's soon going to exit out of Arkansas. Just checking on a couple things for anybody kind of looking at these storms. We've still got 3 severe thunderstorm warnings that are currently on the board, but most of this, there's still some gusty winds. Oh, sorry, James.
No, you take it. You take it.
Somebody said, look at Bono. We've been watching Bono. There's strong wind gusts, but we don't really see anything that's overly concerning. People asking about, the second round of storms. And we're going to be watching things very closely. We will be keeping a very close eye on it. Really, we've got these 3 severe thunderstorm warnings that we're currently tracking. We got this one by Truman, one by Marion, Earl, and then another one just to the south near West Helena. So a lot of heavy rain. Jason Frazier, he's in Bono. He said power's out in Bono.
Wow. So there's some strong winds there, it looks like.
He's the one that if there was something going on, he'd be the one to let us know. And obviously, there is something going on.
Appreciate every report that we get, for sure.
Someone said getting bad in West Helena.
Yeah, I bet it's raining hard for sure right now.
Yeah, I don't see
of wind.
that strong of winds. I mean, they're not. There's a few gusting here and there, but I don't see anything that would really. Now, here's a different story. This newest scan looks like it's weaker. James, I think all of this is weakening.
I don't know. It's got a pretty good environment to work with as it gets across the river.
That's true.
But it does need to get a little bit more organized. Still some very strong winds there.
Yeah, that is very strong. That color table was a little misleading.
Mm-hmm.
Because right there.
There's another thing we need to point out, Blaze.
Mm-hmm.
There's a tornado-warned storm in southern Missouri.
Where did that come from?
It's moving southeast.
Oh, not again.
So right now,
that's literally what happened last night. Whoa.
Right now, I think we'll need to watch this as it moves. Might just clip the northeast corner of the state here in about another hour. So let's keep an eye on that.
Did this just develop out of the middle?
It's been going for a while. It just took a right turn though.
Oh, okay.
So back towards the south, of course, getting lots of questions on what about my town? Am I clear? Am I good to go? Really, a lot of this is just heavy rain, wind, tons of lightning. I mean, tons of lightning. So it sounds bad, but a lot of this is just normal spring storms for Arkansas. And a lot of these are now getting up to the 55 corridor, approaching Milla, Blytheville, Osceola, and all the way down to Joyner. Where the strongest winds we have right now are really in this corridor from Earl up to Turrell, and up to Joyner. That's where we've seen probably the strongest winds this afternoon. I think that's been the most impressive signature. We do have some power outages. Cross County has 539, St. Francis County 121. Not a high number, but some.
Let's see. All right, there's a new severe thunderstorm warning. It's just basically a huge warning, and I think it's going to take the place of the 2 warnings we have right now.
Look at the wind signature near St. Thomas. It's very strong winds right in here. So, yeah, it's the warning that's going to go out well into Tennessee. So we're just about done with it. Blaze, I'm gonna let you finish this out till it gets to the Mississippi River. Maybe Zach will step back in here in just a minute. My kids just got home, so I'm gonna go get everybody settled. But looks like we'll be on here a little bit later this evening with storms that may move into Arkansas if they're life threatening. So it'd be great if nothing would happen, but doesn't look like that's gonna be the case.
Zach, are you back?
Yeah, I'm here. I've been here
Okay.
for a minute. I just was looking at some radar stuff. It looks like these storms, I'm just going to go back over here for a minute. It looks like the storms that are off in eastern Oklahoma, we went from having not a whole lot of anything. They're north of that left split there. These storms look like they're strengthening some southwest of Fort Smith. And then, of course, the storms in northeast Oklahoma. And then this big monster of a storm in south Oklahoma. I do wonder, this is eventually going to impact southwest Arkansas in some form.
Yeah.
It is currently in south Oklahoma now, just northeast of Durant, with a tornado warning that's headed for Idabel, the Red River region, down into southwest Arkansas. Probably, I don't know what the forward speed is on it, Blaze, but
I'm not totally sure, but it is. I mean, it doesn't seem like it's moving very fast because I think it's been about the same
No.
location for the last, I don't know, hour and a half, somewhere in there. Potentially.
it's not moving real fast. No, it looks like we're almost done here, brother. As a matter of fact, I'll probably, given how this is trending out, I'll probably hop off here too. We've got dinner coming in a few minutes. Hopefully get some food and get rested for briefly before our next round comes in here in the next hour and a half or so.
Sounds good.
I just wanted to hop in here and make sure you were okay, but it looks like everything's crossing the Mississippi River, man. We'll be done for at least momentarily. So,
Yep.
all right, Blaze, I appreciate you doing this, guys, and I'll be back briefly, okay?
Sounds good. All right, so if you're wondering about an update and what we've got going on here, we're continuing to watch Oklahoma for more thunderstorm development, but the main focus right now is northeast Arkansas. And most of these thunderstorms are now out of Arkansas. Now, there's still a pretty strong thunderstorm. It is severe warned. I think there's some gusty winds in this area. Could be some power outages. But most of this, and at some point, all of this is going to move out of Arkansas. It's moving pretty quick too. So, looking at velocity scans. I don't really see anything. Let me double check something real quick. Yeah, no, not really seeing anything in the way of rotation, just some straight line wind gusts. That could be pretty intense. So someone said, why did Siloam Springs get a hail alert? Well, we've got thunderstorms popping in Oklahoma. Yes, I know. Here we go. It's round number 2. And it will start before you know it. There's just been a lot of storms. It's been active. The last week has just it's been a lot. So, but we're gonna be here. We're gonna keep you updated. Jason says, need to take a moment to thank y'all for your hard work and dedication these past few days. Thank you, Jason. Jason, you still don't have power, or is the power back on in your area? Someone says, is there going to be another round of Little Rock? So I think it's very possible. Yeah, I think there'll be more storms. It's hard to pinpoint exact location of it, but I certainly think it can't be ruled out. So I'll just be honest, because we're getting a lot of people asking, okay, are we going to be in the path this? Like these round number 2, who's going to be impacted by this? And so give me just 1 second. I'm going to get a drink and then I'm going to reset here. And I need to lock in. That's what I need to do. Okay. So here's what we've got, because we're getting a lot of questions about where will round 2 exist. And I think round 2 could impact the majority of the state. Now, it's just going to depend on development. But we have a cold front moving through the area. And as that cold front moves in, it's going to start to pop thunderstorms. We're already starting to see those in Oklahoma, and they're moving to the east. So not only do we have the severe weather threat going on right now in eastern Arkansas, but we're also watching western Arkansas, as well as northwest Arkansas and southwest Arkansas, as more storms are developing in Oklahoma moving this way. So you really cannot let your guard down at all. And that's why we want you to have a way of getting warnings. We're going to be here. We're going to be keeping an eye on things very closely, and we're going to keep you updated. So, looking at this overall, we can see that this complex is pretty strong. We've got severe thunderstorm warnings on it. Thankfully, no tornado warnings at this time. Not really seeing any signs of rotation or anything like that, but still very strong thunderstorms that if you're in the middle of these, you're probably getting impacted. I think there's gusty winds with this, and there could even be some power outages. So we're really going to have to watch these areas. We're going to have to watch these areas very close. They're continuing severe thunderstorm warning. Again, we technically have, it looks like a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings on this map, but I think what they did is they've got technically 3 right there. And let me zoom in here, and I'll actually turn off the lightning so you can see this better. So you can see from Osceola, Munford, Millington, Marion. You're looking at this. The strongest part of the storm is actually moving out of Arkansas as we speak. So we are definitely moving in the right direction in terms of this round. But again, round number 2 is already developing in Oklahoma. So just when you think that things are winding down and things are trending down, here we are, things are going to ramp up. And again, it's all going to depend, because we've got a lot of questions like, okay, is this worse than what we had yesterday? And overall, I think just looking at the intensity level, I think we got a severe weather threat today. And this evening. And so we're going to be here to keep you updated. We got more questions here. Why is Siloam Springs getting a hailstorm warning again? There's a severe thunderstorm warning towards that direction. It's off in Oklahoma right now. It doesn't include Arkansas at this moment, but certainly something we've got to continue to watch. So yeah, right there. Well, that's close. So let's look at that. We can take a look at Fort Smith, looking at it from the radar. So the good news with this right here, because you're looking at this, you're like, man, that's more thunderstorms. It is, but I want you to understand something. The important part to all of this is more of a line. So you need isolated cells to have more of a tornado threat tonight. So I think tonight, with what we're seeing right now, these will be strong to severe likely, because we've got a lot of instability and they continue to increase. But I feel like when they move into the state, the primary threats is going to be damaging wind and hail. I can't rule out an isolated tornado, but I certainly don't think that is the primary threat, at least not right now. If these storms can isolate themselves, that might be a different story, and ride the warm front. There's a lot of things that have to come together to get tornadoes tonight. It's not impossible, it can happen, but I think the primary threats is going to be damaging wind and hail with this. So, again, if you are in Oklahoma, we are not the Oklahoma Weather Network, but if you're in Oklahoma and you're north of Tahlequah, this is a pretty intense storm. So we're watching this very, very quick. I think Cameron meant QLCS tornadoes. So we'll watch for that. With the line threat like this, we always have to keep an eye on that. I don't know that the shear profile is that supportive of that kind of environment, but I will say it's all going to depend on where that warm front is. If storms can ride that warm front, they would have a higher chance at rotating. So, anyways, that's what we got going on in Oklahoma. There's more thunderstorms developing. You've got the severe thunderstorm warning right here. Do I think we could have another one for Muskogee with this? Kind of looks like we're getting an inflow, and that would be warm, humid air tapping into this storm. And so could we have another severe thunderstorm warning? Could this line turn into more of a damaging wind threat? I think so. I think that's certainly possible. So let's go back over here to Memphis, back to the Memphis radar. And really, this is exiting out of the state. But still, I think it's storming pretty good in Osceola, Wilson, Joyner. As we move towards the south here, Marion, Memphis, South Haven, Hernando, Coldwater. So we're watching things very closely. If you guys let me know, put it in the chat. Do we want to, I could take a look at the simulated radar, what you can expect over the next couple hours. We'll see how accurate it is. If you have an interest in that or you want that, let me know. Comment below and I'll pull that up on the screen and show you guys kind of what we're thinking. All right, I'm noticing an area. Got to watch this little area here that's piqued my interest. All right, it's going to be just to the south of Wilson. All right, let's look at this. So here it is right here. Let's look at this for a second because I have a sneaky feeling. If this tightens up anymore, we're going to have ourselves another tornado warning coming. So let's look at this. Let's look at this storm right here. It's hard to see it on this velocity scan, but there's certainly something there. It's blocked out a little bit, but newest scan, make sure I'm looking at this right. Newest scan has something right in here. So let's see what the National Weather Service does with this. It is certain. I mean, that is rotation. The question is, what will happen with this? Let's go to our shear marker here. Sorry. There's some shear markers indicating here, but it's hard to see it with this color table right here. But I'm telling you guys, well, this newest scan kind of wipes it out. But there was some broad rotation there. They could have pulled the trigger on a tornado warning. So again, we've got severe thunderstorm warnings, kind of the main zone here. This one is no longer in effect for Arkansas. It does not impact us. So really the only thing we're tracking, yeah, this storm right here could It's going to have to be watched real close. It's in Missouri. Does it track and move into that far northeast Arkansas corner? We'll have to see. Big focus is these storms right here, but I'm telling you right now, this is moving out of Arkansas. So, because we have storms developing in Oklahoma, and we know we're going to have a round 2, I'm only going to stay on here just a couple more minutes. I think the threat's winding down. I think the threat is moving out of Arkansas. I don't see much of a threat anymore for Arkansas. It still may be storming at your location, but in terms of any like real intense severe weather, I think that's moving out of Arkansas right now. So most of this just looks like very heavy rain. So, all right. Let's look at the latest. Yep. See, what did I tell you guys? Look, that whole line is becoming strong to severe. So the good news with all that is we're going to see heavy rain. So that's a positive. But the problem is with a line like that, you're also going to have a damaging wind threat. All right. Let's look at the latest data. I know everybody wants that. There's really no reason for me to continue to stay live. What we'll do is we'll end the stream on the social platforms. But man, okay, area of rotation. You're still a little bit here. It's broad. But it's out of Arkansas. So if they were to pull something or issue something, it would not include Arkansas. So we're good. Anyways, let's look at model guidance. I think it's doing an okay job. You'll see it decides to just really bring in a lot of thunderstorms tonight. And I certainly think, I mean, that's a possibility. We can tell that's not doing a very good job, but I'm telling you right now, it's probably going to be a long night for us here at the Arkansas Weather Network. I mean, this continues to, oh, and there's redevelopment for Wednesday? I don't know that I buy that, but what is this? What is this? Rain for South Arkansas for Wednesday? I'm just kidding, but I don't know. I'm not sure that I buy that. Have my doubts. Don't have much faith in the models right now. All right. Let's look at your Storm Prediction Center outlook for today. Really no change. And here's my thoughts on that. If the threat was going down and only a certain area of Arkansas would be impacted, they would have updated this on the risk. But they didn't. They've included it. So that tells me that this enhanced risk is for the storms later this evening. So anyways, yeah. All right. We're going to take a break, okay? We're going to be back with you. We are watching radar. If we see anything that looks concerning, trust me, we're going to be jumping right back on to keep you updated. But I'm telling you right now, it looks like the majority of these storms are moving out of Arkansas as we speak. So there's some gusty winds, but I think things are really starting to trend down. They are not trending down in Oklahoma. They are actually, quite frankly, trending up pretty fast. So, guys, thank y'all so much for trusting us here at the Arkansas Weather Network. We're going to go ahead and put radar back up so you can see what's going on. And once these storms completely move out of Arkansas, then we will switch to Northwest Arkansas so you can see. Actually, you know what? We can do that. We can do that. We won't have Doppler radar on there for right now, but I'll do this. And then you guys can see all the thunderstorm activity. So thanks so much for trusting us here at the Arkansas Weather Network. We're going to keep you updated. A much needed break. Absolutely. Yeah, we've been going at this for goodness gracious. We started live streaming 9 this morning. I think it was 9. It was super early. So, and it's 4:15. Guess what? We're still live. So, I don't know how long. I can tell you how long because my Facebook um will tell me. Let's see. We've been live for over 5 hours now. So, probably nearing the 6-hour mark. Knew it's been a while. So, guys, as always, we're gonna be here. We're gonna keep you updated. Like I said, we're going back to YouTube stream. You can see this on YouTube, Arkansas Weather Network. Download our app, Arkansas Weather Network. We have a streaming channel, Arkansas Weather Network. You'll be able to see stuff. So I'll be honest, I don't know that we're going to get much of a break because storms are getting real close to Fayetteville. So, all right, guys, we will see y'all probably here in just a few minutes. I'll see y'all later.